everyone. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from cold but somewhat sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is hump day. It's Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! It is Wednesday, I think, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't even know anymore what day it is, what day of the freaking week it is. But yeah, it's Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. We are already 4 months into the month, or 4 months into the year. Goddamn. It's Liberation Day, folks. That's right. It's Liberation Day. We are live. We are alive. We're going to be talking about all that. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because no matter what you're doing, you are probably being liberated from a decent percentage of the income that you had, a decent percentage of the wealth that you had accumulated in your 401k. That's right. It's Liberation Day today, folks. Are you feeling liberated? Do you like that your nest egg is now in a state of disrepair? Do you feel like it's awesome? Are you saying, Mr. President, I'm so tired of winning, I will never want to win again? That's what I'm saying. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find the meme of it, at least, because that's what's going on. You know what I mean? That's like, this is not a meme.
Win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much. I love you all.
Yep. Anyway, we'll talk about all that stuff in a second, in a bit. But please, Mr. President, we need to stop. We need to stop winning, please. No more winning, Mr. President. And I'll say, no, you're going to keep loving the victories. Victory after victory. You're going to say, please. Thoughts on new Mario Kart, Bloodborne 2 announced. I probably should have played the Video Game Awards intro instead today, instead of the one that I played, because I know that, like, you guys are going to be the most spectacularly annoying hive mind. Yes, dude, $80 digital game, Switch 2, Nintendo, new Bloodborne exclusive on the platform. Yes, I will be purchasing it. Yes, it will probably dust off behind me like my other 2 Switches are. Okay? Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Nintendo fans, shut the fuck up. I don't care. We'll talk about it later, okay? God damn. Let me live. Let me live. Let me live. Let me live. It's personal news time. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop stream and press the start streaming button, dude. Yes, if you saw that the Switch 2 came out, I saw it, okay? If you saw it, I saw it. What do you think? Real talk about my video games, Rhea? Yeah, we'll do that in a second. You behen chod, it's been more than a week since gaming. Okay, mother chod. Wait up. There will be some gaming eventually, okay? Benchod, mother chod. Yes, personal news wise, speaking of gaming, I've been gaming quite a bit, as a matter of fact, just not on stream. I've been gaming offline. Hung out with the fam as always, play some Kingdom Comeys. It's almost done. I'm at the point where I'm basically holding on to it. Do you guys know what I mean? I don't know if this is like a me thing. I don't know if this is just like a me gaming thing, but I do this with books too. Back when I used to read, I don't read anymore, obviously, but back when I used to read, I'm illiterate now. But back when I used to read, it would take like the first 100 pages of the book for me to really get invested into it, right? And I would hate like the experience in the first 50 pages, by like page 75, I would be really invested in the book. And then by the time I got to the end of the book, I would feel a sense of sadness, a sense of sorrow that my time was coming to a close with this wonderful piece of work. And I feel that exact same way. And I would just like try to slow down my experiences with it to the best of my ability so that like I just delay the final satisfaction and the subsequent sadness that comes from being in this hole. And that is exactly how I feel with video games as well. Like the first quarter of the game might be kind of slow paced and it won't suck me in as much. But once I get there and then the entire middle part of the game is fantastic, the last quarter I try to like spend as much time as possible and delay it. That's literally what I do. I delay the end of it. And I've done it for every RPG game. And that's how I used to operate with books too, back when I used to read. It's just edging in general. So yeah, that's how I'm doing with Kingdom Comies. And also my brother forces me to watch Hank Green, Philip DeFranco, and also Ludwig. He literally watches everyone on YouTube except for me. It's kind of crazy. I feel like he's doing it on purpose. I don't know how to respond to it, but that's what I've been doing. I've been watching the Ludwig across the Ludwig cross country trek. He also made me watch Boy Boy, which was really funny because Boy Boy's penis is heavily featured in the last video. And ironically enough, my dad, who had met the Aussies before, I'm pretty sure, saw that. He was watching it with us and he was like, is he naked? Like, what the hell's going on there? So Alexa, shouts out to your penis. Your penis and my dad have gotten acquainted. I think he's met them before, but I'm not sure. He might have just heard of them. So there's that. Anyway, woke up early this morning as always. You already know, baby. You already know. Woke up early this morning to work out, and I actually had a fantastic leg day. Here, get cheese, dummy. Fuck Elon Musk. We'll talk about that. This is what I mentioned.
Dude, I wish you rode motorcycles and did cool shit. Maybe if Ludwig was my brother.
Asshole. But yeah, Ludwig can't do this though. Look at that.
She thinks she frozen. She try to play just like one time I tell her to go home. My feet over 20,000 with no logo. I bet I sell your new album with no promo. It's money, it's funny. Do you think they better than me? I'm coming. I got your bitch trying to jump out of prison, ride with money. How the fuck you think you pop your shit? Ain't got no money. Lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in.
The last one, the depth wasn't that good, but even then, it wasn't that bad. So yeah, that's the situation. I had a fantastic leg day where I hit 310 for 6, which is not bad. Okay, you have to remember that's not bad, especially because the depth was pretty good. My goal is to obviously go up further and further eventually. Not bad for 40. I know you need to go lower, brother. Okay, I am 6'4". I have incredibly long legs. I don't want to hear from y'all about how much lower I need to go. Okay, I know that you can always go lower. There is no amount of depth that you can't achieve. You can go all the way so low that your ass touches the ground. Okay, it's entirely dependent on your flexibility of your ankles and joint mobility, things of that nature. I'm happy with what I did. iShowSpeed receives a gift from the railway company. Can you stop, bro? This is killing me. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is like, he's living my dream, dude. Does he have 179,000 people watching him, by the way, or is that 17,000? Hold on, I'm doing okay. Lock in. No, there's a 179,000 people are watching him. Bro had over 200K watching him. My dream, dude.
From the railway company officials. Welcome taking the railway.
These motherfuckers live in my dream every dang day, bro. I will never be iShowSpeed. That's fine. I don't need to be iShowSpeed. I love that he exists. I love that he's doing what he's doing. He could have had a very different trajectory in his career. I will always say this. I was an early investor on Speed. As many people kept routinely bringing back like all the fucking shit that he had done when he was like 16 years old in front of a fucking camera with a massive audience, and I kept saying, don't worry, I think his heart's in the right place. He is going to be a phenomenal star. And here he is. I was right. You guys were wrong. Anyway, how do you squat so heavy without hurting your back? Wasn't your back fucked up a while ago? Asking because my back hurts every time I squat heavy. You have to fix your mobility. You have to make sure that you activate certain muscles that you're probably not activating when you're squatting. It's all about positioning. If you are not doing that, if your core is weak, or if you have like some issues with your form, then yes, you will not be able to squat properly. So take the weight down. Don't go heavy. Figure out your mobility. Figure out your movement. Figure out your form, and then you'll be able to do it. Don't know shit about protein. Where do you learn how much to take for real? That's the easiest part of it. I use MyFitnessPal to log my calories, as you guys know. And on MyFitnessPal, I hit 220 grams of protein. It's usually 1 gram of protein per pound. A little bit lower, a little bit higher. But I try to stay above 1 gram of protein every day. And in my experience, I have recognized that when I was not consuming enough protein, when I was like staying under 220 grams of protein, bro science, oh my God. Why is there an entire scientific field of study if everything that pertains to physical fitness will be equated to bro science? I will never understand this. Every single time. Yes, I'm a bro, and I'm delivering this information to you, and it's not like I'm the one who did the study personally, okay? But you will not find many sciences, many scientists who will turn around and go, Hassan is wrong about this. There's a couple tenets that virtually everyone agrees on. Calories in, calories out is a reductive but decent anchor to figure out how to craft a diet, whether you want to have a dietary restriction and hit a deficit, or if you need a surplus because you want to gain weight, or if you want to maintain, yada, yada, yada. The protein part is also fairly, it's a solid, reliable law. And the other one I would say is creatine. These are some of the things that virtually everyone will agree with in the field of fitness. I like your fit. This sweater is fire, bro. Nice one. Thank you. Anyway, why am I talking about all this? It's fine. We're done with that. Okay. We have a lot going on today. It's Liberation Day. It's Liberation Day, libtards. But seemingly Donald Trump is going to be liberating himself from his bestie. That's right. As I called it yesterday, the events are unfolding behind the scenes. Okay. Get excited for it. Did you see Trump's new bestie? I have not. Chinese Trump knows Hassan.
To have you come to Chongqing, because Chongqing is an international city. We're gonna have fun here. So I don't because my English is not that good actually, but I'm just stating the facts that I know about Chongqing because I was born and raised in Chongqing. I love the city, so if you need any help, any introduction, it's my pleasure to show you around the city, and that's what I can do.
Hey, tell me out.
What the fuck?
Why did you say he
You
knows?
are really the Chinese Trump, bro.
I'm not. Pleasure.
Why did you say he knows Hassan? I don't know why you said that. Lena? What? No. What the hell is this? She got photobombed. She done got internet. She don't got internet. Everybody calm down. She don't got internet. She does not have internet. She does not have internet. She doesn't know who that is. She's like, oh, a homeless man. Like Lena Khan, obviously big fan of uplifting the working class. Big fan of eroding poverty. And guess what happened? She thought that was a homeless guy. Okay, she was like, oh, you're obviously wearing clothes that you dug up from the trash. I'm going to, of course, kindly take a photo with you because I am nice. I'm a nice person. I want to humanize people that don't have homes. That's what it is. Is April Fool's? Is also April Fool's. Suspicious timing on this. Okay. You're not supposed to do April Fool's on April 2nd. Haha. Jerusalem Demsas. Staff writer for The Atlantic. You're not supposed to do that as April Fool's on the second day. That's weird. That's the weird time to do that. It's April 2nd. It's Liberation Day. We're liberating. Are they dating? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, I don't think Lena Khan is dating Steve Bannon. So stupid. God damn. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. We'll talk about that drama in a second. Anyway, Major L for Elon in Wisconsin. The girls are now fighting Trump x Elon. There's so much to cover. Bannon likes Lena Khan. Shut up. Don't say that to me. Don't say that to me. I can't handle it. Okay? Okay? I don't want to hear it. Happy Liberation Day. It's tariff time. You look especially hot today. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Vorlo raid. Hey, yo. Vorlo, thank you for the raid. God damn. Vorlo with the 200 people watching. Holy moly. Vorlo's popping off. Long gone are the days where he was like, I'm going to live under your house. He doesn't have to live under my house now. He's going to have his own house to live under eventually. Hasamoto blast off. Okay, I like this. Happy Liberation Day. It's tariff time. Major L for Elon in Wisconsin. The girls are now fighting Trump and Elon. This is your best beard length, King? I agree. I think this is my best beard length. I do. Yo, dog, you ever going to be nice to Italians since one of our own might get a death penalty? Yes. Italians are my friends. Dr. Manhattan A1, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. God damn. Want to guess who Cory Booker's rabbi is? Yes, it's going to be Rabbi Shmuley. That's the easiest guess of my life, okay? It's the easiest guess of my life. Was I right? I don't even need to check it. I know that's the case. Okay. So, yeah, switch to new from soft. Switch 2 gets Bloodborne 2 and more. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Okay. I'm Italian anyway. It's true. I am Italian. I am. Like, if you spend any time in the state of New Jersey, you become spiritually, physically, and literally, figuratively Italian. And that is what has happened to me as well. Happy Liberation Day. It's tariff time. Major L for Elon in Wisconsin. The girls are now fighting. Trump, Elon, switch 2, get Bloodborne and 2 and more. Get in now. All right. Is it true that Pete B has been reaching out to you per that one Vox podcast? No, it was one time. It was one time. It wasn't like a thing. Like, people are just not trying to actively reach out to me. It was my manager suggested it, and I said no. And we happened to have this conversation in front of a journalist, and then it made it into a news piece that is circulated all around, the New Yorker Magazine piece. And now it's just something that gets brought up all the time. Well, see, you're right about Lena Khan. She don't have internet. What the fuck is Hawk Tua? Shut the fuck up about it. See, yeah, that's a real tweet. She don't have internet, chat. Chill. I can't link, but Elon news. Holy shit. Huge news about Elon. Holy shit. Get poop socked. What are you, fucking low effort megaphonics? What is happening? I told a friend I want to visit Turkey primarily for the dinner, and he said, in that case, you can just go to Berlin. I did what I had to do. Wait, what? I hope you're no longer friends with him. What's the ice situation? It's fine. It was just like a weird one-off yesterday. I don't know what it was. It was just a weird fucking one-off yesterday where I just couldn't see for a little bit, but it's fine now. It's fine. I can see now. I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. Imagine getting Temu Megaphonics. Yeah, it's probably sinus pressure. It's probably good. Do you stay hydrated? No, I hate water. I'm kidding. I do stay hydrated. We learned this year that the soda literally hydrates you. People falsely assume that that's not the case, but soda hydrates you. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this nonsense. I'm sick and tired of it. Jewish protesters in Colombia chained themselves to the gate. Nice. Hell yeah. Jewish pro-Palestinian protesters chained themselves to St. Paul Chapel's campus gates. Demonstrators are protesting in support of Mahmoud Khalil, SIPA 24, calling for the names of the trustees who facilitated the abduction of Khalil. Great. Hell yeah. Joe Rogan's feud with President grows after horrific act. I don't think he's feuding. I think he's still a total cuck. But I am noticing that, like, a bunch of quote unquote apolitical right wingers, with the exception of Asmongold, of course, are like, at least to a certain degree, recognizing the cruelty and the horrifying nature of the Trump administration's ridiculous immigrant detention schemes. Soda hydrates you. It does. Soda literally hydrates you almost to the same degree as water does. It's got water in it. Dog, look at my soda drinking news commentator. Quick one from Nintendo Direct. No, stop trying to sneak in Nintendo Direct shit. We're not going to start the day off with the Nintendo Direct, especially when there's like an insane amount of news to cover. Let's see what Northern Line had to say about Elon's Overwatch main.
PUBG your game of the year one year? Yes, sir. By the way, Elon Musk becoming more relatable. Wait, don't go.
I can't
lightning bolt shoots me directly between my eyeballs because his daughter said he sucks ass. Wait, don't go. Lightning bolt shoots me directly between my eyeballs because his daughter said he sucks ass at Overwatch and was a bronze Torbjorn and needed to get his kids to carry him out of bronze in ranked. I was like, that's the first relatable thing that motherfucker's ever said.
I can expose something that I think is really fucking funny, which is the fact that I suspect
it's almost like this is a Northern Lion collab. You know what I mean? It feels like it. Don't you guys think? Doesn't it feel like I've been collaborating with him this way?
when I was like 12, he was bronze in Overwatch, and me and my twin weren't. And he would try to constantly get us to play ranked with him. And I'm like 90% sure it was just because we could carry him. And I was like a 12-year-old Hanzo main who was like barely in silver. He was a bronze Torbjorn main. He was fucking dog shit, awful, like god awful. So no, I don't believe the fucking, he's like, I am a pro Path of Exile, whatever the fuck. Like, no, the fuck you are not. This is so cringe.
It's like a broken watch is right twice a day, man. It's the first time I've read a headline about Elon Musk in a long time and been like, wait a second. That sounds familiar. He didn't say it, though. I'll appeal to fucking who said it. Whatever. Appeal to pity. He denied it. You're actually just jealous that he's getting us to Mars in 18 months. He's probably done more for humanity than any other person in history somehow. By like, I'm trying to actually think of something. Shooting a car into orbit. And there's some okay stuff about PayPal. I mean, I'm not a big fan of PayPal, the company, but they were kind of like the first to market on sending ones and zeros online and making it affect your bank account, I guess. But that's about it. He bought PayPal? I'm not glazing him. I'm just saying me and him 1v1 in Overwatch would be battle of the mid. That's all I'm saying. You'd wash him? Do you think so?
The one time.
Path of Exile, he probably rinsed me, though.
That's it. What about Northern Lion? Do you know who that is?
Northern Lion.
Yeah, he's a bald man who plays like a lot of fun. I don't know what kind of games. He does like a lot of GeoGuessr style games.
Sorry to this man, I do not know who he is. So sorry.
That's why he's like pro Elon, dude. She just says she doesn't know Northern Lion because she watched the Sushi Supercut. Yeah. She would know who Northern Lion is if he collabed with me. You know what I'm saying? Something to think about. Northern Lion. Just saying. He's live right now. No, I know. Surely this is not a coincidence, right? It's World Autism Awareness Day. What? It's Autism Awareness Day every day on the broadcast. Remember the chatter that thought you and Cutie were beefing? They don't even follow her. Cutie ended up banning them in this chat.
Watch them not even follow me. They don't even know me, little bro. They're defending me to all their friends. They're like, I've been trying to defend their friendship to all of my girlfriends, and they don't understand it. Cutie Cinderella clearly, they don't even follow me. Stupid ass, fake ass bitch. If you're gonna be a Cutie Cinderella,
why do people say you're fucking transphobic, Law? Because I am. Because I'm an enemy to the LGBT community. Duh. That's why. It's all this time I was defending trans people. Why? To keep a close watch on all of you. To get better at being able to do transphobia. I like to... A fool plays transphobia on easy difficulty, journalism difficulty, Matt Walsh. It's only a real brave warrior that tries to make everyone less transphobic so that they can secretly still be transphobic in an inherently hostile marketplace. That's right. That was my goal all along. Yeah, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. All right? That's how it works. Someone was really mad on your subreddit about you being transphobic. What? What are you guys talking about? What is happening? What's going on? I don't. Okay. Sure. I guess. Cutie has been gone for so long that our parasocialist thinks there's real beef between you two. That's so funny. There can only be one true transphobe. Hassan, I'm trying to get top rank slotted by eliminating the competition Highlander style. Yes. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's get into the news. There's a lot to cover. There's a lot to talk about. Vorlo got a daily dot mention. Leftist Twitchstreamer, U.S. citizen, says CBP searched phone at Mexico border. Twitchstreamer says CBP got a screenshot of the Pokemon app. Self-described leftist shit posted he had his phone search while coming back in the U.S. from Mexico on March 31st. Search comes as reports of Customs Border Protection searching travelers' phones when entering the United States increase. Vorlo, a Twitchstreamer whose X-Feed criticizing Donald Trump and Elon Musk, said he hoped the search was random and didn't believe he was targeted for his content. Nevertheless, he found the entire experience unsettling. That's crazy. They're going to be like, oh, you watch Hasanabi? My favorite content creator is Asmongold. So I know who he is, and I hate him, and you're not coming into the country. That's what they're going to do. Because, like, that's the only reason why they know who I am. I have no emotion
President
otherwise.
Trump pushing
like,
ahead.
oh, I know this guy. My favorite content creator, Asmongold, hates him. Yeah, cops do watch Asmongold, as we know. So, I don't think it'd be a stretch to assume that CBP, border cops, would also be watching his ass. All right. What are we doing? We're messing around too much. It's Liberation Day, folks. It's Liberation Day.
With his America First agenda.
Breaking news, Apple announced it's going to work with Foxconn to build a server factory in Texas by 2026.
The company says it is now planning to invest $500 billion in the U.S. economy.
The CEO of SoftBank pledging to invest $100 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
This is President Trump delivering on the promise he made to the American people on the campaign trail.
The idea is come to America, build greatness in America, build for the American customers.
Project Stargate. It's a joint venture between SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI, and they're going to create a data center that will eventually be expanded to other states.
Shows people are listening to Mr. Trump's pitch to bring new industry to America.
This is the latest pledge from a foreign business leader promising to spend big in the U.S. as a result of Trump's election victory.
Founder of the property development company DeMac Properties is pledging the money.
President Trump announcing $100 billion investment from Taiwan Semiconductor, bringing the company's total American investments to $165 billion.
The most powerful.
The thing about all of this that I am still genuinely confused by is that as a leftist, okay, I am not against trade protectionist moves. I'm not a free trader, okay? As much as I love how much China has been able to develop as a consequence of that free trade, I'm not a free trader, okay? I'm not. So I'm not inherently anti-tariffs. This is something that I have talked about quite frequently on this broadcast ever since the tariff stuff happened. Having said that, there's two things that don't make any sense. One, broad tariffs across the board against every single country is insane. It's just stupid. It's just not like it doesn't make sense. It literally does not make sense from a right-wing perspective. It does not make sense from a left-wing perspective. It just simply does not make sense. I'm sorry. I know Giannis Varoufakis tries to find like the 5D chess move behind all of this, but like it still does not make sense. The reason why it doesn't make sense is because some materials are not, they just don't exist here. Okay. Some of the goods that we need to bring into the country simply do not exist in the United States of America. A lot of goods that maybe used to be previously manufactured in the United States of America don't get manufactured in the United States of America any longer. So there's no competent, competitive domestic manufacturing capabilities in this country. So this is precisely the reason why it kind of doesn't make sense. Like it makes sense for the UAW to be on board with these tariffs because they are a domestic car manufacturer. Okay. If the goal ultimately is to beef up U.S. manufacturing, then great. Obviously, I have issues with that as well because I wish that I mean, this is not about the UAW, but more so like Ford and all these American manufacturers. Like, I wish they would also focus their efforts on making perhaps maybe smaller cars, safer cars, nicer cars in general, electric vehicles that are competitive with like the Chinese EV scene. It's impossible to do at this point, regardless. But like, you know, those are different issues. But in terms of the pure economics of this, I understand why a Bernie Sanders style presidency would engage in a similar act. They'd probably get assassinated before they fucking completed it. But I understand why someone would do trade protectionism, especially as it pertains to competitive, domestic, manufacturing capability having sectors like cars. Okay? One of the few, it's basically one of the few industries that exists in this country that is not about making baby murder machines. Ironically enough, you can make the argument that cars are baby murder machines because they're so high and so large, so they definitely run over pedestrians, specifically pedestrians under a certain height, i.e. children. But that's not the point I'm making right now. That's not the point I'm making currently. I'm not going to be making that point. But it still doesn't make sense what he's doing. It does not.
AI chips in the world will be made right here in America.
Things happen so quickly in the Trump world, right? It's 100 days. Right. It feels like it's 100 months. This is leadership. This is taking control of the problem for military, for everything, for industrial, for our economy. Even if it causes short-term pain, the reality is it is the right decision.
NVIDIA says it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years, part of the manufacturing renaissance under President Donald J. Trump.
Furniture maker Prepack are shifting their operations from Canada to North Carolina.
Johnson & Johnson.
UAW fucked people supporting Trump? No. The UAW does not broadly support Trump. The UAW, on the other hand, does support these tariffs, specifically ones that are placed upon car manufacturers. The reason why the UAW supports that is because it is comprised, not entirely, but a big chunk of UAW is, as is the name, United Auto Workers. They are auto manufacturers. They're an auto manufacturing labor union. Yeah, of course they're going to support trade protectionism that will inevitably yield larger and larger initiatives to build more automobiles in the United States of America. Why wouldn't they support that? That makes sense. Yeah, that part makes sense. I don't even have necessarily an issue with the automobile tariffs in general. Will it lead to price increases? Yes. Unless you also force these companies not to increase their prices. I don't know if Donald Trump is going to be able to do that. Who knows? Okay. And then you have a potential capital strike. There's just a lot of complications here because any kind of inherently anti-profit initiative that you engage in a country like the United States of America is going to have a lot of backlash and a lot of issues. Okay. Having said that, this right here, like what he's doing is the weirdest way to implement these tariffs because they're broad tariffs across the board, country by country. It's not even sector specific. It's not industry specific. It just does not make sense.
Johnson says it will invest more than $55 billion in the U.S. over the next 4 years.
Hyundai announced a $20 billion.
It especially doesn't make sense because we're talking about Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump obviously is an anti-NAFTA president. He ran and successfully won because he was anti-NAFTA. And then when he did actually win the first term, he basically did NAFTA too. He continued free trade with Canada and Mexico. Ironically enough, Trump too, he has a different attitude now. Okay, because he did that. He did another version of NAFTA when he was the president. That was the first thing that he implemented. Okay, the USMCA. Now, what's interesting about this is this time it seems like he's trying to go against that, but it doesn't make sense as to why he would go against that because you're a right-wing guy. Like, why are you anti-free trade? It's shocking. I'm anti-free trade. Trump shouldn't be, but even when he's anti-free trade, he's not even anti-free trade in the appropriate way. He's still anti-free trade in a way where it does not make any sense. It especially doesn't make sense when you consider the fact that Donald Trump also is not pro-labor. He's not pro-labor unions at all. He literally stopped the collective bargaining capacity for 1 million plus federal workers a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, he did that with a stroke of a pen. It's crazy.
investment.
With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be stronger partner in America's industrial future.
This is the automobile industry.
Could you explain your view on free trade? I think that collaborative trade is great. It's fantastic, but obviously a big part of why American manufacturing output was eviscerated, with the exception of, like, I guess, national defense. And even then you have a lot of cutouts where you can work with American allies, which happens to be the entire country. I mean, the entire planet, with the exception of, I guess, like China, Iran, Cuba, and a couple countries like Venezuela. Like, there is no manufacturing base in this country. There used to be. It's important to have factories. Look at fucking Germany. Do you see what I'm saying? Look at Germany. Why is Germany still the industrial powerhouse that is the economic engine that drives the European Union? It's because they still have factories. They still have jobs. They still have things that they're building. And obviously, it isn't lol. Wait, what? Dude, no? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what would be the industrial heart of Europe in that regard. Germany's losing? Yeah, no shit. I know Germany's losing. That's not my point. That's not what I'm saying. Shut up. Oh my God. That's a different sentence. I never said Germany is growing all the time and it's great, okay? The German economy is great. I said Germany, as it stands, is still very much the industrial powerhouse of Europe. It is the economic engine that drives Europe. And the reason for that is because they still have manufacturing capabilities. But my point is that ultimately NAFTA and these kinds of free trade agreements eviscerated, they destroyed the American working class. They did. And that built a lot of resentment against the Democrats, who were seen as being responsible for implementing these free trade agreements, ironically enough, even though it is a uniparty principle. And it was certainly backed by the Republicans initially. So for that reason, Donald Trump was able to develop a lot of clout amongst these non-college educated white working class individuals who haven't really had a good paying job in decades at this point. Okay? That's what destroyed this country's manufacturing capabilities, because there was not necessarily capital flight, but I guess you could consider it capital flight. They moved their manufacturing to China. They moved their manufacturing overseas. Now, trade protectionism is a necessity to ensure that that does not happen. It should have happened back then. Of course, it never did. And multiple decades later, after you have designed this global web, of trade, you're turning around and going, yeah, we're gonna break it entirely. That is always going to be a difficult situation. That's always going to be an incredible, mountainous task to defeat, especially when you're a right-wing guy, especially when you're seemingly on the side of capital. It just doesn't make any sense the way he's doing this. I don't know if he is capable of undermining China as like the industrial hub by making, by trying to bring back manufacturing into the United States of America. I like the idea of bringing back manufacturing into the United States of America. I literally use domestic labor union manufacturing with my fucking merchandise. Okay, I am a socialist. I'm a leftist. I'm pro trade unionist. I'm anti-capitalist. Of course, I like fucking American manufacturing. I want American manufacturing to grow. I want there to be competent, competitive, domestic manufacturing in this country with good paying labor union jobs with good benefits. That is the whole project. Okay. Now, because of that, I'm not going to immediately say tariffs are bad. Ironically enough, as I have said time and time again since Trump announced that he was going to do fucking, tariffs over and over again. The problem with Trump's tariffs is not that he is implementing tariffs across the board. The problem with Trump's tariffs is that he's doing it for seemingly no fucking real reason, and he's doing it with no competent manufacturing output at the domestic level. So for the UAW side, it makes sense. But if you look at anything else, or even if you look at certain car parts or certain goods that are necessary for cars to even be built, like all of a sudden you're beefing up the prices. You're immediately boosting the prices across the board because everything in this current global web of trade, everything, even without free trade agreements with like Canada or Mexico, still crosses many different borders before they come to the United States of America.
Now those plants largely have stopped and they're moving them to our country. Honda is building one of the biggest plants.
The trade story is certainly picking up speed here and pushing more countries to.
I think one of the biggest ironies here is that this is the one thing that will cause Americans to rise up and take up arms against the current administration, no matter who is running the show. Even Donald Trump, who is a cult, right? You cannot touch America's treats. Treats have to be affordable and accessible. That is the one thing that you cannot touch. And this actually touches the treats. J.D. Pondon says treat rights will suffer. Permanent first world genocide, says J.D. Pondon. No more treats. The suburbs will cry tears of blood. That's what he's doing. The secondary benefit of the mass tariffs implemented, of course, is that he would be eviscerating his favorite sector. The number one industry for Trump supporters is, of course, what? Trump merchandise. This destroys that sector entirely. Okay, and I like that. I think it's awesome that he is personally going up to his super fans and saying, fuck you, you're going to die. Fuck you, you're not going to be able to feed your children any longer, okay? And I think that's very funny. I'm sorry, if you made a living selling Trump merchandise that you're doing drop shipping off of from fucking Chinese factories and Donald Trump just slaps you with a fucking entry fee that you need to pay now, and you have to raise the price of your fucking ugly ass Trump shirts $35, okay, by $35, and now nobody in your podunk town wants to fucking purchase them anymore because they're far too expensive. Yeah, sucks to suck, big dog. Gotta close up shop now. Don't have to see 11 ugly ass Trump merch stores every time you're passing by one of these fucking flyover states. Yeah, sorry. What's gonna happen to the hog shops? What's gonna happen to the hog shops? But yeah, the one thing that people care about is their bag, okay? And you're fucking up the bag big time. And he knows he's fucking up the bag big time, which is why he's doing the tariffs announcement after the market closes, which is pretty funny.
To make these bigger investments.
It's another example of the Trump effect.
GE Aerospace announcing a nearly $1 billion investment into American manufacturing.
Eli Lilly announcing plans to expand its manufacturing here in the United States.
$27 billion additional spend, bringing our total to more than $50 billion.
The money's rolling in, and this is in the past 60 some odd days, Charles.
These are deep-pocketed folks who want to have a relationship, and it's just smart moves.
We are CMA CGM, one of the leaders in shipping and logistics around the world today.
Dude, I love that he has not stopped having that ugly ass Gulf of America poster. It is so perfect. It is such a perfect demonstration of Trump. Okay, all optics, no motion. Every time he does have motion in a direction, it just like breaks things beyond repair. And then he has to go back and fix it and then go, see, I fixed it. It's fine. Well, you broke it. You broke it first. And the only area where he has like any sort of optic victory is fucking renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That's it. And he's so proud of it. He just shows it in front of Kid Rock and every other goddamn world leader that comes in.
We are investing $20 billion.
Foreign leaders from around the world, investors from Silicon Valley to Wall Street to Main Street have confidence again in our economy and our markets and in President Trump.
The Trump effect this morning, a string of massive wins for American manufacturing. The numbers speak for themselves. Wisconsin-based Clarios is putting up $6 billion to expand its American operation. And what's driving these decisions? Well, President Trump's aggressive Made in America policies and his commitment to bringing industry back to American soil. This is exactly what Trump promised. America First is back.
That's right, baby. So there it is. I mean, as I've told you, this is J.D. Pondon. This is permanent first world treat the right genocide. Okay, it's happening. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it. The mad lad. It's Liberation Day. I hope you feel liberated.
President Trump set to announce a sweeping new round of tariff sales taxes that will have a huge impact on consumers and the economy. Rebecca Jarvis is going to break that down after this report from Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, after weeks of uncertainty and anxiety, in just hours here, President Trump is finally set to unveil his most aggressive tariffs yet. He says they will restore fairness to the global trading system and ultimately grow the U.S. economy. But economists warn American consumers will pay the price. This morning, the country and the world bracing for impact as President Trump prepares to unleash reciprocal tariffs on America's trading partners, what he's calling Liberation Day.
What they do to us, we do to them.
But it remains unclear what exactly the president will announce today. The scope of these tariffs and which countries will be targeted, still unknown.
He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect.
This is one of my favorite parts of the Trump administration. Aren't you a treat Lorite yourself, lol? Yeah, I am. I love treats. But also, if there was a world where, well, first of all, it won't impact me. It doesn't matter. Everybody likes to talk about how much money I spend, but like for how much money I make, the amount of money I spend is negligible. Okay, so it's not a real issue. I'm being very honest with you. Many people in my financial circumstance will lie to you and be like, "Oh, this is really hitting me hard." Rich people are lying to you when they say that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, as a treat Lorite myself, ultimately, if fucking there was a limitation on what kind of treats I could consume that still yielded tremendous bounty for the American working class, I would take that shit in a heartbeat. I don't give a fuck. I've said this before. I would literally dump the fucking Taycan in the goddamn ocean if it meant that we could have walkable cities in Los Angeles and public transit. I would never even look at it ever again. That's you know, it's so stupid. My advocacy revolves around trying to raise taxes on people like myself. This is not like a gotcha at all. Having said all of this, hold on. My garage is called the Ocean. Yeah, I would literally ocean. I was pro trade protections policy facility BYD U9 Speed. Got to try out, and now my treat Lorite mind started foaming and shaking. Yeah, I know. Wait, what was I gonna say? What was I talking about? I'm forgetting. Oh, one of my favorite parts about the Trump administration always is like they have the energy of me during finals as school, where it just everything feels haphazard and slapped together last second. It's like they've been talking about implementing these tariffs for months now. Donald Trump said he was going to do it the entire time for like a year before he even, before the election, right? Before the actual election day, he was like, tariffs is my favorite word. And it's like, now the time has come. He set himself, he set this hard deadline on himself. And even then they're like, they're working round the clock. They're up late night trying to figure out these tariffs. It's like, bitch, what do you mean they're up late night? This guy's been saying he wanted to do this for a year and a half. Why are they talking about tariffs literally the day before he implements them? Are you guys crazy? What are you talking about? This isn't some bullshit class that you took in college to get an easy A to beef up your overall grade, okay? This is the fucking global economy. This is the entirety of the American economy. And these guys are like, yeah, we're working tirelessly around the clock. We're planning it. It's like, well, maybe you should have planned it before you came out with this idea. This doesn't make any sense. What the hell?
Perfect deal for the American people and the American worker.
The uncertainty is injecting fresh concern into an already jittery stock market, as economists warn American consumers.
More than Biden did in his whole term, though. That is hilarious. Okay, first of all, I love the cope from Republicans. I know this chatter is joking, but like, no, that's not the case. Okay, I'm sorry. If anything, the issue with the Democratic Party is that they don't do enough of this. There's a balance here, okay? Sometimes you do have to break things and move fast and then pick up the pieces afterwards, especially if your direction is appropriate, especially if your direction is pro labor unions, pro working class, right? The Democrats never do that. That is my problem with them. They never do that. They are genuinely terrified. They endlessly focus test every single minute detail until their plans are basically nothing. And they are so conciliatory. They come to the table they come to the bargaining table pre-bargained. And then they reduce the policy implementation after the fact too. It is one of the most annoying aspects of this. It's one of the most annoying parts of how the Democrats operate. It's one thing that I always say when I'm like, Democrats should do politics like the Republican Party and not the policies of the Republican Party. Okay? I wish they were just like moving fast. Can you imagine Build Back Better is like, oh, look alive, Jack. We're doing an engineering corps. I don't care. Oh, you don't like it? Well, guess what? You'll like it when the potholes are fixed in your neighborhood. You know, that type of shit. That's the energy that I wish Democrats ever had. Of course, Brandon would never be able to do that because he's dead. He's a dead man. He was a cadaver. Okay?
Consumers will bear the brunt of this. Tariffs on imported products are taxes paid by American businesses. Those costs are then passed along to consumers in the form of higher prices on everything from groceries and electronics to cars and clothes. The president insists his tariffs will ultimately boost the economy and encourage manufacturing in the U.S., but it could take years to ramp up production on American soil. The message from the White House.
Yes, of course it will take years to ramp up production. And of course there will be growing pains. The problem is the guy that is implementing this is not pro-labor. And therefore, I don't even know what reason he's implementing this for to begin with. It just doesn't make any sense. I suspect he backtracks from the tariff stuff eventually. He's just going to backtrack. Answer my dono, Shoe Sniffer 42. Write it in the chat instead of donating it. This shit's so funny because like CEOs can take a tiny bit of stagnant millions and not raise our prices. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Let's be real.
Have faith.
You should trust what this president did for you in his first term. He effectively utilized tariffs while driving down inflation.
But experts have concluded the tariffs during Trump's first term drove prices up. The president sees these new tariffs as a means of economic redemption, a way to punish countries that he feels treat the U.S. unfairly.
Many countries have taken advantage of us.
He has acknowledged Americans could feel some short.
I've been avoiding the news. How do I do self-care to stay aware? Wait, what? Okay, dude, I'm not going to answer that question right now. Come on.
Short-term economic pain. The big question, how long will it last? Consumers now rattled and racing to make big purchases like cars before the tariffs hit.
This weekend alone, I think we sold and delivered probably about 40 cars, which is 20-30% above.
Yeah, what's funny about this also is that it has led to a short-term boost. Now, obviously, car prices are immediately going to go up. Ironically enough, it's going to go up regardless because of the tariffs, even if their inventory is not diminishing. Like a big chunk of the inventory that they have so far pre-tariffs, they're going to burn out of. But in that process, these guys are going to take advantage of the commotion. They're going to take advantage of the chaos. They're going to pump those numbers to the best of their ability. That's the other side of this, because no one, and I mean no one, cares about their fellow neighbors, okay? They only care about this. Thank you, Perry Plays, for the 10 gifted subs. So it's already, it will have an inflationary effect even before the tariffs are implemented.
Of normal.
In Brooklyn, New York, Robert Samuel decided it wasn't worth the risk to wait.
Yeah, I was going to purchase a car later down the line, but now there's been updated with these tariff prices affecting us. I decided to come in today and leave with one of them today.
And the president will finally unveil these tariffs here in a Rose Garden ceremony at 4 p.m. after the
But a lot of people buying new cars are rich bastards. Dude, what are you talking about? Like, think about the entire economy, dude. There's like 330 million people on this in this country. Not every single person that's buying a fucking Honda Civic is a rich bastard. Okay? Like, everyone needs a car, unfortunately. It's not. What are you talking about? Oh, Jesus.
Markets close. We are told they will go into effect immediately, George.
Okay, Marion, one other thing that's going into effect, these massive layoffs at the Department of Health and Human Services.
George, 10,000 layoffs are now underway at HHS. The move catching many off guard. We saw those long lines yesterday of federal workers outside buildings waiting to learn if they'd been fired. Some showing up only to discover their badges had been cut off. Now, among those fired, the FDA's top tobacco regulator under
Incredible work, sir. Thank you so much. Mass layoffs at federal agencies, mass price hikes. It's just like it feels like you're just trying to break everything, and not even for some kind of decipherable good purpose where you're going to rebuild it in a way that benefits the needs of the 99%. You're just kind of breaking it, and it doesn't even feel like you're breaking it for capital owners either. It feels like you're breaking it for the sake of breaking it. That's what's so crazy.
Whose leadership teenage tobacco use dropped to its lowest point in a decade, also laid off researchers working on everything from drug use and mental health to reproduction and infertility. And
it's awesome because ideologically, Donald Trump's actions here are, if they weren't so insane, if they were directional, if they were directed like a specific sector with the intention of like boosting manufacturing in the United States of America, Republicans will still have a hard time defending it because Republicans are free tradists. They love free trade. They defend capital. Capital loves free trade. It is perhaps the greatest way that you can instantly reduce the only malleable aspect of your commodity production that is labor. That's the most malleable part of commodity production. Okay, unless you find a new sector where there's just like a robust amount of the ingredients that you need to build things, right? Without that, unless like natural resources boost or something, it's pretty set. Like prices prices for just like simply the things that you need to the raw goods that you need to build shit is set already, okay? Whereas the labor part of this is the most malleable aspect of it. It's the one that you can dominate. It's the one that you can always lower, okay? With technological improvements, you can always reduce the number of people that you have to pay for benefits on. You reduce the potential cost down the line if your workers are getting sick or hurt, and then you have to do additional payouts, right? It is the greatest way to improve your profit margins. Now, this is precisely the reason why it was a massively beneficial move to be able to move manufacturing to a developing country, and to many developing countries, as a matter of fact. It was awesome for the capital owners. They did that. They were so stoked on it. Therefore, it's very difficult for the Republicans on Fox News to defend this move, to defend the tariffs, which albeit are being done also in a haphazard way. But even if they were done in a directional way, with direct coordination with like labor unions, for example, they still would have a hard time defending it. This is ideologically the exact opposite of what these people believe. They're free trade guys, okay? And the Democratic Party is also permanently on the free trade side of things. It's crazy. It's like a total uniparty position, with the exception of Donald Trump, it seems.
And workplace safety. George.
Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks very much.
Turning now to some very rare good news for Democrats. A clear victory for their candidate, Susan Crawford, for a crucial seat on Wisconsin's Supreme Court.
Before we get to this Democrat-backed candidate wins Wisconsin stuff, I wanna complete my thoughts on this, right? I wanna complete my thoughts on this. Part of the reason why they're doing tariffs, another signaling of xenophobic nationalism, the underpinning of the entire administration. I mean, that part I kind of get. When you make that argument, I kind of understand it, because like it doesn't make sense otherwise for someone like Donald Trump specifically to be what Project 2025 admits tariffs are a failure, page 801 to 802. Yeah, it's one of the aspects of the Trump administration that like virtually everyone on the right despises. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but what does it matter what the uniparty stance is if we can't point out any real counter movement? What do you mean? He gets to walk a thin line of claiming we're bringing manufacturing jobs back, but then gets to please capital owners by making sure unions are gutted and will have no bargaining power for the few jobs that will now be automated. Yeah, I think if I were to dive into Trump's mind for a brief moment and try to understand where he's coming from. Perhaps it is because they want American manufacturing to return because of national security concerns against China. Because if China were to ever, God forbid, shut off the trade faucet to the United States of America, we would collapse. We would collapse overnight. Maybe that's part of the reason. Maybe another part of the reason is because Trump does want to boost the American economy, or at least like jobs, boost American jobs. It's probably the first thing more so than the second thing. What is this? Read the bottom of... As opposed to trade with the kind of non-reciprocal tariffs that American manufacturers often face, the MFN tariff for automobiles applied to the U.S. only 2.5%. In contrast, EU charges 10%, Communist China 15%, Brazil 35%. Similarly, while the U.S. applies an MFN tariff rate of 6.2% on the rice it buys from Malaysia, Malaysia applies an ad valorem equivalent tariff of 40% on rice from the U.S. Meanwhile, European milk producers are shielded by 67% tariffs, while American milk producers benefit only from a 15% tariff on foreign imports. Wait, this seems like they are on board with the challenge one. Unfair and non-reciprocal trade is institutionalized in world trade rules. Communist China. No, this seems like they're on board with it. Non-reciprocal tariff rates under most favored nation rule. Anyway, let's go to 801. Page number 801. Right? That's the one you wanted me to go to. Let's see what they're saying on Project 2025 on this. Repeal the Jones Act, century-old Buy American maritime law that has decimated the U.S. shipbuilding industry. Work with Congress to restore the President's Trade Promotion Authority, which would expedite the negotiation of trade agreements with the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Taiwan, European Union, other allies. Restore the World Trade Organization's dispute resolution process to full strength. Create a successor to the World Trade Organization, assuming that it has been fatally wounded, that is open only to liberal democracies. This would prevent authoritarian countries like China from abusing the organization for their own ends. Oh my God. Adopt a multi-pronged. Yeah, this is all an effort to undermine pre-existing international institutions that America has already used as a fucking as a cum sock. Only because like in that process, China was able to expertly take advantage of the endless profit-seeking capital owners in the United States of America and develop a competent manufacturing and become the manufacturing hub of the planet. Adopt a multi-pronged China strategy to convince the Chinese government to reform its illiberal human rights and trade policies. Rejoin the TPP, whose 11 members are developing institutional trade norms in an important geopolitical region without U.S. input or involvement. Reorient the proposed Indo-Pacific economics framework for prosperity to focus only on trade issues, which it currently ignores in favor of progressive wishlist policies. Strengthen diplomatic pressure in concert with allies against Beijing's abuses. Encourage cultural and intellectual engagement with the Chinese people, remembering that blue jeans and rock and roll helped win the Cold War. Dude, this is written in such a funny way. You are 75 years old. If you think that the Chinese people don't have access to the exact same things that you're talking about right now, that's so stupid. The entire reason why a similar Cold War cannot happen with China as opposed to Russia is because of the intricate ties that we here in the West have with China and vice versa. They buy our shit. They manufacture our shit. They sell our shit. They sell it back to us in ways that the USSR did not do. This is so stupid. The idea that you think you can do cultural imperialism on China when China has eaten up all of the American culture. They love it. They love American culture. They consume it. They're not sheltered from it at all. They consume it. They like it. They enjoy it. But you know what else they enjoy? China's prosperity on the global stage. They definitely enjoy that. Tariff relief. When people try something repeatedly and it still doesn't work, they should stop doing it, especially when the consequences turn out to be just what the conservative economists have long predicted they would be. With tariffs, oops. Oh, fuck. I accidentally clicked on it and skipped all the way out here. God damn it. Okay. We're reading Project 2025, chat. Okay. Tariff relief. With tariffs, the proper reform is not only to get rid of the individual tariffs that have backfired, but also build institutional safeguards against future abuse. We are 5 years into the biggest experiment with tariffs since the Great Depression, and the results are in. The new tariffs raise consumer prices for ordinary Americans by about $1,200 per household every year, and benefit only a small number of special interests. Steel and aluminum tariffs enacted on national security grounds angered allies. Beijing made not a single substantive reform in response to the 4 rounds of tariffs plus an attempted phase 1 agreement. Wait, they spent the past 30 pages glazing Donald Trump's initiatives only to dispute it immediately. This right here is just undermining the past 30 pages of being like, Mr. President is glorious. He is going to do fantastic things by destroying the World Trade Organization, only to rebuild it just for liberal democracies like ourselves. You know? Response to 4 rounds of tariffs was attempted phase 1 agreement. The Biden admin has left the tariffs in its place and is expanding them to pursue progressive policy goals. The first order of business for the new admin that is focused on American workers and consumers is to repeal all tariffs enacted under Section 232. Wait, what? I'm so confused. So they're saying repeal the tariffs? The second order is to require Congress to pass legislation repealing Sections 232, 201, and 301. The U.S. Constitution places all taxing authority with Congress and none with the president. Congress used those provisions of law to delegate some of its taxing authority to the president because it was having trouble passing clean tariff legislation in the 60s and 70s. Congress was a problem of collective action in the 1960s. Repeal specific tariffs and put global ones. Ironically enough, specific tariffs are smarter than global tariffs. That's my point. Directional tariffs, in order to boost domestic manufacturing, is smart. It makes sense. It is a long-term good thing. Not to say that like the previous administrations were doing that, for the record. I'm not saying that at all. I don't think that they were doing that. But it's ironic that Trump is, or Project 2025 wants to repeal smarter tariffs, I guess, in comparison, to make it like universal. And I guess my point is, if you sanction everybody, you technically are sanctioning just yourself. If you tariff everybody, you technically are just tariffing yourself. You know? Do you see what I mean? America has caused a secondary market to organically develop as a direct consequence of SWIFT, and not only just SWIFT, but also these sanctions regime that they greatly beefed up from Barack Obama to Donald Trump 1 to Brandon and now Donald Trump 2. They've sanctioned the entire planet, basically. And now they're tariffing the rest. Sanctions for our enemies, the poorest countries in the global south, in order to keep them as poor as possible. And then tariffs for our allies. Okay, then you're just alone. That's it. That's the final process here. And it's very difficult. It's very difficult for these guys, these poor guys, to defend these decisions. Let's take a look at what Fox and Friends had to say about this, you know?
But Moody's comes out and they said that an escalation of the trade war could wipe out 5.5 million jobs and lift unemployment to 7%, and GDP could drop 1.7%. That's if people don't come off it, and Moody's is not for it. But the tariffs will apply, will bring a lot of money in on just the tariff goods. And let's see, the ultimate goal is to bring manufacturing back here. Right. Ro Khanna doesn't think it's going to...
Nothing wrong with tariffs. I'm going to live an exciting life as a smuggler. Now is the age of sail. That's right. The world has yielded tremendous bounty for me. I am a pirate.
Bring manufacturing.
Well, Brian, that is the dream. Keep in mind, this is a gigantic experiment like we've never seen before. You know, on paper, it looks great to the president and his team, who are talking about it would be great to bring jobs back to the United States. But keep in mind, people have got to come over here and build factories, and that takes years. And there's a lot of uncertainty on Wall Street and also in the business community about, okay, this new round of tariffs, how long is it going to last? Are they going to last 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? They've got to be able to plan, and that's why the stock market has been all over the place. That's right. And you know, Jackie,
Oh man, it's just hard. You know, our brave, bold, beautiful president, who always is the best thinker, has the best interests of the wealthy in mind, I promise, and the working class in mind. He's doing his very best. But the problem is, you know, even when he's doing his very best, the market simply doesn't understand. You know, the market moves. The market thinks in decades. Donald Trump thinks in centuries, and that's the problem. And you know, growing pains. It's just growing pains.
Just thinking about that. The president's calling it Liberation Day, but maybe we should call it Libation Day, because, you know, Wall Street's all over the place. They might start hitting the soil.
No, that's good. That's good. It's a good thing, right? It's good when market volatility famously is a good thing, right? That's what capital owners love, especially when it's so volatile that you can't even you can't even make like discernible good stock trading decisions.
Us at 4 o'clock when they finally unveiled this thing. I was
maybe even sooner.
Yeah, that's right. I was reading this morning that apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal, some people in the business community and on Wall Street are still banking on the idea that the White House might actually pull back on the tariffs if something bad happens to the economy. And I know Goldman Sachs.
I love this, dude. Everyone is just like, all of America's wealthiest capital owners are sitting around biting their nails at the whims of seemingly a madman. It's awesome. Oh, he's not serious, you guys. He was just memeing. He was just joking. I think, right? Right? You're joking, right? It's hard. It's hard for me not to look at this and laugh a little bit. I mean, it's sad because, as I've said time and time again, in the stock market, the gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. So when the stock market is up, you're not going to feel it. But when it's down, you certainly will feel it, right? And it is down, or it's been down for sure. So I have chatters talking about how like their 401ks are just like getting gutted in the process. My crypto bros cope by saying volatility is vitality. I am seeing a lot of crypto bros saying the exact opposite because the crypto markets are crashing too. Like universities and law firms, CEOs stay quiet amid fear of getting crossed with Trump. As trillions in new tariffs come out, some see little upside in objecting even privately. What good would it do if they said anything, said Mark Cuban. I've seen a lot of them saying it's a good thing because there's a fire sale. Yeah, they're stupid. I mean, they're in crypto anyway, so they're stupid regardless. The crypto bros cope is that this will crash the dollar and everyone will move to crypto is the dumbest argument that anyone could ever make. Because at the end of the day, one, you're living in America. If the dollar crashes, the entire global marketplace collapses. What are you talking about? And it will also crash crypto as it is doing currently. So what the fuck are you talking about? Everything is tied to the dollar. People are so dumb. What? This is a thing that I will never understand as well. Like Trump makes like these little schemes and grifts on the side for cryptocurrency millionaires and whatever. And that's one thing. But why in the ever-loving fuck would an American leadership destroy the global petrodollar, the global currency, which is perhaps the most significant factor in America's global dominance? Why would they do that? Baba biraz sesini kız. Çok bağırıyor. Baba. Peki. Bitcoin is up 80. Bitcoin is at 86K and is up today. Wait, are you anti-Bitcoin? Bitcoin is literally up today. Yes, I'm anti-cryptocurrency. I've always been anti-cryptocurrency. I will continue being anti-cryptocurrency. Welcome to the broadcast. I am anti-cryptocurrency. I hope that's not offensive to you.
Sachs is predicting now with the tariffs, there's a 35% chance of a recession.
That has been put out there.
Oh my God. Why do I have so many? BTC still up 85K. What are you talking about? We've been hearing the haters on BTC for over a decade now, but what is the value at now? He doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh my God. Have fun, dude. Have fun. Okay? You're going to the moon. You're going to the moon, dude.
I think also the impact of a recession on other countries would be more difficult. For instance, with Canada, it will be harder for them to pull out of a recession, which is a big concern for them.
BTC is literally down, was up 125K before Trump, so I don't know what these chatters are saying. No, that's just normal. That's normal, dude. You don't understand. That's normal. It's going to go to the moon again. It'll shoot back up. Yeah, the tulip prices have been increasing for a decade. No way they will go down. How the fuck are you a crypto leftist? I don't know. I don't know how that works, but honestly, more power to you guys, okay? More power to you guys. You understand? Have fun, you know? Make your money. Get your money up, not your funny up, crypto leftists, okay? It's great. Have fun. I don't care. I am long on Retardio and Dogshit 1, Dogshit 2, Dogshit 3. When it inevitably launches, I'm long on Hawk Tua coin. Just say you hate gambling. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, I don't even like the stock market. Why the fuck would I like cryptocurrency? Give me some more copium from the Republicans trying to talk about these tariffs, please. I need to see more copium from the Republicans trying to defend the tariff decisions. Thomas Friedman glazing China. I just saw the future. It was not in America. I had a choice the other day in Shanghai. Which Tomorrowland to visit? Should I check out the fake American design Tomorrowland in Shanghai Disneyland, or should I visit the real Tomorrowland, the massive new research center, roughly the size of 225 football fields, built by Chinese technology giant Huawei? I went to Huawei's. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're doing it. They're fucking doing it.
I just saw the future. Decades told me in Beijing. There was a time when people came to America to see the future, he said. Now they come here. I'd never seen anything like this Huawei campus. Built in just over 3 years, it consists of 104 individually designed buildings, with manicured lawns, connected by a Disney-like monorail, housing labs for up to 35,000 scientists, engineers, and other workers.
Huh? Okay. Amazing. One crop away from bankruptcy. Republican Senator Tom Tillis warns Trump tariffs will do irreparable damage to the farmers. Oh,
says
no.
There may be a little bit of pain before we get things right. Need to talk about farmers who are one crop away from bankruptcy. They don't have time, so we've got to be crisp on this implementation. Otherwise, we could do damage that's irreparable to farmers. Anyone who says there may be a little bit of
Yeah. No, it's good though. It's good. It's good. Listen, the Great Depression too. Many people are saying Trump is going to bring about the Great Depression too. I'm one of those people, but also simultaneously I think it's great. After all, it's in the name. It's not shitty depression too. It's Great Depression. Why can't we be great? Make America great again. Make America Great Depression again. Magda. No bailouts for... No tariff exemptions for American farmers. They voted for the tariffs when they voted for Trump. Oh, no. American farmers are pleading for exemptions from President Trump's tariffs. Republican members of Congress from farm states are working to deliver relief farmers want, but farmers do not deserve special treatment and should not get it, says David Frum. Oh, poverty builds character. I myself, of course, will not be experiencing the backlash from this, but for you, poverty will build character for you. Tariffs will indeed hurt farmers badly. Farms' costs will rise. Farm incomes will drop. Under Trump's tariffs, farmers will pay more for fertilizer. They will pay more for farm equipment. They will pay more for the fuel to ship their products to market. When foreign countries retaliate, raising their own tariff barriers, American farmers will lose export markets. Their domestic sales will come under pressure too. The 5D chess move was China throwing tariffs on Canada in retaliation, but also to bring to the table for oil. Let's see what let's see. Are you okay? Oh, I love this. I love Republicans when they try to like defend Donald Trump. This is one of my favorite songs that I love listening to. I don't listen to much music, but this right here is the tune, okay? This right here is the whistle tune that I tap into. This is my frequency. I want to hear what the Asmongold side is saying about the brilliant, brave, bold tariff agenda. Like how are the prominent Republican commentators, how are the prominent conservative commentators defending these decisions? I want to know.
With your constituents feeling more pressure and more pain when it comes to the economy as these tariffs are put in place, and then the retaliatory tariffs are also put in place. Are you okay with pain being on their shoulders for a while as this all gets worked out?
Nobody. It's just common sense. You develop an intricate network of global trade in an effort to benefit the American consumers, especially by way of capital owners charging super profits, making super profits for decades, only to undermine it with a indecipherable tariffs regime that will seemingly not even boost manufacturing, but its base is common sense. Everybody knows it's common sense. It's so common sense that capital owners don't understand it, and many parts of the left also don't understand it either, myself included. It's just common sense when only Donald Trump understands the decision making behind this initiative, which he will probably go back on, by the way. When the market starts screaming, when prices go up and people rise up in arms because their Twinkies are unaffordable, you know, the common sense position will be to go back on these decisions.
wants pain for their constituents. I don't want pain for the people of Florida.
But Donald Trump said there will be some pain and disruptions.
Hold on. But you are making an assumption without knowing the details.
I'm not making the assumption. Donald Trump himself said there was pain and disruption that was going to happen.
You're making an assumption. You are making an assumption, an economic assumption right now. Let's be very clear. The real pain economically has been the massive inflation coming from bloated overspending here in Washington, D.C.
This is so funny. Yeah. Washington, D.C. doing Trans Sesame Street in Iraq, which is not even a crumb in comparison to, like, you know, social safety net spending, obviously, which is an absolute necessity. That's really breaking the bank. Also, do not look at the Defense Department. Do not try to audit the Pentagon. Do not look at the Defense Department. It's the overspending by Washington that has done inflation. Yeah, we're bloated. We're bloated because we're doing too much gay stuff in Washington. That's where the inflation is coming from, and not corporate consolidation that my party, the Republicans, and also in many instances the Democrats too, have allowed, so that there's like 3 corporations that dominate every sector, and they can very quickly rise prices regardless of what the demand looks like and regardless of what the supply looks like. It's awesome. It's fantastic. What are you talking about?
That is the real pain that the American people have felt the last 4 years.
Are you okay?
Also, these initiatives will legitimately raise prices. They will raise prices.
All right, here we
this
go.
Makes
Liberation
no
Day.
sense.
President Trump is set to roll out a wave of tariffs to advance America First's economic agenda. It's going to rebalance trade. And the White House says they're going to go into effect immediately.
Lucas Thomason joins us live from Washington. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Lawrence, Ainsley, and friends. Today's what President Trump calls Liberation Day, when these new tariffs will be rolled out. Champions of free trade, going back to Adam Smith's invisible hand, don't believe they will work. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says they will.
They will be effective immediately. And the president has been teasing this for quite some time. They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades. We are focused on restoring the golden age of America and making America a manufacturing superpower.
Now, while details are not immediately clear, this is what we know ahead of President Trump's address this afternoon. The reciprocal tariffs could be less than what other countries charge the U.S. Rates may vary depending on country. The new tariffs could also apply to all countries, and sector-specific products such as steel and aluminum imports are already subject to a 25% tariff, and the car and auto parts import tariff are expected to begin today. The money will begin coming in tomorrow. And Goldman Sachs has raised the odds of a recession in the U.S. to 35%. White House trade advisor Peter Navarro says the new tariffs will bring in $6 trillion over the next decade, which is being called the largest peacetime tax hike in modern history, which will be paid for by the American consumer. Navarro said the auto tariffs alone will bring in $100 billion per year. And President Trump has acknowledged prices could rise, but said people are going to start buying American-made cars, guys.
Hey, Lucas, could we have last-minute deals, too? We saw Vietnam and Israel change their trade structure. We accepted that. Could the president be working the phones today, getting calls from other countries?
With President Trump, of course, he's known as a deal maker, guys. You saw what Israel did. They zeroed out their tariffs in the United States. Right. So perhaps we could have some last-minute deals.
Mm-hmm.
All it takes is a post on X.
There you go, indeed. And Lucas, did you say that one of those big investment firms says there's a 35% chance of a recession now?
I did, Steve. Goldman Sachs, they raised it up to 35%. It was like 15, 20% earlier because of the tariffs. We'll have to watch the markets for the opening bell.
Lots to talk about. Yeah. Lucas, thank you very much. He mentioned we got to watch the markets. Originally, this announcement was supposed to be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Rose Garden. But then they moved it back smartly because whatever is announced is going to impact the markets.
Smartly? Dog, if your announcement is supposed to impact the market in a negative fashion, that is an indefensible move that you are, of course, trying to defend. That's so funny. Dude, he's like, no, you don't understand. This is actually a brilliant move this is actually a brilliant move because the decision is dog shit. And therefore, it's good that they're doing it after the markets close. Okay, so what happens when the markets open tomorrow? Masterful gambit, sir. you will deliver a stay of execution for the markets for a total of what? Fucking 12 hours? Great. How do we think that pro-Trump gamers handle their consoles being more? Yeah. Nintendo Switch 2 costs $450. It costs $333 in Japan. For the Japanese-only console version, but for the multi-region, it's $467. Culture Crave misinformation? Wow, I'm surprised.
What Wall Street hopes is there is some clarity, because right now businesses, they can't plan because they don't know, is it going to be drips, drabs? They're going to announce something today, something else next week.
Yeah, I want to hear from the pro-Trump gamers when they have to pay like $100 for fucking Mario Kart. It's going to be awesome. That's what I want. That's what I want to know. Pro-Trump gamers, are you enjoying the show? I hope you have your popcorn, because he's not making titties larger in video games, but he is making it more expensive for you to see even the gay video games that you don't want to play. He went too far.
Worry is if they invest to build a factory here in the U.S., and then in a year or 2 or 3 or 4, free trade comes back, they get screwed by putting all that money back here.
All of this is because Trump wants free and fair trade. He doesn't want America to be taken advantage of, and we have under past administrations. He says not under my watch. You mentioned Vietnam. Vietnam has already cut duties on U.S. imports because of this. They've cut its tariffs, and LNG, they cut it down to 2% from 5%. Cars down to 32%. Originally was 45 to 64%. Ethanol, 5%. It was 10%. In India, they reduced tariffs on motorcycles and whiskeys. Mexico, they deployed those 10,000 troops to the border to help with the immigration problem. The EU is proposing.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is like, ironically, and this might come as a surprise to people, but like free trade doesn't necessarily mean it's free. Okay. And one formative principle in the United States of America has always been that we don't necessarily have to make products that people want to purchase. We can just use our domineering power around global trade to force countries to buy our shit. This is a part of the problem. And I've been saying this even with car manufacturing. If you want other countries to buy your cars, okay, make cars that they want to buy. Now, a big part of that is, of course, pricing, for sure, which tariffs would be able to, I guess, deal with if these countries were to reduce their tariffs for purchasing, reduce the tariffs, and then it's like cheaper in comparison. It just will never be able to compete with BYD, though, obviously. But also, there is another major issue. If the most popular car being manufactured in the United States of America by American manufacturers is a Ford F-150, which requires a commercial driver's license in other countries because it is a ginormous truck and it simply can't operate on European roads, for example, why the fuck would they buy that? They can't. It just doesn't make any sense. They're like, no, you're going to fucking like you're going to have a Ford F-150 and you're going to like it. You're going to buy it. Buy our cars now.
Lowering tariffs on car imports from 10% closer to the 2.5% that Donald Trump wants. Canada unveiled a $1.3 billion security plan for the U.S. and pledged to have this fentanyl czar. So those are some examples. But as far as investments are concerned, Johnson & Johnson investing $55 billion. We heard from Apple, $500 billion. SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, $100 billion. Hyundai, $20 billion in the U.S. Nissan, $661 million. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. So it's working. Those are investments. It might, in the short term, be a little painful for Americans, but overall, this is about being fair.
A lot of it has to do with this unplowed ground. We've never seen this before. These are 10 times as big as the tariffs the president had last time. They were so effective. Joe Biden left them all in place. Everyone said the sky was going to fall. It didn't. These are about the size of William McKinley's, where he raised taxes on imports 50% in the 1890s. And it is the template President Trump has went with. Steve, you mentioned about building factories here. And are we going to build a factory here and end up zeroing out the tariffs? I don't think it's ever not going to benefit under the Trump years any company from coming back to America, down to zero, or coming to America. Right. You know, that's one of the things they balanced out in the 80s. Everything was targeted when Donald Trump first came out and said, Japan's our problem, and cars, we're losing our leadership in cars. All of a sudden, Japan goes, what if I build Toyotas by you? What if I brought Honda there? And then we began to rebalance, and throughout most of the South, you got the Hyundai away from the unions, the Honda and
Apple in
Toyota.
Texas.
One person that continues to be a great messenger, not just for the Republicans.
Yeah, 1890, famously a really good time for the American economy. Please don't look at what happened after, okay? Famously, the period between 1890 and like 1920 is a time that Americans know as the glory days, okay? One of the best times for America. Famously, a real ushering in a second golden age. Don't look at what happened after. Even before 1890, there were market crashes basically every decade because there wasn't any welfare or financial system to stabilize things and support Americans. Yeah, it's really cool that Trump is also doing that. He's looking at all of the gains that were made, all of the initiatives that were taken in an effort to stabilize the American economy and saying, we should cut all of that and simultaneously bring it back to a stage where, you know, we have the golden age of the American economy. Deregulation, mass corporate consolidation. Wait, Chamath, what the fuck is he saying? Had an eye-opening dinner last night with two CEOs working to build an American supply chain for battery, CAM, and rare earths. These are two important drivers of electrification, robotics, EVs, etc. The difficulties beating China won't come down to tariffs, but mercantilism. The Chinese have 1-2 national champions for critical parts of the global economy. Then they subsidize these NCs, national champions, as necessary, dump product to impact spot price markets, and shape profitability with loans and grants that collectively make these national champions impossible to beat. So what should America do? Hard question without a simple answer. But one thing is obvious. We are not nearly as organized as China is to even be able to point a few national champions in critical areas. One example, the Department of Energy and DOD have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to try to do rare earth extraction from coal tailings at 100 ppm. Commercial companies can barely make profit at 6K to 60K ppm. What's the point of this? The money spent on coal tailings could have instead helped build domestic manufacturing and supply chains years ago, but the large capital allocation and meeting of the minds to make these decisions isn't happening. We need better organization and top-down capital allocation if we are to play this game. A centralization of the economy, if you will. Interesting. Like, we need, I mean, he's literally saying we need central planning to be able to compete with China. The skill and prowess exists in the U.S. and its allies, but Chinese mercantilism is a fierce and dynamic force that needs to be met head on with equally smart tactics and capital allocation by America. Wow. How did this happen? Why are so many pro-capitalist monsters running around talking like China glazers, you know? Tankies. What is happening? Why are these guys talking like they're a bunch of tankers? What the hell is this? I thought China was collapsing tomorrow. I watched so many YouTube videos, guys. I watched so many YouTube videos that said China is collapsing yesterday. China is collapsing tomorrow. China has already collapsed. They're lying about their numbers. What the hell is going on? The issue is that Chinese companies don't have to consistently post 10 to 20% growth like American companies. They are happy with 2% growth, which means they undercut every U.S. company. The U.S. will never do this, though, because those companies and shareholders are too greedy. What is going on? Is it because the U.S. aid dried up? No, that's not the reason. It's because people are... Look, you can only maintain a silly position for far too long. If it's hammering you in the head, if it's brutalizing you over and over again, you inevitably have to go, all right, we have to admit our mistakes here. Because you can manufacture consent as long as you want, but, you know, when your manufacturing is dried up and the situation is unmanageable and people's wallets are being hit in the process, you can't really just say, no, the shocks that you're experiencing are good, actually. People will riot. So, you know, something to consider. Meanwhile, IShowSpeed is in China farming millions and millions of likes. People are going, oh my God, China is amazing. Why did everybody lie? Why did everybody lie to me about China? Devastating time to be an anti-China guy. Real bad.
Republican Party, but for Donald Trump, knowing the Trump speak is Kellyanne Conway. I think this has become a patriotic message. You build here. This is for our workers here. It's a national security issue. We can't be getting our PPE. We saw what happened during the pandemic. We're getting all of this stuff from other countries. Kellyanne Conway explained what the president is trying to do.
President Trump is using tariffs to, one, raise revenues for this country, two, to recalibrate and make more reciprocal our trade imbalance with other countries. You listed all the ones which are egregious violations of any kind of common sense and fairness, Sean. And also, President Trump is trying to protect American sovereignty, American security, American manufacturing, American jobs, America herself. I think President Trump would tell a lot of these companies, if not countries, tariffs are not his choice, they're your choice. If you don't want these tariffs, then start building more factories here, expanding your facility capacity, investing more in American workers, American innovation.
Right, and that's what we've heard from the administration, and they're putting all their eggs in that basket.
Okay. Company builds an American manufacturing hub. Okay. Invests a lot of money. The goods that are necessary for industrial output are still coming from foreign nations. What do you do in that situation? It's still going to be more costly. This is the problem with the universal tariffs regime that Donald Trump is implementing. Okay? That's the issue. You say it sounds like extortion. Fine. Okay? Sure, I don't have an issue with extorting capital owners to force them to bring back manufacturing to the United States of America. I don't have an issue with that at all. It's a fantasy. It is hilarious that, like, it is hilarious to me that Donald Trump is doing some of the fantasies of the left as well here. Like, the notion that you can just, like, bully capital owners to bring back manufacturing to the United States of America. If he was successful in his implementation, that is literally what I would want, okay? That is what I would want. Donald Trump undermining U.S. aid. Donald Trump shutting down Voice of America. Like, what are we doing? Also, Andrew Tate favorabilities are at net 29 negative is so funny. Why is Andrew Tate being polled here? The MAGA communists are in control. Andrew Tate more popular than Chuck Schumer on this list, by the way. Trump is now at a -7. Nobody likes any of the main politicians in the country. The sales department in my factory job bragged about how everyone wants American made, and we're American made, so the tariffs will help us. Meanwhile, we get our steel from China and have customers in Canada. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. You have designed global trade to be a certain way for decades and decades, and then you choose to undermine it for no real discernible reason. I know Trump is about to be live, chat. Don't worry. We're going to go there. We're going to go there soon. Okay?
If it works, it will be fantastic, but it is a gigantic experiment. It sounds like right now the conventional wisdom is, rather than the little deals, the little side deals with everybody.
I want to die.
Okay, you do 2% on us. It will probably be a 20% universal tariff, which is across the board. If they implement that, which would be immediate, according to the White House, it would bring the effective U.S. tariff rate to almost 33%, which is the highest since 1872, which, Brian, you were talking about McKinley with the very high rates back then. 33% is a big number. And I know there are a lot of people who are on fixed incomes who are watching. You know, they're watching their 401k account go down. Let's just hope today's announcement brings some finality and some clarity, because right now they don't have that.
Right. I just the one thing about Trump I noticed is that when things are tense, he gets the calmest. So when they attack his family, is a little different. But you'll see ice in the veins through. He really feels as though this has been his vision since the 1990s. This is the World War II structure of trade. He wants to balance it out. And when you take these titanic plates and move them, there's going to be rumbling. People are going to get dislodged. But hopefully, they're going to get adhesed, and the foundation will be real strong. Some said, wait for the tax cuts. Wait for them to pass the one big, beautiful bill, then do this.
God, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous that Donald Trump gets to do all of this, and he's doing it in the wrong direction anyway. I'm sorry. I just have to be so honest about this. Like, he gets to do everything. He gets to break everything. He gets to break everything for no real reason. And you know, he's the only guy who's allowed to do this stuff. It makes me so goddamn jealous, dude. because like as someone whose politics are not represented in the mainstream, I imagine a world where like a anti-capitalist, like even a social democrat, FDR style New Deal Democrat, comes into office and is basically doing this some of the exact same things that Trump is doing, as a matter of fact, and like puts people like myself into positions of power. You know what I mean? Like it's hard for me not to. It's hard for me not to feel a little jealous. Almost in the same way that I looked at like January 6th, where there's only mobilization on the right, you know? Like Trump is able to move the country in a right-wing direction aggressively by force with seemingly the heavens mandate, even though everyone goes, what the fuck are you doing? He's able to bully capital owners. He's able to do whatever the fuck he wants. It's just, I don't know.
Buying ahead of that announcement from Trump.
I wish
the market's
Democrats,
still looking for clarity.
Like
We know the stock.
Democrats motivated by a real leftist ideology, an anti-capitalist ideology, would be half as successful as Donald Trump in the future. It makes me so sad.
The day a negotiating tactic, and that he would not allow them to have a severe drag on the economy, that if he were to see that happening, he would start to pull back on those tariffs. Those are a lot of ifs out there right now, Kana. So what we're seeing is people are betting that clarity will bring stability to the market, but we're not sure because we still have those retaliatory tariffs. Remember, these countries are going to have to answer back to whatever Trump puts out there today. We don't know what that's going to mean for corporate profits, what that's going to mean for the health of industries here in the U.S.
Right, we're seeing some overseas markets. It looks like they're coming together. We've heard from Mexico's president saying she doesn't want to do a tit for tat, but you're right. We don't really know how these other countries are going to retaliate. As you're watching the video here, again, we are awaiting the announcement from the president, and you can see everyone is gathered there in the Rose Garden. But Alexis, I think we just saw J.D. Vance. Oh, there he is. There's J.D. Vance shaking hands, glad handing some folks that are clearly there in support of the president. Alexis, can I ask you one other quick question here? There was some terminology that came across my desk today. Is that some investors consider what's happening right now in the market a bit of a clearing event. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely, Kana. So what happens is stocks are down so much. I mean, just take a look at this. The S&P 500, tied to lots of people's retirement funds, down 8% from the record high we saw back in February. The NASDAQ, which is home to many big tech companies like Meta, Amazon, Alphabet, down 14% since the high we saw back in February. When you have stocks that have been so richly valued come down so fast, it's just too good of an opportunity for a lot of institutional investors and just regular investors to pass up. So we're sort of seeing this clearing in the market right now where they're sort of, deciphering who may be the winners, if at all, from these tariffs. For Wall Street, from where they stand, a more targeted approach from the president would be the way to go because the pain would presumably be less spread out. It wouldn't affect all parts of our economy. So a lot depends on what we're going to hear in the next few minutes. But at least for today, investors felt that safe to come back into the market at these levels ahead of that announcement.
Interesting. All right, Alexis, thank you. And Catherine, as we're watching all of this play out here, we know that the president was meeting with his advisors, his so-called tariff team, if you will. And because we're so sparse on details, there was some reporting that even his closest advisors didn't know the specifics of this. But Catherine, in this moment leading up, I mean, who really has the president's ear right now?
Well, it's a good question because, as you know, there's multiple different advisors who Trump has been consulting on the tariffs. And
sorry, because we're going to send it to David Muir and the Powerhouse political team, Powerhouse for special coverage here.
Good afternoon, everyone. On the air for what will likely be another defining moment in President Trump's second term. Just moments from now, the president is expected to unveil his sweeping tariff plan, which has been raising economic anxiety here in the U.S. and around the world. You can see the president right there emerging in the Rose Garden. In what's designed today to be a major event at the White House, the president is expected to unveil these new tariffs targeting many of America's trade partners. The president's cabinet and Republican leaders are attending the event right there in the Rose Garden. The White House has said the new tariffs will take effect immediately. The administration has given no real indication about the scope of the tariffs before this moment, percentages or the countries being targeted. Just this morning, a senior administration official telling ABC News, quote, "It's still all very fluid." It's believed to be an aggressive plan here, which will include tariffs on some of America's closest allies.
Thank you very much.
Let's listen to the president.
Thank you. Nice crowd. What a good-looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both.
I want one of those like Groyper core videos of Trump talking about how there's gonna be so much winning. You will say, please, sir, no, not enough winning, as like, and then like HVAC business owners like crying.
Leaders have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago.
You don't hear about it any longer.
And you are now, but
where
you
is
don't
it?
Too often, and for many years
Where
and
is
decades
the
even,
dream
you didn't
they
hear
say?
too much
Hold on, I
about.
gotta see what Asma's chat is
Our
doing
country
here.
and its
We gotta
taxpayers
see
have
it.
been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen.
Base Trump. Pump Ethereum, please.
In a few moments, I will sign a historic
Do you want Trump to
executive order
liberate you? Yes, daddy,
instituting
daddy, no.
reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly.
Oh, yeah, the golden
We're pleased
age
to be
is
joined
upon
on
us.
this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank
They're
you
all,
very
they
much. Where are
believe
you,
it. They're
JD?
saying, hell yeah.
Well, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude,
Supercharged.
so it usually be sit right in
They-
front. He's
they think
gaining
it's
a
re-
lot
they
of
think it's
confidence,
happening.
Mike, isn't it? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, who's done an amazing job. And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members
The amazing is that half of his chat is European, which makes it even funnier. I know. They get fucked the worst out of this as well.
decades, the United States slashed our
Like, European groypers loving Donald Trump's initiatives is so funny to me. It just, like, destroys their economy.
outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries, and in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual
Where's
property,
Elon?
imposed
Where's Elon?
exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers, and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations. As a result of these colossal trade barriers, 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that, friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these
Every
other
word is
countries
a
at
lie.
all
Wait
for
a
this
minute.
calamity. I blame former
There's
presidents
anti-Trump
and past
people
leaders
in
who weren't doing
Asmigo's
their job.
audience.
They let it happen.
Why is he rambling about
And they let
VATs?
it
Does he
happen
even know
to
what a
an
VAT
extent that
tax
nobody
is?
can even believe.
Imagine
That's why,
supporting and
effective at
believing this
midnight,
idiot.
we will impose a
What is
25%
happening?
tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
Our words in the chat don't understand how economics work. Omega Law.
Thank you.
But tariffs and VAT
Brian,
are
I'd
paid by
like
the
to
end
have you come
consumer.
up here
What is
for a
happening?
second, okay? I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you, Mr. Thank you. It's a great honor to have you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for
Boo.
Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I
You're
ever
a
saw in
fucking
my
moron.
lifetime until Donald J. Trump came
You're a
along.
fucking idiot. You can wear all the labor
I have
union shit all you want. You voted for Ronald Reagan, you dumb fuck.
Plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized. And Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants.
These people are
There's
so
going to be new
stupid.
investment. There's going to be new plants built. And the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me. They're sitting right over here. We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too.
As far as tariffs and boosting American manufacturing goes, there is a validity for UAW to be in support of some of these tariffs. Okay? But saying like, oh, I love Ronald Reagan, like you're a fucking moron, okay? You're a moron.
Pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be
Isn't that
very
what Sean
happy.
Fain's position is? I don't think Sean Fain said he loves Ronald Reagan. I think you're talking about Sean O'Brien who said that, and he was wrong to say that. I don't think Sean Fain was like, I love Ronald Reagan. Are you insane?
Day in, day out, you're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers.
UAW's position on the tariffs are that it will be beneficial for American manufacturing. Yes.
Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves and you got to, this is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years. And we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans, and they're wonderful people and wonderful everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend, charges us 700%. But that's because they don't want us selling rice and other things. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and you did a fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are
10%
charging.
10% across the board tariff on all imports.
300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem
he meant
anymore. But we're not going to have it very much longer.
I don't think he meant
will tell you. But
1789.
they collected
He
so
meant
much money.
1880.
They actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government.
Historically,
then in
period of global
1929,
connectivity
it all
and trade,
came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay, and then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first, and I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, it was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think
Has he
about
announced that
putting a
income
map
tax would be
up and
abolished?
putting tax on it. You
I
wouldn't
mean,
have
he
enough
did
room.
say it was bad.
90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries. We didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks, Howard. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers.
He loves this.
67%,
He loves his visual
I think you can,
aids.
for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset?
In smaller font,
They will
including
be because
currency
we never charge
manipulation.
anybody anything. But now we're going to
Including
charge.
currency manipulation and trade barriers. So funny.
Very tough, very, very tough trade.
You can just put any number you want on there once you add those.
European Union, very friendly.
Once
They
you
rip us
add
off.
that
So
as a
sad to
reasoning,
see. It's so
everything is a
pathetic.
tariff.
39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it.
We had all
now
of
we
it.
have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in.
Taiwan.
We're going to end up with
Taiwan getting
almost
slapped with
40%. Lee
fat
Zeldin's
tariffs.
working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the
Amazing.
world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan.
He's out of his mind.
Very, very tough. Great people.
Hey, yo!
And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would
The
charge us
stock market is
46%.
immediately
And much
tanking?
higher for certain items like cars.
I mean, look,
little
he
items like
expertly
cars.
is doing this after
46%,
in after
we're
hours.
charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The prime minister just left. And he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine,
I can't
but
see this.
you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe. But they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He
loves Shinzo.
Unfortunately, taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo,
if only Shinzo
we
could
have
see
to do
me
something.
now.
Trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better
third
deal.
world
but
again.
frankly, there were many years left on the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something.
Tariffs are a tax on our own
If you
citizens,
look
by the
at
way. Pepe
Switzerland,
laugh.
61% to 31%.
Will tariffs on
Indonesia,
Japan affect Western
Malaysia,
video game
Cambodia.
prices?
Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%.
Guess when he
And
brought
they've got
out the
some
chart?
bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying
What do you
them
mean?
billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot, Art. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing, all right?
He's doing a great job.
I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving it to the auto workers.
I caught it. I caught it, Mr. President. Oh.
Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it. That's it.
Hell yeah.
They
Make the
deserve it
treat
more than our
Lorette
cabinet.
scream, Mr. President.
Our cabinet has plenty of hats. But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart?
Let me see where this was made.
That'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating.
It doesn't say where this hat was made, Mr. President.
And we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate.
It's got an American
because the money
flag
is so
on it, though.
enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of the enormity.
Doesn't have a
there are
tag
lot
on
of
it.
bad things
Don't know
happen.
where it was
The
made, but I
people
think
that
I
do the
can
check-in and,
suspect.
they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. We're right now the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept. To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them. My answer is very simple. If they complain, if you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs. I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward. And Brian, it's going to happen even faster than you said. You know, you might say, but it's already started. It's already started. Work's already begun on plants all around the country. And you see that as before. These are big, rich companies. We have $61 billion started on a big
2%
plant
stock
going
market
up.
crash
It's going to
in
be
45
announced over the
seconds.
next 2 days, and they already started work. Many of these
Stock
biggest,
market futures
biggest
just
companies
crashed
in the world,
2% in
they've
45
committed to
seconds.
build. We're going to build, sir. And they came here to see me, and wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We got to stop that. We got to stop the Houthis, which we're making tremendous. They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. And this is a company that built its factories and its plants in China. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to build their plants here. SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC, the biggest, most important company in the world of chips from Taiwan, with no investment from us, is investing $200 billion. And they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan, a couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it, we had 100%. We lost it because of people in that office that didn't do their job. They allowed it to be stolen from us. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. Wow. DeMac is investing $20 billion. CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck and Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors,
These
GE
guys are so
Aerospace,
dumb.
Honda,
They're like,
Nissan, Hyundai
they
are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%.
In between them talking about
And
me
we
being
have never
envious
had-
of
we've
higher
never
view
had-
counts
and
for
this is after
Asmongold,
2.5
the
months.
dumbasses are
This
talking
is
about
not-
how it's going to
this is
lower the
after just a
prices
short-
of
this all took
fucking
place
chips and
out
GPUs.
with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television. He used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile
so
person,
dumb.
and he said, you know, because they're asking people, they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing, especially when they see all this investment.
What are you liberated?
They said, so
what
tell
are you
me,
being
what do you
liberated
think
from
of
today? Your wallets.
Trump is doing
the
from the
remaining money in your
automobile
wallets.
standpoint?
That's
He
what
said-
you're being liberated from.
I can't believe it. Somebody is finally, he's an older guy, real pro, really top guy, with Lee Iacocca. He said, I never thought I'd see the day when this would happen. where somebody had the courage to go and do what has to be done. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item that's built. We're going to become an industrial powerhouse. And he said that so beautifully today. In fact, I'm going to find out, I'm going to get a tape. And Bruce, I'm going to get that tape and I'm going to send it to you out in Long Island, and you're going to play it for the people. And all your union workers and your non-union workers out there, you got a pretty even split. But we have, so far, it looks like we're going to have about $6 trillion of investments, and you wouldn't do that in years.
Jeff Stein
in
tagging
this
Get
country over the
Fiscal.
last
Don
number
Hughes
of
is
years.
so funny.
$6 trillion.
17%
and that's
on
going to be
Israel
much higher
is
by the end of the
hilarious.
year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a small percentage of that under this other system. We're going to be an
Dude,
entirely
if Wall
different
Street,
country.
maybe BlackRock did actually hire Thomas Crooks, dude. Maybe Wall Street did hire Thomas Crooks. Thinking about the impact this is going to have on the American economy, perhaps they did know, and they were like, we have to cut it out immediately.
Executives and presidents of big public companies, and to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have. They gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before, with jobs and money to follow, and it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests and the fake news. Always, fake news will always complain. But never forget, every prediction our opponents made about trade for the last 30 years has been proven totally wrong. They were wrong about NAFTA. They were wrong about China. They were wrong about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate
After
that,
hours
United
trading,
Auto
the
Workers,
market
you would
is
have had
currently
no
being driven by
jobs in this country. You would have had no
fear.
jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President Xi of China, great respect for China, but they were taking tremendous advantage of us, and I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay. But, they understand exactly what's happening, and they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something, but, and they're going to fight, and they're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. It's like, I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term 88%, with NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever had in any term in office, by far. And I think we're going to blow that away. And maybe the numbers won't show, but I think they're going to show much better than even those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity, that empty, dead sites, factories that are falling down. Those factories will be knocked down, and they're going to have brand new factories built in their place. They're not only talking about renovating, they're talking about brand new, the best anywhere in the world, the biggest anywhere in the world. I have a friend who builds car plants, and I said, I want to see the biggest and the best. He said, well, we have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see it in the United States. He said, we're not building them in there. This is a year and a half ago during the campaign. He said, we're not building it. You'd have to go to Mexico. When I was starting to decide to run, and I went to number one in the polls very rapidly, I want to say, like, let's say in the first hour, and then shortly thereafter, it looked like I was going to win, and the fake news was saying, oh, no, don't do this. What they don't know is if I didn't win, they would have really been in trouble, because nobody wants to read them anyway. But I tell you what, when it looked like I was going to win, I announced that I was going to be doing exactly what we're talking about today. Great consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for 40 years.
What do you say?
Because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and that people would say I'd be on a television show, I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries, but nothing really changes. But it's why it's such an honor. It's such an honor to be finally able to do this. If you look at China, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my term hundreds of billions. They never paid 10 cents to any other president, and yet they paid hundreds of billions, so much so that Biden couldn't do anything. They wanted to try and terminate it because he had a very special relationship
I'm
with
in
China.
private equity. We just
You know
passed
what the
correction territory and are
relationship
now
was?
strongly in
He had a
recession
special
territory in the
rela-
market.
But the numbers were so big.
What do you mean,
The
dude?
number-
What recession? He's building factories tomorrow. It takes only a couple weeks, dude. And then to hire all of the labor after also gutting half of the labor force in the country with these insane decisions of, instead of documenting them, enforcing this rigid immigration agenda. I'm sure things will be
It's a very
fine.
bad election. A lot of bad things happened. So
It takes like what, a couple days to build a factory and then hire and train a competent labor force? What do you mean? It's fine.
monumental win.
It's fine.
It was such an honor to see so many of you, like Brian and your friends.
Also to build the factory, you do need a workforce to begin with. So it's good. It's good that we have that
Because
workforce.
this will be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about it. The critics made the very tired predictions earlier this year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years. And the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks. And the first week, I got blamed for eggs. I said, I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250% and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy. And I said, I just got here. And then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job. Brooke Rollins, she did a fantastic job. And as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you very much, Brooke. You did great. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it in the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof, and I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot. And energy costs now are down, groceries are down, gasoline is way under $3, and people are beginning to be able to buy things and live again. We brought prices way down. We created 10,000 already in a few weeks, new manufacturing jobs, and it was that took place in 1 month, numbers that they haven't seen in a long time. We had virtually no inflation under my term. We had virtually no inflation for 4 years. But after transitioning over to Sleepy Joe, it went from almost non-existent to the highest in the history of our country. They're the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open
We're
borders?
putting a tariff on cum.
Where the
you will never
it's so
be able to
sad
jerk
see
off
even
ever
now,
again.
And I see
No more coming.
You have done. Stand up, please, Christy.
Last term, I had a pandemic. Now you're gonna have a pandemic.
These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Tren de Aragua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that want
You're gonna say, please, sir, I
want
want
them
to
go out.
come.
They want them to even be brought
I'm gonna
back.
tell
Let's
you,
bring them
no
back.
more coming.
You've
You
done a
will never
fantastic
come
job,
again.
And please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had, even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border. 4 years ago, we had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want them to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune.
Uh-oh.
And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits, and the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country was heading for a collapse.
Amazing.
Under
So
the people
mass
that you saw.
So
They
complete
were
fucking
horrible.
tax cuts.
I think one of the reasons
and then a
people
mass
like the
sales
job. I had my
tax.
highest
The dream.
approval ratings because
The
I
dream
think
of the
they're comparing
Republican
me to
Project finally
the worst
realized.
administration in the history of our country. So I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic.
No
by the
more
way.
progressive taxation. I hate
But they've been working
progress. I hate
tirelessly
progressive
on
taxes.
taking the next step to pass the
Only
plan
regressive,
for our
folks.
one big beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can. One big I made that statement
must
about
make
6
the
months ago, and
working
everybody
poor
calls it one big
scream.
beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is, and it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car only in America, we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction, and that's a big thing. It's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago. It never did, and I'm very happy it didn't, because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed, and I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike, and it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate. And congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that. It's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. John, thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators over there. Oh, boy, that's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group, and Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan has my complete and total support, and the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip, and as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back. They're all coming back to our country because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. We're approaching our 100th day as president and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news. Can you believe it? which in this case,
Oh
hopefully
yeah, they'll
isn't
definitely be
fake,
giving you credit
for
for
having
this.
done more in that time than
They'll
any other
definitely be crediting you for what's going on
in the
now.
history of our
Trust
country
me.
in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people a day, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that, 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712. They say they're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated, and they're not from our country, but they're from other countries.
Yeah,
but
I'm
they're
noticing a lack of
human beings.
Elon
They're
being
from Russia,
mentioned in
they're
this
from
speech.
Ukraine in this period.
You guys notice
most
that
of
too?
them. And we're going to get it
I wonder what
stopped.
happened.
It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
So there you have it, President Trump in the Rose Garden at the White House on what he has dubbed Liberation Day when it comes to the economy. He has announced reciprocal tariffs against countries all over the world. He has said basically what we are going to do is reciprocal tariffs charge countries what they charge us to sell our products in their countries. And instead of charging them exactly what they charge us, in his words, and we have to take his numbers for what they are at this moment, that the U.S. will charge half as much as what other countries are doing.
Why
for
would
us.
you?
We gave,
Why would you take
a
his
litany of
word?
examples. He said China, and this is the number calculated by the White House. They charge 67% in tariffs on American goods and other charges. So the U.S. will now charge 34%. The EU, our allies, he says they rip us off. He says they charge about 39% in tariffs and other charges. We will charge them now about half that, 20%. It went down the list of a number of countries. He said Vietnam, our allies, he said, I like them, but they charge us 90%. We'll charge them about half that at about 40%.
Look, I will say this much, okay? The markets might be screaming at this moment, but ultimately, that's not the most reliable metric for seeing the damage that this will do. So they'll fucking rebound tomorrow. You know what I mean? But what's important to understand here is what will most likely happen to U.S. trade, and specifically the cost of goods. The cost of goods is going to go up a lot. A better indication of how you feel, a better indication of how you experience the economy will be inflation.
From here moving forward.
Well, the negotiation that could happen going forward is certainly on the table here. And he even sort of opened the door to that as he was talking to the audience there, saying we can have conversations with these foreign countries. But the big headline here is that this is based on the White House's math. But these are very high numbers. A 34% tariff on China, a 20% tariff on the EU, 26% on India, and that 10% minimum. That's not insignificant.
Let's go to Rachel Scott right there in the Rose Garden. Rachel, the temperature there in the garden. She's standing by for us momentarily. Mary Bruce is on the other side of the White House. Mary, as Rebecca says, these are historic tariffs not seen at this level at quick math here since the early 1900s. This would be an extraordinary shift, and we did not hear a lot from the president about any immediate impact on the American consumer, the customer who goes to the grocery store, the mall, the auto lot to buy a car. We didn't hear a lot of detail about what the initial impact could be here.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Look, the president is adamant that these tariffs are going to boost the U.S. economy, that it's going to spur a renaissance in American manufacturing. But economists have warned that that takes time, that it could be months or even years to boost production on American soil. And in the meantime, they say American consumers are going to bear the brunt of this, that costs are going to skyrocket. The president didn't touch on that in these lengthy remarks. Now, in the past, he has said that Americans should be braced for some short-term pain. The question is, how long is that pain going to last? And when pressed on that, in recent days, the White House has said simply that Americans need to trust the president and have faith, David.
Mary Bruce, right there at the White House, at the Rose Garden. Rachel Scott also standing by. Rachel, I understand you can hear me now. There you are, with the crowd there behind you. They liked what they were hearing. And of course, the question is how our allies will respond to this around the world, our friends around the world, with these extraordinarily high tariffs that the president says are long overdue. And again, what the initial impact, and when I say initial, this could be in many weeks, several months, if you will, because also economists say if you want to bring products back to America, it's going to take quite some time before that can get up and running.
Doug, how long do you think it would take to build a factory?
And even those who are here, steel workers, auto workers, they acknowledge that while they are supportive of the president's plan, that this is not going to be like a light switch on and off, that this could take time, months and years.
And even once you build the factory and you hire the workers and you train the workers, it's going to take a long time for them to even build the factory, to even get the workers and train the workers to build the factory to begin with. But even after that, there's a runway here that is tremendously long, much longer than the couple months that they're suggesting. Okay. But also on top of that, the fucking goods that they need, the materials that they need to do manufacturing that are coming from outside of the United States, the cost of that is going up too. It's so stupid.
BCNews.com. For many of you, your local news is standing by right here in the East. And of course, I'll be back here with the entire team for World News Tonight. I'm David Muir in New York. Good day.
Why the long face, David? Get it? Because he has a long face? Yeah. American Glorious Liberation Day. Liberating us from living in a treat-the-right nation where you at least could have goods.
Most of the party
affordability
is diving
for goods.
Headlong into this, squarely behind Donald Trump. It does show his clout in the Republican Party to change free traders into pro-tariff Republican senators.
It has been Democrats who.
I think it's a warning sign because we have 18 special elections in this year so far, and 17 out of the 18 Democrats have won because they do not believe, the American people do not believe that he's doing enough to lower costs. So if costs go up, it's a big red flag for Republicans because I'm not sure they can come back from it.
And it sounds like they are, in fact, going to go up in the short term. We'll see about the long term. Jake Tapper standing by for the lead. Starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Tariffs on Russia? What kind of trade do we have
Welcome
with
to
Russia
the lead,
at
and
this
I
point?
am Jake Tapper. Our breaking news just moments ago. President Trump officially announcing widespread, what he calls reciprocal tariffs, at least 10% on practically all goods coming into the United States, plus higher rates on dozens of countries that have the highest trade deficits with the United States.
But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries who didn't want to do that.
I do like the sneaky move that they did where they added that in the fine print. They added this tiny thing where they're like, well, they're doing currency manipulation and other restrictions in trade, like making it seem as though there's, when you add that in the fine print, obviously it could be anything that they're talking about to make this calculation.
The world
it's not
economy
fucking
could end
tariffs.
up impacting every American in the short term and the long term, raising prices in the short term at a time when budgets are already stretched thin from years of inflation. President Trump says that the tariffs in the long run will create more jobs in the United States and revive certain manufacturing sectors and even entire regions by forcing companies to relocate their manufacturing to the United States, in some cases back to the United States. It is a gamble and it is risky. Some Republican lawmakers are not sold.
In the long run, we're all dead. Short run matters too.
Bro. I'm sorry, but the fucking liberal media is so cucked by Donald Trump. If Joe Brandon did something like this, they would be calling to assassinate him. Okay, but when it's Trump doing it, they're like, well, it's a risky gamble.
They're both
I fucking hate the media,
Let's go straight
dude. I
to
hate
the White
them
House
so
where we find
much.
Our own Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, walk us through the
Once again, I'm
details
jealous.
of the
Once
new
again, I'm
tariffs
jealous. I'm
that
jealous
President Trump
of
just
Trump's
announced.
riz. I'm jealous that he's able to fucking do this.
They just got it from President Trump as he made this announcement.
The market reaction after hours, I've never seen anything like this. This is worse than the worst case scenario in terms of what the market expected. CNBC reporting that the 10% baseline will go into effect on April 5th. The reciprocal tariffs will go into effect on April 9th. Canada and Mexico tariff stays at 25%. The White House is not looking for deals on this.
times higher than that as part of those reciprocal tariffs for what the White House and the president have determined are unfair trading practices, they say, against some of these closest U.S. allies that now will be paying much higher than that baseline rate. And just looking at this right off the bat, Jake, you see European Union, it is going to be a 20% reciprocal tariff. Taiwan, 32%. Vietnam, 46% reciprocal tariff. Japan is coming in at 24%. And India at 26%. Just to give you a small preview, Jake, into these tariffs that the White House is now going to be implementing. We've heard from senior officials about varying dates of when those tariffs will go into place. The president said immediately just now, in addition to that 25% tariff on all foreign-made cars. What you are seeing here are the most expansive tariffs that we have seen from President Trump, including from his first term. And as he noted here in the Rose Garden, this is something he's been talking about for decades and certainly did on the campaign trail this time around. But of course, the question is how other nations will respond to this and how the stock market will respond to this. The White House seemed to suggest earlier in a briefing with reporters that they have very little appetite for any kind of haggling with countries that are trying to reduce their tariffs in the lead up to this to try to get this to be lower. And also they issued a warning, Jake, to countries that have promised they will retaliate in response to these new tariffs from President Trump.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Look out for Caitlin in just a few hours on The Source. That's weeknights at 9 Eastern, only here on CNN. CNN's Daniel Dale, our fact checker, was closely listening to the president's remark to check out and suss out the facts there. Daniel, what President Trump had to say about Canadian dairy tariffs, is that accurate?
It was not even close to accurate, Jake. So President Trump said Canada treats the first little carton of milk that the U.S. exports as a low tariff product, but then after that, Canada applies massive tariffs in excess of 200%. It is not just the first little carton of milk that has low tariffs. In fact, under the USMCA deal that Trump himself negotiated, tens of thousands of metric tons per year of U.S. milk are treated as tariff-free by Canada. That is guaranteed tariff-free market access by Canada. And here's the key thing, Jake. The U.S. is not exporting even close to that tariff-free quota maximum, so none of those hefty Canadian tariffs above the quota level are actually being applied. And that was just one of the false claims he made, Jake. He also offered what I think is some pretty brazen alternative history, saying that the U.S. was at proportionally its wealthiest from 1789 to 1913. The U.S. is way wealthier today by any reasonable measure, including per capita income, living standards. And then he said that the U.S. would not have had the Great Depression had the U.S. stayed with tariffs. Well, there was a pretty infamous tariff in 1930, the Smoot-Hawley tariff, that is widely seen to have contributed to worsening that Great Depression. He also repeated his claim that the U.S. took in hundreds of billions of dollars that China paid because of tariffs he imposed in his first term. It is U.S. importers who made those tariff payments. Study after study has found that U.S. consumers and businesses ate the overwhelming majority of the costs of those tariffs. And so it is just not true that China was paying that money. He also falsely said that the U.S. had the highest inflation in its history under President Biden. Yes, of course, it was high. It was troubling, not even close to a record. And he said that gasoline is, quote, way under $3 now. It is true in some states, but the national average today, according to AAA, is about $3.24 per gallon, Jake.
Dude, if your logs have nothing in them, I'm going to
I'm just
eat
joking.
you.
That was a lot. Daniel Dale, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Let's bring in CNN's Phil Mattingly and Vanessa Yurkevich
you're right.
to talk
It's not
about the
possible to do
economies
within Trump's
and
first
the economic
presidency.
impacts of this all. Phil, so let's start with you. You have
rebuilding American manufacturing is not possible within the 4-year time frame that Trump will be president. But Trump won't be president for 4 years. He'll continue being president.
Impact the average American.
It's a middle ground of the
In his
maximal
mind.
approach that had been laid out, and I think options that had been presented to President Trump. What does that actually mean? That means this is more significant, more consequential, more grand on a scale when it comes to tariffs than anything we have seen in roughly 70 to 80 years. It is a complete reorientation of the global trading system as we've known it for the better part of the post-World War II era. The reciprocal tariffs did not go in full. The president saying he cut them in half, therefore it's not necessarily tariff for tariff.
But he was proposing a much bigger deal, even though this is a big deal.
Why do I seem so chill in the face of all this?
They are adding in non-tariff
What do
barriers,
you?
as they said
What
they
can
were
I
going to
do?
What they believe are restrictions that other
What
countries
can
put
I
that are
do,
not
or what can
tariff-based.
I
So
say?
the scale of them, country by country, for the 60-ish countries that they are actually
Like
putting them
I've
onto,
given up. You know what I mean? What do you want me to do? I have no.
At the campaign, he talked about having.
I have nothing to say or do in this process.
And then he talked about reciprocal tariffs. It was never
the
really
Trump glazers are going, yeah, this is base.
That's exactly what he did today. I think people need to understand. I'm actually, if you look at the markets right now in futures, I don't necessarily know that everybody's grasping, one, the scale of this,
right,
and two, just how serious his advisors.
I also do think that crisis like this presents an opportunity. So I don't know. Maybe this is the accelerant that destroys capitalism. This is the accelerant that inevitably brings about the contradictions to the forefront, making Americans realize that the volatility of their material circumstances are far too much to bear, and therefore they don't magically become revolutionary figures or whatever. That's not my assumption, but they realize that this harm is being caused by right-wing reactionary charlatans.
On all $3.3 trillion worth of goods coming into this country now, at least 10%. But as the president mentioned, there are higher tariffs on countries that he says are bad actors. Ultimately, though, he says he cut those tariffs in half, sort of to play more fair or to give these countries a break. But let's just take China, for example. Now, a 34% tariff on China. We get a lot of electronics from China. Vietnam, a 46% tariff on Vietnam now. We got a lot of shoes, appliances from there. Colombia, a 10% tariff. We get coffee from there. Bananas, we get bananas from Ecuador, Guatemala, Costa Rica. Now at least a 10% tariff there. And ultimately, we have these auto tariffs also coming tomorrow, a 25% tax on all foreign imports of cars. On a country like South Korea, for example, they are the country that has Hyundai, right? So they are going to experience a 25% tariff on autos, and now under this new reciprocal tariff plan, an additional 25% on all exports coming out of South Korea. So for any product that Americans import and buy from abroad, at least a 10% tariff. If you do not see a Made in America sticker or tag, you're going to be paying something. And for consumers, this is really important because it's going to hit everything from food to cars to appliances to pharmaceuticals. It's just so wide sweeping. As Phil mentioned, it could have been worse based on what we were hearing. But ultimately, if you think about anything that you consume and buy from abroad, you're likely going to see some sort of price increase in the near future.
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich and Phil Mattingly, thanks so much. Let's bring in former Biden senior economics aide, Gene Sperling. He left the administration to work with the Kamala Harris presidential campaign. Gene, are there any of the tariffs, any of the moves that President Trump announced today that you think could benefit the United States?
I think that in general, the focus on relocating manufacturing where it's going to be part of our economic future is one that was a major Biden message. I think the focus on using tariffs in strategic areas where we think either we've been treated unfairly or it's important to our future, like semiconductors, the CHIPS program, electric batteries. Those are so the overall message done right is one President Biden focused on. But what you see here is the fact that, you know, what might be a good, simplistic, historically rewritten speech in a campaign will ultimately turn out, come down to the effect on the economy. The expression, the devil's in the details. Well, here, the devil is in prices for consumers. The devil's in jobs. The devil's in uncertainty. And what we've seen so far, despite the Trump rhetoric, is that he was inheriting, he likes to say beautiful, a rather beautiful soft landing. People are expecting growth to be over 2%, inflation coming down towards 2%. He has set off an almost unprecedented amount of uncertainty at every level. Investor, major manufacturers, small businesses, and a dramatic increase in a loss of consumer confidence. In fact, the Conference Board, Jake, said that over the next 12 months, it's now the worst it's been in 12 years. That means worse than the pandemic. So remember the United Negro College Fund used to say, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Well, a soft landing is a terrible thing to waste, and so what's going to come down is what is the actual impact on prices. I think will be very negative for consumers. What will it be on actual the economy, the strength, manufacturing? I think we're already seeing the uncertainty is being harmful. That's going to be the ultimate measure.
So obviously, President Trump has a big picture goal here to bring jobs back to the United States as firms relocate here to avoid these tariffs, to make it cheaper to build in Arizona and Indiana than to build in Taiwan or China. Do you think that will happen?
Again,
he's talking about the UNCF,
a smart strategic way to do it. I think he should have built off the CHIPS program, built off the Biden's IRA. Those used not just sticks, but carrots. They were about incentivizing those locations in the areas like electric batteries, like semiconductors, more we could do on AI data centers, quantum computing, and also just making sure our steel and auto industries are being treated fairly. But I think he has three major blind spots. One is he has no sense of inputs. And I know that sounds like a complicated thing, but look at pickup trucks. Pickup trucks are maybe the favorite truck of many of Trump's supporters. A huge percentage of the parts that come in from other countries. Right. That makes them more affordable. So you heard the same thing from Mattel about making Barbie dolls. So he seems to forget that in order to not only produce things here, but produce them at an attractive price requires a more complicated view of trade. What I hear everywhere from big companies is they have almost a war room on supply. They are worried about supply constraints. They're worried about the prices. They are all worried about passing on the prices. And Jake, why am I here talking to you as a non-White House person? Well, it wasn't that we didn't have a strong economy. The U.S. had the strongest growth. It wasn't that we didn't have strong jobs. We had the strongest jobs of all time. I'm sitting here talking to you because people were unhappy about prices. And it's shocking to me that he seems to care so little about how much basic consumer prices, from avocados to vegetables to iPhones, are going to go up for people, and cars by thousands, maybe over $10,000.
It's pretty funny.
And I just feel like it's really a blind spot. It surprises me politically, as well as being questionable economically, and I don't think things are going to go well
funny
for him
that
at all with this proposal.
And I've said this time and time again, like, judging by the policies that he wanted to implement when he was running, I kept repeating the same things over and over again. Everything that he's doing is inflationary. Okay? Mass deportation is inflationary. You're eradicating the low-cost, second-class citizen, permanent underclass labor force without any mechanism of replacement. Now, obviously, I care about the humanity beyond, like, the impact of this on the economy. I care about the humanity first and foremost. But that is what precisely would lead to hyperinflation to begin with. Then also the fucking tariffs. Tariffs are an entry fee paid by the American manufacturers, paid by the American importers. This will increase the price of all goods. It's like slapping on a universal sales tax. Every single thing he's done so far has been inflationary. It is wild.
But to seem to not even care about people's 401ks. But I tell you, Jake, I've been talking to people all over the world, and what's troubling is not the stock market, but why the stock market's going down. It's going down because there is massive uncertainty, and it's at every level. And I learned this a long time ago when we went through the debt limit crisis in 2011. All you need for the economy to go weak is for everybody to pause at the same time, everybody to pause on their vacation, the discretionary spending, and building that next factory. And yeah, he'll be able to do, brags about places to come.
54% tariffs on China.
The proof of the pudding will be in the economy. And I think that he's headed for trouble. And I know what my Democratic peers are going to say, and they're going to have truth on their side. He is using this trade policy to actually raise taxes and prices on consumers at the same time he cuts their Medicaid and cuts taxes for well-off.
All right.
I don't think that's a good economic brew or a good political brew.
All right, Gene Sperling, thank you so much. And later in the program, we're going to get reaction from Republican Senator Jim Banks of Indiana. The White House today pushing back on reports that President Trump told his inner circle that Elon Musk will be stepping back soon.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I said he's going to defend Elon.
A political
but, like,
liability
not a lot.
for President Trump. We'll discuss that. And
what did I tell you? I said he's going to make a statement that's like kind of in defense of Elon, even though he's cutting him out. And that's precisely what has taken place today. But you said he hates losers? Wait, no, he does. This is it. I told you down to the messaging strategy. Trump, for Elon Musk is dead to Donald Trump going forward. The only time he will mention Elon Musk is like lightly to defend him. He will not mention him any longer. For Trump, Musk is a scapegoat and a liability, but for now he's still useful. Yeah. He'll put the heat on him and then he'll put the beat on him. He's a fucking loser. He's a political liability. He is not the attack dog that he wanted to present himself as, which is going to be the second thing I'm going to be talking about, which was, as of earlier, the most significant thing that I was supposed to talk about, which is the Wisconsin race. But I'm not done with the tariffs yet because it has been glorious. Smoking on the market pack has been a fantastic moment for me. J.D. Pondon, ladies and gentlemen, he is doing it. Permanent first world genocide. The Treatlerites will all suffer. The suburbs will scream bloody murder. We will disrupt America's global hegemonic trade status. That is right. Are you enjoying the show? Refill your popcorn. You'll love this next part, he said, except you can't refill your popcorn because it's more expensive now. That's right. Even popcorn is going to become more expensive. Just kidding. Corn is like the one thing that's heavily subsidized. So it's probably and made in the United States. That's why it's in every fucking food that we consume. So who knows? But yes, let's take a look once again. One big point amid all the headlines. I was texting with the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, senior Washington correspondent for the CNBC, and she confirms that the 34% tariff on China is on top of the previous 20%. So that means the rate on China will be 54% when the tariffs take effect. 54%. Trump to impose higher than expected tariffs. Markets drop. Live updates. Plan to impose steep tariffs on many countries, including 34% on China, except it's 54%. Just kidding. 20% on European Union, 46% on Vietnam, 32% on Taiwan. That'll never not be funny. 32% tariffs on Taiwan is a permanently funny thing to do. It is hilarious. It's like, it feels like he's doing that for Xi. I don't know what to say beyond, it seems like he's doing that for Xi specifically. Trump also signing an executive order to close the de minimis exemption from China. It's a small amount of goods compared to everything he put tariffs on today, but the de minimis imports from China are north of $20 billion. No more Temu, no more fucking goods being exempted because they're insanely fucking cheap. I'm serious. He's killing his own drop shippers, by the way. He is literally killing his drop shippers. That's what's going on. So respect. Breaking MAGA dad reaction. He's using our economic might as to wedge the equilibrate with other economies. Equilibrate? Yeah. I mean, your MAGA dad is just repeating what MAGA is saying. So that's all this is. Equilibrate is a real word, dumb shatter. Yeah, it's not. It's just not one I've ever used or encountered. Equilibrate? No, equilibrate? What? Shut up! All right, I'm never using that word, so it doesn't matter. CNBC said this is the worst of the worst case scenarios I covered earlier. CNBC anchor says the market reaction after hours, I've never seen anything like this. This is worse than the worst case scenario in terms of what the market expected. Laos getting hit with 48%, Madagascar with 47%, Vietnam with 46%, Sri Lanka 44%, Myanmar 44%, Bangladesh 37%, Morocco 10%, El Salvador 10%, Saudi Arabia 10%, Egypt 10%, Turkey 10%. My goats are thriving. Fun fact, the Boston Tea Party was a protest against a tariff. Yeah. You guys don't deserve South African wine anyway. Yeah, everything will get more expensive. Every single thing will get more expensive, for the record. Every single thing that you're purchasing will get more expensive as a consequence of this. That is if these are fully implemented. The reason why I say that is if these are fully implemented is because there is one thing that Trump cares about, and that is retaliation, okay? Being unpopular. If the market screams bloody murder and the people are promptly terrified of the price increases that are slated to happen, and they rise up in arms potentially, then Trump might back away from it. He is unstable. He's already went back and forth on this shit. He might just like delay the tariffs or whatever. So who knows? If he were to implement a stimulus check in this process, by the way, if he were to hit stimmies on this, I need you to understand something. If he were to also give stimmies on this is full Erdogan. No joke. If he were to expand the welfare state as a reaction to this, it would quite literally be the Erdogan initiative. Hyperinflation with a little bit of money that you're offering to the citizens in an effort to make sure that they don't die. European Commission President von der Leyen will deliver a statement at 5 a.m. Brussels time following U.S. tariff announcement. She doesn't speak in our name. Nice. Tesla Truth owner. Tesla owner in Europe says Ursula von der Leyen does not speak in our name. Yeah. Nintendo Switch 2 would originally be a Japanese import, which would have been 24%. But Nintendo just announced that they're moving productions to Vietnam to avoid tariffs. But Trump just announced a 46% tariff on Vietnam. Nobody's getting egg or Switch 2 sad. I think there are a lot worse things to worry about than being able to afford the Switch 2 with what might happen to the what might happen to the American economy. Because not to be too much of an Econ 101 Andy, but like when the cost of goods get higher and higher and people's purchasing power is diminished in the process, company profits go down, there's no movement, there's no growth. When there's no growth, there's layoffs, which cooks you even further. And then you sink further and further away with no way out of it. I'm no stonks freak, but the market charts seem kind of off, like they're not reporting accurately or something. What do you mean? I've said this over and over again. I've said this time and time again. Americans are treatlerites. Treats are the things that hold the treats are the things as the fabric that holds the society together. When jalapeno poppers are no longer $5, you're cooked. People will come out in droves. People come out in arms, dude. Americans are so hyper-focused on the cost of living that they voted for a guy who was saying, I'm going to actually lower the prices by deporting 20 million people. They didn't even care. That's why I kept making the argument that if Kamala Harris were to come out and be like, I'm going to assassinate the Walton family on television, and that is going to lower the price of bread, every American will be on board with it. Not because they love ceremonious extrajudicial assassinations of incredibly wealthy people or whatever, but only because they were like, all right, whatever it takes. That seems fine. And the greatest example that I pointed to was Kamala Harris being like, I'm going to do price caps. You claim you're smart, but you did not predict Taiwan tariff exposed. No, I covered it before. I just thought it was so stupid that it made no sense, that I genuinely didn't think he would do that, because he's mentioned it before. He floated Taiwan tariffs before, and we all thought it was a joke, because why would you tariff Taiwan? Swedish insurer Folksam diverts 160 million Tesla stake. Oh shit. Gamers are now mad that physical copies are now projected to be $90, digital to be $80 due to production costs, employee compensation, international asset, research consultation, business maintenance, ranging from food, employee benefits, janitorial to server costs. Yeah, no, price of wait till the fucking Asmongoldиans realize that games are going to be more expensive as well, with seemingly no fucking larger titties either, which is something that I think they care about. Stop equating food and having a living to fucking treats. It's not treats, it's our fucking food and jobs. No, they are fucking right, stupid. Stop equating food and having a living to treats. I mean, it's treats too. You have to understand, it's fucking treats as well. It's not just surviving, okay? When I say treats, I mean treats. I mean buying a television every other year that is like marginally a little bit better is a treat. That's a treat. And many Americans do that because that's one of the only places where they can spend their money on, because the important things that actually provide upward social mobility or some semblance of upward social mobility, like fucking college education, is impossible to purchase. Other things necessary for survival, like healthcare, is impossible. Healthcare has become a privilege in this country, a privilege that only privileged people have. That's a treat. Guns are treats, but guns are made in America, so they're fine. You can buy more guns, most likely. Stop trying to be the friend who's too woke about this. So our jobs are treats? Is that what I said? Did I at any point say that? Why is it that the earwax that you have stuck in your goddamn earlobe my issue? Why are you making it my issue? Why are you making it my problem? Why are you making it everybody else's problem? It's so fucking annoying. You're like, I didn't understand what you were saying, and I made up my own mind about what you were saying because I didn't actually fully comprehend what you were saying. And now I'm going to fucking freak out on you for a thing that you didn't say.
On that chart. Why is that?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, I imagine that has to do potentially because they're already in negotiations previously with the 25%. I'm not sure if you saw the initial market reaction.
I haven't.
So, equity futures slid on the news. You had talked about how we're in a detox period. Do you feel that we're still in that period, or are you starting to get a little bit concerned?
Well, the detox period has nothing to do with the tariffs. The detox period is off this incredible level of government spending that we've had, an unsustainable amount of fiscal stimulus. And look, that's got to stop. That's got to stop. So
this is what I mean.
Can we continue weaning ourselves off of that? And as we see private...
Do you understand? This is what sedates the masses, okay? This is what sedates the fucking masses. Do you understand? And this is an old ass, this is from 2016. It's even worse now. This is what I mean when I say treats. All that shit is relatively affordable, so you think, oh, I can go to a McDonald's. I can get a new household furnishing. I can get a new clothes because it's cheap. And it makes you feel like you are better off. And that is the very fabric that holds American society together. That's what I'm talking about. And the moment that that shit is also expensive because of these actions, the moment, and the reason why all that shit is not expensive, the reason why all that shit is inexpensive is because of free trade. The moment that these things also skyrocket in prices, you have nothing. You have nothing holding it together. You have nothing holding society together. You're like, this is what good is this? What good is this project if I can't get a fucking new iPad? What good is all this endless bloodshed in the third world? This is what I mean.
Narrow margin issued the reconciliation instructions, and then he also passed a clean continuing resolution on the Senate side.
Is there anything we can do to fight back against tariffs?
Attentive.
No, there's nothing you can do. You can't fight back against tariffs by subscribing for $6 before Twitch increases the price of subscription, or for free with a Twitch Prime before Twitch decides to eliminate Twitch Prime. That's what you can do. Just kidding. There's not really anything. There's nothing you could do. I guess leave the United States, but every other market will be impacted by this too. So there's really nothing you can do in general. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. I think Twitch lowered the price of gifted subs.
Interest was deductible, but now it's got to be only on American cars.
So how do you do all this at the same time that market participants, fiscal hawks, budget hawks in Congress are concerned about the deficit? How are you going to have this big reconciliation package?
Well, I think, as we've seen, there's a lot of room to cut spending. So I think, again, where Republicans have incredible unity is on the spending cuts, as we're seeing.
So when it comes to the timeline of all of this, I do notice that now reconciliation, it seems to be an agreement between the House and the Senate that they're willing to consider about raising...
Andrew episode month. Economists in Israel, economic officials in Israel are in complete shock over the Trump administration's decision to impose a 17% tariff on Israel. We are in shock. We were sure that the decision to completely cancel tariffs on imports from U.S. would prevent this move, but it didn't happen. Yeah, get fucked, dude. Get fucked. I mean, it's not enough. 17% is tiny, minuscule.
So that's when you plan to get this tax bill
done. They should have hit him with fucking 100%.
So if we could put both these stories together today, the president comes out with tariffs.
Trump is anti-Semitically imposing tariffs on Israel. Trump is anti-Semitically doing BDS. Who is going? Okay, Forward Magazine article. I'm imagining. Okay, Forward Magazine article. Title: Trump stood against boycott, divestments, and sanctions. Now he does the very same. Subtitle: Is Trump Hamas?
In the CBO scoring, so that will be something running in the background. And as the president said, we've taken in several $100 billion on the China tariffs, but those don't get scored.
Do you feel that you need to have enough revenue raised from these tariffs before this reconciliation package comes to play in Congress?
Well, I don't think we have to have the revenues raised. And look, you know, we're doing two things. Tariffs are going to raise revenues, and then we're also the stamping out waste, fraud, and abuse in the government and bringing down the expenses and spending. And we're not going to get credit for either of those with the CBO scoring. So you know, when your audience, when American people see these CBO scores, there could be the large, but there is a substantial amount of tariff income. There's a substantial amount of savings.
While all this is happening, consumer sentiment has definitely taken a bit of a dive. Expectations for inflation have gone up. Banks like Goldman are cutting their GDP forecast, saying potentially the Fed is going to have to cut rates, not the good kind of cuts, the kind of cuts because they're nervous about growth. How concerned are you that the timing of all this is going to be incredibly challenging because of how the American consumer, how corporate America is feeling at this moment?
Well, it tells me a couple of things. One, we got to get the tax bill done quickly, so because that's a confidence builder. And two, we're seeing sentiment surveys from the American people, but we haven't actually seen them take action. If the households actually thought that there were going to be inflation, if their real inflation expectations had increased, what would they be doing? They'd be hoarding goods, and they would be demanding wage increases, and neither one of those has happened yet.
So at the moment, you're not concerned about some of the soft data we're seeing?
No, I see nothing, and one of the great things, many great things about being a Treasury is we have lots of business people come through, and everything we're seeing in the economy is still very solid.
And executives haven't voiced any of these concerns onto you?
No, there's some idiosyncratic things, but in terms of the expectations actually turning into hard data, none of them have seen it yet.
Now that you're working on the tax bill, and of course tariffs at the moment are out of the way, what else is on the agenda for you for the rest of the year?
Well, we have the Ukraine deal that's coming up. We've gone to maximum pressure on Iran, so a big part of Treasury is national security. And then we are doing a big push on deregulating in a smart, safe, and sound way the regulated financial institutions, which is going to allow for the private sector, not the government sector, to grow.
When it comes to international, where are you with Iran, Ukraine and the mineral deal?
I believe we may have a team from Ukraine coming over as soon as the end of this week or the beginning of next week. Ukrainians have, I believe that they've hired counsel. And what we did was after the incident in the White House on, I believe it was February 28th, we were going to sign a 4-page deal that was parameters of understanding. And at Treasury, we took the opportunity to move forward to the big deal. So this is the exact same deal that would have resulted from the 4-page signature deal. So we've just fast forwarded, and we didn't want to lose any time because we believe this deal is so important for the American people, for the Ukrainian people, and for the peace process.
So it sounds like in the next 2 weeks you're going to have this deal.
You know what's funny is coming is the only thing you will have soon.
When it comes to Iran,
okay,
since you mentioned
the
that,
only
I know you're gonna
tariff-free
focus a lot on
action
international
you'll be able to do is
now the
basically
tariffs are done
sit
and you
there
have the tax deals
and
underway.
masturbate.
When it comes to Iran, do you think we could see secondary tariffs, secondary sanctions?
Well, we've already seen sanctions. For the first time, U.S. Treasury sanctioned a so-called teapot refinery, which is a private sector refinery in China, and they are the buyers of the Iranian oil, and we could see more of that.
Wow, interesting. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, you've been very generous with your time today. We really appreciate it here at Bloomberg TV. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Joe Cayley, of course, that was the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The sense I got from him is when it comes to these tariffs, it is a ceiling, it is a cap. Says to me that this administration is willing to negotiate with trading partners.
All right, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern live at the White House with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Thank you so much. And of course, we did hear from President Trump the suggestion that if countries would like to see exemptions, they're going to have to lower their rates or terminate their tariffs, to use the word of the president. We'll have much more on this shortly and get some political analysis from our panel this evening. Still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Isn't it funny that Trump tariffed Israel but not Russia? Bro, what kind of trade do we have with Russia? 2.1 trillion wiped from the stock market, and Trump wants to raise 700 billion in these tariffs. This is going to be so stupid. Help, I'm in a do not come state. There's no such thing. Brave warriors, you will always be able to come. They will never be able to stop your revolutionary optimism. They will never be able to stop your power, your prowess. Your sexual prowess will be the only weapon you wield against all of these tariffs. After all, at the end of the day, even if you do not have materials to consume, we still have our imagination. And until they put a tariff on imagination, you will still be able to come, and you'll be coming so hard. You'll say, please, Mr. President, I don't want to come no more. I'm going to come. Oh, man, what a day. What a day. Canada and Mexico, targets of Trump's previous rounds of tariffs, and are the United States' top trading partners were not mentioned for additional tariffs in the president's charts in a detailed country-by-country documents handed out to reporters in the Rose Garden. If Canada and Mexico are left out of the country-specific tariffs announced by Trump today, and it looks that way, this will be a significant capitulation, even as both nations continue to face tariffs plus sectoral tariffs such as on steel and aluminum as well as on autos. The majority of the nations listed for reciprocal tariffs on the documents distributed to reporters are developing economies. They will include world's poorest nations, South Sudan, Burundi, and Central African Republic, as well as countries in the throes of war, e.g. Sudan. This is the shit you should get banned for. If you don't come, China has won. That's what the best they're saying. Yeah. Russia and Belarus are the only former Soviet states not included in Donald Trump's sweeping new reciprocal tariffs. Ukraine faces a 10% tariff, EU 20%, China 34%. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how. What is this? Genetically engineered cat girls are possible, scientists say, but we like funding. Is this still coming, Elon Musk? Of course. Yeah, this is before he got comstered. Correction, Russia is not the only country subjected to tariffs. I regret not subject to tariffs. North Korea is also exempted. U.S. trade with North Korea is heavily embargoed, but it's not zero. Iran, also subject to heavy embargoes, is on Trump's tariff list at 10%. Quick clip from Chomsky on treats.
Is to maximize profit and market share. And they also have a goal for their target, namely the population. They have to be turned into completely mindless consumers of goods that they do not want. You have to develop what are called created wants. So you have to create wants. You have to impose on people what's called a philosophy of futility. You have to focus them on the insignificant things of life, like fashionable consumption. I'm just basically quoting business literature, and it makes perfect sense. The ideal is to have individuals who are totally dissociated from one another, whose conception of themselves, the sense of value, is just
Agent
how
47.
many created wants can I satisfy? We have huge industries, public relations industry is a monstrous industry, advertising and so on, which are designed from infancy to try to mold people into this desired pattern.
The aforementioned treats getting hit. Oh, I already talked about Vietnam, yes. The U.S. will tariff products from Vietnam at a 46% rate, could heavily impact Switch 2 pricing, possibly globally. Nintendo shifted Switch 2 production from China to Vietnam, Cambodia to avoid tariffs. Others include 34% tariffs on China, 49% on Cambodia, 24% on Japan, 20% on the EU, and more. It's like Donald Trump heard. It's like if Donald Trump heard Nintendo's announcement this morning and was like, I'm going to give a much larger tariff to Nintendo. Everything is Tesla. Everything computer. No Nintendo. You thought you could bring the Switch 2 to a different market. Well, guess what? that market will be hit by tariffs too. Anyway, everything is Tesla. Everything is Nintendo. Apparel stocks getting hit. Yeah, clothing will take forever to reshore. Yeah, so, I mean, here's what Ryan Grimm is saying, right? And this is correct. North America could genuinely be self-sufficient, though it might take us like 10 years to get there. It would be a brutal transition, but it would be a good thing in the end. Hard to see the U.S. do it solo without a huge collapse in standard of living. But anyway, Trump seems to expect us to do it in a few days. Good luck to us. Like, every country has no country can be fully self-sufficient, okay? I don't know why Ryan Grimm is a Jushaist, okay? Ryan Grimm is upholding the immortal science of Marxist-Leninist Jushaism, which I don't agree with. I don't even think it's necessarily a good thing to be entirely self-sufficient. I think it's fine to offshore certain products, or there's obviously not, like, what do you do with rubber? You know what I mean? What are you supposed to do? Invent it? And this is why he says North America and not the United States of America, because he's talking about Mexico and Canada as well. But even then, I think ultimately, there is not all matter of international trade is bad. But in the short term, I don't think Americans that only care about treats and the cost of living in general will allow this kind of market shock to go on without severe repercussions. Because, as I've said, it's the only thing that holds the American society together, okay? The only thing that holds American society together is the fact that the labor aristocracy still benefits from the uneven exchange from the global South, where no matter how low prices get, there's a lot of shit that you can purchase that make you feel like you're in a better position overall. When you can't purchase those things now, all of a sudden you're going to be like, what's the entire project for? What are we doing? America only cares about the short term, so this it makes sense. This will piss them off. There's also the other side of this, which is how are we certain that this will boost domestic manufacturing? Not even in a short time frame, but in any time frame whatsoever. And how will that be beneficial? How will that be beneficial for American labor in general? Because let's say you bring back manufacturing, but now Americans are in an infinitely shittier position overall, and they're desperate to take on any job whatsoever. There's no curbing back on a lot of the big ticket items that Americans must purchase for upward social mobility, or services that they must hire for upward social mobility, or healthcare, right? Or housing, shelter. If you don't fix any of those problems and you bring back manufacturing, people are in an incredibly desperate predicament where they'll go and work at these factories with diminished labor protections, with diminished worker protections. They still can't afford the treats that they want to afford. They're in a worse position overall. It's unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable, both in the short term and in the long term, especially when, so stupid, especially without trying to find a solution to the cost of living crisis for all of the important necessities, all the important things that you need, goods and services that you need for survival, upward social mobility, and things like that. And if the manufacturing capabilities of America is boosted, and yet it doesn't actually yield better labor protections or higher wages in general, and it's just mostly automated manufacturing anyway, and the labor force that still works is working in worse conditions overall, then that's not a benefit to the American economy.
Sense of what we know so far about this. There's still a few unanswered questions.
I like this. Trump's tariffs. What just happened?
But finally, we got the detail on what Donald Trump meant by this Liberation Day. And let me just kind of start by showing you these bars are how high those tariffs, the US tariffs, are on various different countries around the world at the moment, or rather before Donald Trump came into office, and a quick kind of bit of revision on where we've come from so far. So threatened tariffs on Mexico and Canada. They were repeatedly threatened, repeatedly rescinded or lifted, but they might well be back again. Who knows? But for the time being, they're
50% tariffs on the roughly 6,000 people who live in St. Pierre and Miquelon. Yeah, that's really fucked up. St. Pierre and Miquelon have been cooking us for far too long. It's time. It's Jover. We have to punish them. Their endless thirst for super profits knows no bounds. It's time to drop the act. They've been fucking us over, dude. The British Indian Ocean Territory is getting a 10% tariff. It's uninhabited and only has a U.S. military base. Yes, they didn't say thank you hard enough.
Gone. We know we got an extra 10% tariffs on China, China 1.0, then another extra 10% tariffs on China 2.0.
The herd in McDonald's Islands are completely uninhabited. Population 0. Guess we're going to tariff the seagulls. It kind of feels like a White House intern went through Wikipedia's list of countries and just generated a list off of that with no further research. Pictured, the place which is, according to the Trump White House, apparently imposing 10% tariff on the United States. Note the total lack of any human settlements there. Yeah, the whole, this is the amount of tariffs that they're fucking, the entire principle behind, like, this is all the tariffs that they're charging us, by the way, is completely made up. It's completely made up. You might think, no way, dude, the administration is going to make a bold declarative statement that undermines the way that the global economy has been designed for the past multiple decades. There's no shot that they would just like ask an AI chatbot to develop numbers. And the answer to that is yes, they will do that. And I think they did do that. Like China imposing tariffs to the United States at 67% is not correct. It's just a lie. How did they arrive at that number? They arrived at that number because they made it up. They fucking made it up. What do they mean by this? Trump assumes VAT, like value-added tax, is a tariff. And if you, as long as you claim anything and everything is a tariff, like domestic tax decisions that are implemented by sovereign nations, formerly sovereign nations, are now considered a tariff on American goods. It's not a fucking tariff. The value-added tax is not added on. The value-added tax is not added on to just American goods. It's added on to everything by sector. Sometimes by whatever the good is or whatever the service is, or whatever the, whatever the thing that you're purchasing is, regardless of its nation of origin, whether it's produced domestically or produced overseas, it does not matter. And that's something that people don't comprehend about this. And that's why the fine print says tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. That's why it's not tariffs. That's why everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean tariffs? I had to dig deep to try to comprehend what he meant when he was talking about trade restrictions back in the day, if you recall. And we found out together that he actually was talking about VAT, for example. Like he kept saying VAT, they're doing value-added tax. You know what a VAT is? That's a tariff. That's a tariff. It's not real. They want to make currency manipulation a thing. I mean, bro, I don't think he gives a fuck about VAT. He wants to tariff them, and he will. Even if they get rid of VAT, Trump will keep the tariffs. Yes. Israel is a great example of a country that that seemingly completely eviscerated their tariffs right before this. Shut up, Piker. You are embarrassing yourself. Explain to me what you disagree with respect to what I've said so far. Did I crack it? I think I figured out at least a chunk of the math. It's trade deficit divided by exports. EU exports. Wait, what? Israel exports 22.2, imports 14.8. Deficit 7.4. 7.4 slash 22.2 is 33. No. Vietnam exports. No. Account created 11 minutes ago. Following says 12 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume this is a sock account that doesn't have any good ideas at all.
You might call them. And we're now kind of waiting to find out what happened next. And we finally did find it out. Let's just start. There are two parts to this. Okay?
It's so funny because those guys will make a sock account after being banned numerous times in the broadcast for being a fucking idiot or racist. And then I'll ban them sometimes without looking at their background, looking at whether or not they've been in the chat for like 12 minutes or if it's a new account or not. And then they'll clip that and go, Hassan bans dissent. He hates when people disagree with him. And it's like, you didn't even disagree with me. You just didn't even bring up anything. You made a sock account and you just said, you're wrong. You're out of your element or whatever the fuck. And then you get banned with your sock account and then you fucking cry about it. I'm apolitical, baby.
Okay, so first of all, there is going to be a 10% baseline tariff. So you see all of these bars go up by 10%, including, of course, the UK. But that, as far as the White House is concerned, is just a baseline. And then on top of that, there are different tariffs for different nations, what they call reciprocal tariffs. And they say they've gone through the numbers. They've looked at not just the tariffs that other countries around the world are charging the US, but also what they call non-tariff barriers, so other things. And they've worked out, by the way, Canada, those Mexico-Canada tariffs might well come back, so we might well start from that position. But reciprocal tariffs might push all of these bars, or will push all of these bars up considerably higher. So just look at how the picture of trade and tariffs in the US has changed dramatically as a result of these measures, which are coming in the next few days. And just to give you a few highlights of what we're talking about. So you could look, for instance, over there at China. So China, that's a 34% reciprocal tariff, but it takes the total amount, provided that goes on top of the existing tariff, it takes the total amount up above 50%. And you're talking, you know, when tariffs are going above 50%, that makes any trade very, very difficult and far less likely to happen. So that's China, but you can probably see here, Vietnam as well. And the point here from the White House has been to say, listen, lots of Chinese goods going into the US, but also going through, being Vietnam and Cambodia as well, being conduits for goods to go to America. And the point here from Donald Trump is that the US wants to reindustrialize. And so it's all about trying to make things domestically. But finally, look at the UK, 10% on the UK. And for many people here, obviously, it is a big increase on where things were before, only a few percent, the average rate for the UK. But that goes up to 10%. It is the best rate that anyone has among.
Oh, my God. I thought that was a joke. I thought when one of the chatters said the U.S. government classifies Quebec's Bill 96 as a foreign trade barrier, I thought you were joking. Oh, my God. U.S. government classifies Quebec's Bill 96 as a foreign trade barrier? Oh, it's so funny that America is trying to dominate the world by trade, and I feel like this will blow up in America's face. Like, what do you mean? Other countries are not allowed to impose any sort of domestic agenda that we decide is not good? This is like claiming that DEI initiatives implemented in like another sovereign nation is now being considered a fucking trade barrier. Like accessibility is now considered a trade barrier. You have to eradicate it. This is America wielding its trade power as the consumption engine of the planet in a way to dominate other countries and whatever the fuck they're doing. It is so crazy. Yeah, you can't speak French in Quebec. Sorry, that's a trade barrier. I've decided being a francophone is a trade barrier. What are you going to do about it? You know, it's good stuff. I mean, it's funny to also put this up there because this will cause the French Canadians to riot. Like they really, really care. They care quite a bit about being able to speak French. That's kind of a big deal, I think. Quebec, merde.
Amongst any nations. In fact, the best rate that any G7, any leading economy in the world has, and certainly better than the EU, all of whom are having to pay an extra 20% in total, so 10% and another 10% on top. But even so, all of this will potentially diminish the amount of trade going on around the world and diminish the amount of stuff going into the US. And finally, it's worth just saying, what was the stock market reaction? Well, this decision was made after markets had closed, but we can look at the futures market. This is the NASDAQ futures market, and look at what happened. It went up a little bit after the announcement, and then it's come down quite considerably. So a market reaction there, which implies that when markets open...
Wait, is that why Asmongold's chat was like, oh, I'm sure Hassan is going to be fucking eating crow when he finds out that the markets are actually up. Is that why they were saying that? Because they only saw the first part? I saw a bunch of comments in his chat talking about me being stupid and wrong. Dow Jones getting decimated. Dow futures tumble more than 700 points. S&P 500 futures lose 3% on Trump's tariff rollout. That's why he said, don't look at the markets. That's why he said, don't look at the markets. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't look at the markets. For one day, for as long as it's red, don't look at it. When it's green again, we can look at it. Gifting subs in this economy? Yeah. It's a recession indicator. How much Chinese do you know? Yeah, we already talked about the uninhabited islands that are getting tariffs apparently because they've been stealing far too much from America. That's funny.
And in Asia, and indeed when they were open across the US and Europe, we're going to see some falls to come as people respond to this.
As was saying, the market dipping didn't matter and claimed it's the price of goods and that people will care about. I mean, he's not wrong about that statement. It's just that if he assumes that the tariffs are going to lower prices on shit, he is insanely wrong on that. But then again, it doesn't matter because he's just defending Trump, and that's what people want to hear. They don't want to fucking hear analysis. They don't want to hear what will actually happen. They don't want to hear what is currently happening. They just want to hear someone go, Trump is based. That's what most people want. And there are liberals that also, when Kamala Harris was running and when Joe Biden was president, there were liberals who wanted to hear that too. I, unfortunately, never give that to them. I don't give the liberals what they want when liberals are in charge, and I certainly don't give the conservatives what they want when they're in charge, which is precisely the reason why so many fucking people develop resentments towards me, even if they arrive at my position far too late. That's it. Like if I was a squishy lib who just wanted to give liberals everything that they want to fucking hear, then I would be talking about how Cory Booker is amazing. That's why I'm saying I'm the one true king, if you will. The one true apolitical king. The real apolitics.
Ed, take a seat. I've got another question for you. There is more coming out of the White House right now, senior White House officials, etc. Trump is to sign an order that closes the de minimis loophole. This is according to an aide. Tell us why that is significant and how it might affect a nation like China, for example.
So this is on top of all of those things we were showing you. De minimis basically means that for really small, kind of low value items that are going in and out of countries, a lot of that stuff just isn't charged a tariff. So what is a tariff ultimately? It is just, we're going to charge you 20% on everything that comes into the country, although it's the recipient that actually pays it. But for fast fashion, for items that are going in that are relatively cheap, and this is a big thing for China, you've got companies like Shein who are sending stuff relatively cheaply from Guangdong and different parts of China. Right now, that's not subject to any tariffs. Donald Trump said earlier on, so when he had one of his early we're going to impose tariffs on China, he said, we're getting rid of de minimis. But then what happened was that suddenly in airports around the US, you were seeing massive big piles of goods that no one was quite sure what to do with because it's an enormous administrative challenge. And I think that, Anna, is the bigger issue here. Raising all of these tariffs, different tariffs on different countries, and a kind of extraordinary smorgasbord of different numbers we've just seen, and Donald Trump, held up this chart of all of the different numbers. It is likely to just increase the amount of work that it takes for America to collect these tariffs. But the point that Donald Trump wants to make, can I show one more chart, like as a bonus thing? But the point that Donald Trump wants to make is that back in a long time ago, the majority of federal revenues came from tariffs. Raising money from tariffs, and right now that line is basically down, close to zero, kind of only a few percent. And his point is always, rather than raising money through income tax, couldn't we raise it again through tariffs? And I'll spare you the next charts, but point out that ultimately that is really, really tough to do. It's really tough in the modern world of 2025 when you have, welfare states, when you have Medicare, when you have, standing armies that are quite expensive. You can't just raise all of your money through tariffs. No one has been able to do that. And so that is the challenge that he's faced with right now. But what he wants to do is to be able to say, we're going to try and reindustrialize, hence all of those tariffs on China, on Vietnam, on Cambodia, and we're going to try and raise a bit of money from it in the process. And I think that's the selling point. But
it's so funny to look at tariffs as a percentage of total federal revenues and try to bring it back to like the 1800s, because global trade does not look the same. And it's not even it's not like global trade is not the same anymore. Me not being an economist, the de minimis loophole closing is the one thing I'm in favor of. No, they're destroying Temu, Shein. They're destroying the MAGA merch economy. That is one thing that I predicted and laughed about quite a bit. Be on the lookout for a CNN spot with that blonde reporter with the glasses that used to work at Vice. She will go back to those. I'm calling it now. She will go back to those MAGA merch stores and she will talk to them in a couple months, and they will be screaming bloody murder about how Donald Trump ruined their fucking business model. Just wait. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, Ellie. I think her name is Ellie Reeves. Yeah. She always goes to the MAGA. She always goes to the MAGA stores. Remember? That's like her thing. She goes to the MAGA stores for CNN all the time. What do you mean? You act like there won't be donations from exemptions? You think Trump gives a shit about some fucking sweaty loser MAGA sycophant that opened up the third MAGA merch store in some fucking backwater town? Yeah, dude, he really will protect those guys. What are you, crazy? He despises his base. When will people learn? He hates them. Go to every fucking ghost town. There's a MAGA store merch. Every single goddamn ghost town has a MAGA store merch. Maybe one, maybe two, sometimes 4 or 5. Yeah. Ellie Reeves will straight face ask them, Donald Trump destroyed your business prospects by making dropshipping functionally illegal. Do you regret voting for him? And they will dead ass wipe their fucking tears and go, no, that's my glorious president. He's going to make America great. I still believe him. Just wait. When that CNN hit comes out, I know you guys will be the first to send it to me. Okay? You'll send me that CNN hit. Some of the MAGA store merch owners will say, it's not the greatest. I don't like it. I voted for him. This is not what I thought he would do. But there will be at least one or two, most likely a woman, okay? The most rabid QAnon moms will be saying, wiping away their fucking tears, they'll be going, it's okay. This is one of the funniest graphs I've ever seen. America's views on foreign trade. Trump has made Americans more pro-free trade than they have ever been. Only 14% say it's a threat to the economy. This is also kind of devastating, too, because free trade, opportunity for economic growth is not great. The type of folks say God must have a plan for something greater for me because Trump is fulfilling the work of our Lord and Savior, so it must be what he wants. Yes. This is true. There are MAGA stores in the middle of nowhere everywhere in MN, Wisconsin. Yeah. God is working through that man. All right. Speaking of God, God is not working through one man. God has left one man behind. His name is Elon Musk. Now that we have extensively covered Donald Trump fucking the American economy, making it scream, let's talk about another major L, another major crack in the Trump dam. I'm, of course, talking about the special elections that took place yesterday. 2 in the state of Florida, where, predictably, the Randy Fine and the other guy whose name I'm forgetting, I think it was like Voldemort versus, what was it? Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just one of the dudes was named like Voldemort or something, and the other one was named like Expecto Patronum. Very weird race. Yeah, Gay Voldemort versus Expecto Patronum, and then Randy Fine versus, I think, Josh Vail. And both of those were obviously deep red districts, and they went to the Republicans. One was replacing Mike Wallace's seat because he's too busy following gay porn accounts and also doing group chats with memes as he discusses classified information. Turns out Mike Waltz loves setting up Signal group chats. He is the group chat god. Anyway, he left his seat to become the national security advisor so he could do group chats with J.D. Vance and numerous other people where they discuss classified information about pummeling other countries into the ground with bombs. And now he will be replaced by another Republican. And the other is a guy who unfortunately didn't get the opportunity to make Signal group chats with members of the administration because maybe he likes giving money to teenagers a little too much on his Venmo accounts and also is overall despised by the rest of the Republican caucus. I'm, of course, talking about Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz left his seat because he was supposed to be the attorney general. And of course, there was a very public battle by the Republicans as well as the Democrats to not let him have that moment in the spotlight. And for that reason, Matt Gaetz is no longer in office. And instead, another Republican has taken his place in the special elections. Now, if you look at the Florida special elections, the Democrats lost, predictably, but they lost by basically half the margins that they had lost to Trump by. So it does show momentum against Donald Trump and against the Republican Party in general, even in deep red states, in deep red districts. So that's interesting to take note of. Having said that, there was also another special election that took place in Wisconsin for the judicial race. The Supreme Court of the state of Wisconsin was about to either continue being a liberal Supreme Court with four justices that are liberal and 3 that are conservative, or 4 justices that are conservative and 3 are liberal. There's 2 candidates that went up against one another, and Donald Trump spent a shit ton of money. Or not Donald Trump, sorry, Elon Musk, apologies, spent a shit ton of money on that race. And given the tendency for Democrats to show up big in special elections, especially because they've captured the attention of high propensity voters, given the tendency for the party in charge to lose special elections in general, especially if they are unfavorable, as is the case with Donald Trump, the Wisconsin judicial race ended with the Democratic-backed candidate winning. Let's take a look.
Turning now to some very rare good news for Democrats. A clear victory for their candidate, Susan Crawford, for a crucial seat on Wisconsin's Supreme Court. She beat out a Republican who was closely tied to President Trump, and the election was also seen as a test of political power, the power of billionaire Elon Musk, who spent millions on the race. Ed O'Keefe has been following it all for us. Ed, they said it was Elon's money versus liberal anger, and I guess the anger won. Good morning.
Yeah, anger beat cash this time. Good morning, Tony. This was viewed as one of the first major political tests for President Trump and his coalition since he took office. Elon Musk and his America PAC poured more than $20 million into the race, and he made a high-profile visit to Wisconsin, rallying support for conservative judicial candidate Brad Schimmel, and as you see there, personally handed out million-dollar checks to 2 voters. Schimmel embraced the president's endorsement and Musk's donations while stating he wouldn't be a reliable yes vote on the bench for either if elected. While Crawford made a point in the closing weeks of running against the Musk money. Her victory secures a liberal majority on the state's highest court. Although mega donors aren't new to politics, this became a rejection of the world's richest man and his attempts to sway an election in a key state. And Musk.
So, as I said yesterday, I predicted that this would go the way of the Democrat-backed candidate because of the reasons that I mentioned, high propensity voters and their likelihood to go out and vote in special elections as opposed to low propensity voters, which make up a big chunk of the base of the Republican Party, which, you know, come out in major numbers during general elections and handily gave Donald Trump the electoral victory, but also the resentment that they feel towards the party in power versus the complacency that Republicans feel when their guy has won. I did the thing that I wanted to do. I went out and I voted for you. You won. What more do you want from me? And here's the thing. There was an additional factor here at play that I think made the margins of victory for the Democrat-backed candidate way higher, because it was likely that she was going to win, but not by this margin of victory. And the reason was Elon Musk. As I said before, a couple things that I predicted was that Elon Musk is patently unlikable. Okay? Patently unlikable. Just a truly disfigured, horrifying, monstrous type of person with a weird accent and is entirely too neurodivergent for average normies to look at and go, yeah, I like this guy. If he didn't have the trifecta of things that the average American, especially in the middle of the country, despises, perhaps he could be a little bit less of a burden on these races. But he is quite literally all of the things that are cringe. He's incredibly cringe. He's not charismatic at all. He is neurodivergent, but not necessarily in a way where it's like, oh, this guy's brilliant, but neurodivergent in a way where people look at that and go, you can't finish your sentences. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You're stuttering all over the place. These are optical things that American voters care about. Okay. He also is a billionaire elite, and people don't really like when billionaire elites are directly trying to impact elections. But last but not least, he's also too foreign. He is a foreign billionaire elite that is trying to personally manipulate the outcome of an American election. He is everything that people claim George Soros is doing. That's it. And while Twitter might glaze Elon Musk in ridiculous ways, Twitter is not real life. While us living in liberal enclaves might see the worst of the worst of the Republican MAGA base, blue enclave right-wing reactionaries who love Elon Musk, the average American's attitude about Elon Musk is not so hot. And that is reflected in the polling data anyway. But that was once again solidified last night. I think Elon Musk's physical presence on this race and his direct interference was a major burden. And it was very important for Elon Musk to actually win this race, because Elon Musk's time in the administration, as he uses the administrative state like a fleshlight, is predicated upon a couple things. One, direct cash infusions to the Trump administration, to the Trump campaign, to Donald Trump in general. But more importantly than that, Elon Musk presented himself as a attack dog for Donald Trump. Elon Musk stated time and time again that he would spend endless amounts of money on primaries against Republicans who actually dared to step out of line with Trump's agenda. Elon Musk wanted to prove himself in this space by going foolishly to Wisconsin to prove that he could spend endless amounts of money on a Wisconsin race, a Wisconsin special election that was more costly overall than a senatorial race. Think about how insane that is. And last night, he failed in spectacular fashion in a way where every analyst basically reported Elon Musk's presence in this race was a giant burden for the Republican Party. And I also predicted last night that this would be the turning point between the relationship of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. While Donald Trump, I said, would most likely still, quote unquote, defend him publicly, but not to the same severity that he used to, it's over. Their relationship is done because Donald Trump can't stand fucking losers. And it turns out today that's already being reported on. As I said last night, I said the first real moment for the Trump-Elon split, he can't stand losers. It turns out there's already a political reporting on the matter. Trump tells Inner Circle that Musk will leave soon. He's so fast with it. Now we wait for the relationship between the divas to deteriorate publicly. The copium and the sea of this celebration for the Democratic Party came from Elon Musk, who said, I expected to lose, but there is value to losing a piece for a positional gain. There was no value. Elon Musk is coping, and it seems even his fan base is not eating this up. So that's the situation in Wisconsin.
Became a lightning rod amid his ongoing attempts to dismantle parts of the federal government. Also Tuesday, down in Florida, they held two special elections for House seats to succeed former Congressman Matt Gaetz and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. As expected, Republicans easily won in the ruby red districts, but Democrats cut into the larger margins the GOP had enjoyed last November. Keeping these seats was key for Republicans as they attempt to pass more of the president's agenda. There are now 220 Republican seats, 213 Democratic seats, a narrow margin in a party that has known to have a few no votes, Gail.
All right, we're paying attention, Ed. But before you go, yesterday, you know this, Senator Cory Booker made history, breaking a record for the longest Senate speech at 25 hours and 4 minutes. No bathroom breaks, no food. He was protesting what he called a crisis brought on by the Trump administration's policies.
When our founder said we must mutually pledge to each other, our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor, we need that now.
Yeah. I don't care about this shit, okay?
And we...
Yeah, I'm going to skip the Cory Booker stuff for now. I'll get back to it later.
We have breaking news right now. Sources tell ABC News Elon Musk could be taking a step back from his role in the administration. Musk is classified as a special government employee, which only lasts 130 days, but it's been widely rumored the White House could take steps to extend his role. Let's bring in ABC News senior reporter Catherine Falders for more on that. Catherine, what are you hearing?
Yeah, so we know what Trump has said publicly here, but the timing of this in terms of what
our sources are telling us that Trump is saying privately to advisors today is significant because, of course, it comes on the heels of that Wisconsin Supreme Court race where the Democrat there won. And we know that Musk poured millions of dollars. Musk and his groups poured millions of dollars into that race. So significant that Trump is saying this behind the scenes, but also important context to this is just a couple days ago in the Oval Office, Trump was asked very specifically about Musk's status as a special government employee, that 130-day limit. And Trump did indicate on Monday that Musk would be taking a step back in some way. Trump said he thinks that Musk is amazing. And he said, quote, but I also think he's got a big company to run. And so at some point, he's going to be going back. He wants to go back to his company. So essentially, Trump indicated there that after that limit was up, that Musk could be taking a step back.
Trump was shielded from criticism by the cult of personality. Musk represented an outlet for Dems and disgruntled Republicans who would otherwise not criticize the Trump admin, a lightning rod for criticism. Well, he's a lightning rod for criticism because he's also incredibly fucking annoying. I need you to understand something. He is unimaginably boring. He's gross. He's a freak. He doesn't have Trump's charisma. He doesn't. Trump is at least telegenic. He's zesty. He has a passion for the things he cares about, like Broadway musicals, Cats, Phantom of the Opera, Andrew Lloyd Webber. These are things that you can associate with him. Whether you like him or not, it doesn't matter. He's a telegenic figure. Elon Musk doesn't have any of those qualities. He just has a bunch of the dumbest fucking people on a platform that he purchased, dick riding him into fucking oblivion. He doesn't have any of that shit in the wild. It does not translate to real popularity. You cannot purchase real popularity this way. That's why a lot of these autistic billionaires hide in the fucking shadows instead of constantly trying to narcissistically make themselves the forefront of these companies, okay? That's it. Because otherwise, they're going to be in broad daylight going, I'm becoming USA. And everyone's going to be like, what the fuck? This is the guy? This is the richest guy on the planet? What is going on?
Now, look, some of Musk's defenders, according to sources that we're talking to in the White House, say that it's overblown, that Musk is being pushed out. And look, we're not saying that he's being pushed out. He could be taking a step back. You and I both know.
Yeah. Also, Elon Musk is here contesting the White House narrative initially that came out that was like, no, he's taking a back seat. Like, it's normal. He was going to. With Caroline Levitt saying, this scoop is garbage. Elon Musk and President Trump have both publicly stated that Elon will depart from public service as a special government employee when his incredible work at Doge is complete. Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk has lost his lifeline, okay? Everyone is saying that he's departing. Everyone is saying that he's departing, and he's like, oh, it's fake news. I'm departing because I'm leaving. You can't fire me. I quit. That's what this is. But it's not enough. It's not enough. We need more. Okay? We need more. Because Elon Musk and Donald Trump, in some ways, are cut from the same cloth. They are both narcissistic, thin-skinned man-children who are very stubborn and have a lot of pride. Therefore, I suspect that this relationship will deteriorate publicly as well as privately, as it's happening right now. Because once Trump recognizes that Elon Musk's attack dog, pit bull attitude at the behest of Donald Trump will not serve Trump's agenda, when Republicans call Donald Trump and say, please don't send Elon to our special elections or whatever, he will have no more use for Elon Musk. It's that simple. Especially when Elon's unpopularity moves beyond being a vector for all the hatred, like a shield, because everyone is too focused on Elon Musk to shit on Donald Trump, into a genuine burden for Trump's administration and his agenda, as he has become now the singular nuisance. Trump is going to have to cut him out. They will either demand that he keep paying his way quietly and in private without making much of a hassle or without saying anything publicly, which I don't think Elon Musk will comply with. After all, this man is so narcissistic that he has to do his own announcements. He has to do his own product announcements. He thinks he's got Steve Jobs' charisma. He does not. So he won't just give them money without, while being relegated into the shadows. He will want to also keep speaking out. And the more he speaks out, the worse the outcomes will be, because association with Elon Musk is an immediate indication of corruption and billionaires interfering with American politics in ways that Americans clearly don't like. So I think Trump will have to cut or sever the ties publicly at a certain point.
Know that Trump has lots of advisors inside the White House and outside the White House who he talks to every day and seeks advice from. So that will still continue. But in terms of Musk's employment status and it being up potentially at the end of May, that is obviously what seems to be a little bit uncertain at this point. And it is important context that Trump is indicating behind the scenes that Musk will take some form of step back here.
So could Musk stay with the administration, but in some other capacity?
Look, anything is possible. This gets back into our discussion about his status as a special government employee. I'm not sure, at least right now, that he will, unless the White House extends that in some way or he goes somewhere else in government. It appears that his status as a special government employee could be up at the end of May. But that, again, doesn't mean that he won't be advising President Trump. Trump isn't saying behind the scenes that he's soured on Musk. In fact, he remains satisfied and pleased with what Musk has done across the government in terms of cost cutting, despite it being challenged in the courts and despite the pushback here. So I'm sure he will remain a voice in President Trump's ear, regardless of what happens here in the next few weeks.
All right, senior reporter Catherine Falders, thank you.
This morning, you can find some Democrats smiling, maybe for the first time
This is pretty
in the
good.
last few months. That's after some good special election results, an outright.
I will admit, I hate that Donald Trump did the fucking tariff drop today because I planned in the morning, I plan on spending most of the day on this and doing victory laps and talking about how glorious this is. And then Donald Trump came in and destroyed the economy with the stroke of a pen. And it ruined my plans of talking about how Elon sucks shit and how everybody hates him. And if I were in his shoes, I'd just go away, you know?
Win in Wisconsin and some better margins in the state of Florida. So what does it all mean?
You got to admit, this is a bit of an overreaction. Like, Trump is honestly going to pass on access to a limitless checkbook simply because the dude is a Thorbjorn man? Yes.
What really happened? CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton is here. Let's start with a little bit of Wisconsin, right? An amuse-bouche on Wisconsin. This was a race. Elon Musk spent big in this race to sway the Supreme Court race there. And he also went to Wisconsin, which may honestly have backfired.
Yeah, I think it may have backfired. Look, I think if there's one thing we should be taking away from the results in Wisconsin and the polling that we have from Wisconsin and national, if you are a Republican candidate running in a swing state, you don't want Elon Musk anywhere near you. Yes, maybe you like the money, but you do not want his presence in your state. Why is that? Elon Musk, simply put, is an unpopular guy. He is political poison. Look in Wisconsin, his net favorable rating, minus 12 points, 12 points underwater. That is an even worse number when you look nationally. Look at that. It's minus 17 points. So if there's one big lesson to take away from Wisconsin is Elon Musk does not help Republicans when he shows up. If anything, the data suggests that he hurts them. Republicans, stay clear.
Like, look at this. Look at this stance. You're getting clowned on by a dude whose legs are buckling at the mere thought of destroying you with words. And he's right. He got the fucking hentai legs, dude. He's got the ooh-woo kawaii legs up in here. He's looking like me trying to do a Japanese dance. He's got the vibe in, bro. Chill. No, he, dude. Elon Musk catching a fade from a dude whose knees are buckling in the process is amazing.
Of Elon Musk, if you want to win in a swing state, at least in terms of his physical appearance in your state.
All right, what did we see in terms of swings in Florida?
What do we see in the terms of swings in Florida? You know, we were talking about Florida 6, and you can see it here. The election margins in the U.S. House District, you know, Donald Trump won the 6 by 30 points. Last night, what did we see? We saw the Republican Randy Fine win by 14. That's a swing of 16 points. But that's not anywhere near the swing we saw in Florida 1. Look at that. Donald Trump won it by 37 points. The Republican won last night, but only by 15. That's a 22-point swing. We're talking about an average 19-point swing from the baseline back in 2024 in just a matter of 4 or 5 months. These are massive shifts. These are massive shifts to the left. Democrats really have to like this, even if the Republicans added to their majority in terms of what this potentially means down the road. You take this type of swing, you put it on some swing districts, that's very good news for Democrats.
Now, all of us who have this certain political sickness over the last 24 hours, we're talking about Kansas, Harry. Why are we focused on Kansas?
Kansas is on my mind, and it's not just because I want to go home, Toto. Look at this. Kansas 4th District election margins. If you go back in time to 2017, what did we see? You know, you remember back in 2016, Donald Trump won the 4th District by 27 points. And then all of a sudden, this ruby red district, Ron Estes won in April of 2017, but just by 6. Ergo, a 21-point swing. Very similar to that average 19-point swing we saw in those deep red districts last night in Florida. And then you say, okay, this tells us something about the political environment going into 2018, where Republicans, of course, lost. And, of course, generally speaking, we look back, special elections and midterm results. If a party outperforms in a special election since 2005, 5 out of 5 times they want to win the U.S. House. Perhaps last night in Florida is a sign of things to come.
And again, it's an explanation of why Elise Stefanik is not going to be the ambassador to the United Nations. All right, Harriet, and thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Joining us right now to talk more about this is Democratic Congressman from Wisconsin, Mark Pocan. Congressman, thank you for coming in. This was a big win last night, a win by 10 points for this state Supreme Court seat. What do you...
The worst thing about this is that the Dems will just say, yeah, we don't need to do shit and just win. I mean, I feel like they didn't need any proof to do that anyway, because when their approval ratings are plummeting, they're still saying, we don't have to do anything. So I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't think they need any sort of evidence that their incompetence is actually helping them fail upwards. They just would have done what they were going to do, which is nothing regardless.
Take as the biggest lesson or takeaway from last night?
And for the record, their approval ratings show that they are still very much out of favor. People do not fuck with them. Trust.
Oh, thanks for having me. I mean, clearly, this not only was a 10-point win in a purple state, but the turnout was so high. It was people coming out to say what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing is not supported. People don't want their health care and long-term care cut. They don't want education cut. They don't want food assistance cut, all so that Elon Musk and Donald Trump can get a tax cut. This was a very...
Yeah, there's another not so great morning for Elon Musk. Tesla Q1 deliveries worse than expected.
For tariffs, one widely anticipated number are Tesla deliveries, and for that, we'll turn to Phil LeBeau. Hey, Phil.
May even get tired. Hey, Carl, we knew these would not be good-looking numbers, and they are.
Bro, this is literally what I was looking for in terms of memes. This is what I was demanding.
Of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Amazing. Someone needs to superimpose that with like crying HVAC business owners with like a red filter over them too, and they're just like, whoa, why? With the repeat of him saying, we're gonna keep winning, we're gonna keep winning. Yeah. Elon Musk irritates some in the cabinet and some in the administration. Trump still likes him. He also recently told Trump team he wants to spend $100 million through Trump groups. Musk is a useful heat shield for Trump, as evidenced by him hurling himself into the Wisconsin race to the bewilderment of some around the president. Yeah, I think he could have also just dumped some money in the Florida races and called it a fucking day. That's also what's so stupid about this, because he could have considered this a major victory, but instead he went to Wisconsin, a race that was not going to be won by the Republican-backed candidate anyway.
Worse than expected, 336 and 68 vehicles, 336,068 vehicles delivered in the first quarter for Tesla. For a point of reference, the street was expecting, the street account was expecting, based on analyst expectations, a 371. Most were saying 350 to 360. Now they're coming in at 336,068, production of 362,615. So for some point of reference here, you're going back to Q2, maybe Q1 of 2022 in terms of the last time that they had production this or deliveries this low for one quarter. So again, Tesla deliveries worse than expected at just over 336,000 deliveries in the first quarter. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
That's horrible. Can I just ask Phil, how about the Cybertruck? How's that doing? You got a little inventory there in the Cybertruck?
Well, you want to know something, Jim? I saw a video over the weekend of Cybertrucks that were parked waiting in a lot in Paramus, New Jersey. Now, does that mean that they've been sold and they're waiting for delivery? There were a lot of them. When I saw the video that was sent to me by my producer, I said, holy mackerel. Now, they do this where they bunch them up and then they deliver them. And when you've reached them in the past, they've said, well, don't worry about it. We're going to be delivering these vehicles. Their Q1 delivery numbers in the U.S. for the Cybertruck, I'd have to go back and check, but they're not huge. I want to say 7,000, something like that. Something like 2,500 a month, roughly speaking, were delivered. But overall, this 336 number, I understand what people are going to say. You won't see a ton of pressure here because if you're into Tesla, you're into AI, robotics, autonomous vehicle technology.
Yeah, I've been doing
That's
that
the
rap.
future. Yeah. But in the meantime, you've still got to go on the monthly numbers, and the delivery numbers for the first quarter below what the street was expecting.
Rand Paul says tariffs raise prices on Fox News. Yeah, I mean, he's a libertarian. Of course he fucking despises tariffs. Are you kidding me?
Now for getting behind this. Well, one, we should not live under emergency rule. The Constitution said taxes are raised by Congress. Most specifically, taxes originate in the House and come to the Senate. So I'm against emergency rule. But on the tariffs in particular, on the idea of trade, trade is proportional to wealth. The last 70 years of international trade has been an exponential curve upwards, and the last 70 years of prosperity has been upwards also. We are richer because of trade with Canada, and so
Fantastic. Fantastic. I love the Democrats associating themselves. Like, the Democrats criticizing Trump's insane tariffs is one thing. But the Democrats associating themselves alongside Rand Paul with, like, free trade, that is ironically a big part of the reason why Trump won places like Michigan the first time around against Hillary Clinton, who was associated with NAFTA, is so stupid. A major own. It's kind of funny. I want to hear what Bernie has to say about this, because I haven't heard what Bernie's take is on this stuff at all, because I feel like it's one of those, he's not shy about agreeing with Trump in ways that I don't even agree with Bernie Sanders, like when he's like, yeah, there's a problem with immigration, of course we want to solve it and Trump is solving it, or whatever the fuck. When he says that, I hate it. But this is one of the unique moments where Bernie would be like, yeah, tariffs are not necessarily the worst thing. It's just the way Trump is doing it is idiotic.
so is Canada. Whenever you trade with somebody, when an individual buys somebody else's product, it's mutually beneficial, or you wouldn't buy it. If the trade is voluntary, it's always beneficial. There is no Canada versus the U.S. The consumer wins when the price is the lowest price. Tariffs raise prices, and they're a bad idea for the economy.
But what if what's the rationale for getting behind?
Why does Tim Kaine look like a shy child with his mom? Tim Kaine, why am I agreeing with Rand Paul? Help. No, don't agree with Rand Paul. Rand Paul's a fucking libertarian freak who does not care that the American manufacturing has been gutted. Not surprisingly, Trump's overall tax and tariff proposal will make the very rich much richer and working families poorer. If you earn less than $360,000 a year, your taxes are going to go way up. If you're in the top 1%, don't worry, you save big. I'm surprised. I thought he would have said something about like Trump wanting to rebuild domestic manufacturing is an honest goal that I agree with, but the way he's going about it is silly, ridiculous. Will be another wealth transfer to the riches, the very riches in this country. Oh, this is from March 17th. TrueAnon podcast. Yeah, I know that their latest episode, first entry. We travel north, south, east, and west to try to figure out why Donald Trump wants to take Greenland, Canada, and the Panama Canal. What are choke points? What happened to the Zonians? Are there frozen Nazis out there? Are the Chinese ships dreaming of the Arctic depths? I had this take as well earlier. Just saying, if Bernie did something like 10% this destructive to the economy, he wouldn't make it to sundown. That's why I'm so jealous. Like, this is it. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. There are growing pains that will happen with change, no matter what. But it sucks that the only allotment for growing pains is given to like truly destructive forces, truly destructive right-wing forces like Donald Trump. Based, you are mad, haha. Yeah, you got me. You got me. If this is the only thing that motivates you, you got me. I am sad. I'm sad that there is never any allowance for the left to make any movements in a direction that helps dumb fucks like yourself get healthcare and shit. which is ultimately what I want because I'm an idiot. But Trump can just put his dick through the stock market and the repercussions will not be felt in the same way. Did you see that Amazon and OnlyFans submitted a bid to buy TikTok? Yes, I did. I saw it this morning. TikTok bidders pile up as deadline looms. Amazon OnlyFans founder in the mix. If Amazon, I'm not going to lie, Amazon buying TikTok will be incredibly beneficial for my career. I'm not even going to sit here and fucking lie to you about this, okay? It would be incredible. Unless they ban me in the process, in which case it would not be incredible. But like Amazon with Twitch integration, because Twitch is Amazon's media wing, right? If they were to integrate with Twitch and Twitch Talk, holy moly, that would be crazy. Have you been talking to the boss man behind the scenes? Yeah, dude, the boss man, the less the boss man knows I exist, the better, okay? I think it's pretty good. No, with tariffs like these, TikTok's going to be able to buy America soon instead. Yeah. But yeah, TikTok store being directly merged with Amazon would be massively beneficial for Amazon in general. But I'm telling you, what if they shutter Twitch? I don't think they would shutter Twitch. I think it's a complementary platform. Bro, he knows about Elon has been posting about you. Yeah, well, that's fine. Remember where you came from. What does that mean? I don't think TikTok is going to sell regardless, but...
Phil, is BYD now officially the largest maker of EVs in the world too? Or I know because they do hybrids, but they're delivering more overall.
Yeah, they were nipping at Tesla's heels last year. I think they did 7.6 million, or I'm sorry, 1.76 million, and Toyota or Tesla, excuse me, did 1.79. I mean, they were real close last year. So now you're looking at them based on just what I'm seeing out of China. I wouldn't be surprised if they've surpassed them. But again, you bring up a great point, David. I hear this all the time from people. They say, "Did you see the BYD delivery numbers?"
Just got here. Let me guess. Did Trump walk back on tariffs? No, he did not. He actually walked forward on the tariffs in ways that even the market did not predict. He sprinted in the direction of tariffs and increased the tariffs that he previously said he was going to implement.
A huge chunk of those delivery numbers are hybrids. They're not pure electric vehicles, so you're comparing apples and oranges there.
Right.
Meantime, Phil, some of the numbers out of European countries for March. France down 37, Sweden down 68, Finland down 39. Are we expecting any kind of snapback in April or May?
Well, you will hear people over in Europe say the new Model Y, the Juniper, could be a difference maker. But that's been in that market now for more than a month. And you would think that you'd see a greater snapback if it's going to be a difference maker. Look, we could be wrong. It could be a difference maker once you get the sales for April, May, and June. But when you have a country like Norway, I think the sales were down something like 11% there. I mean, that's a very savvy EV consumer in Norway. And that's long been a strength for Tesla. Very small market, not huge volume, but I think almost all of the vehicles they sell there are electric. And they embraced Tesla long before others. And, you know, the reports there are not encouraging.
Right. Yeah, market share in the EU for Tesla in pre-COVID was in the 30% range, and it's fallen to de minimis.
One last note, Carl. Last note. We crunched some numbers. Q1, it looks like Tesla's market share is going to come in at about 43% for the U.S. EV market. 43% is what we're looking at, and I think that they were at 49% for all of last year. Wow. So it continues to erode here in the U.S.
Thank you, Phil. Phil LeBeau will turn to you, I'm sure, later on.
I just bought this $250,000 car in China. Let's see what it can do. Sue! The car even does the suey! Chat, the car can even dance by itself. Look. Oh, damn.
Do you guys remember when I was talking about this car over and over again? When I was like, I want this vehicle so bad. I love Speed, and I'm so glad that he turned out the way that he did, as opposed to the much different way, the much different attitude that he could have demonstrated. I'm so jealous still, though. I'm very happy for him, but I'm also incredibly jealous. Okay, his China trip is literally Like, it's something that I dream of. And then I wake up in cold sweats knowing that I have to live in reality where I have not done it. You will never get it. You will never experience it, and you don't deserve it. Okay, Top G. What's stopping you from doing a China trip? Fucking work, man. Work. Look at this. It's difficult to arrange. I like how everybody goes, oh, man, why don't you just hop on and go there? Speed does not stream every single day, okay? When he travels, he does, but there's plenty of background. There's plenty of background and plenty of work that takes place off camera. He also has to make content. He has to do this kind of stuff and not consistently cover the news. You say this like you weren't streaming in Japan. No, I will. I will eventually do that. I'm working on it. I promise you I'm working on it, okay? I'm very, very, very happy that he's doing this, though, because I feel like this puts a dent in the endless faucet of misinformation about China for an entire generation. Like, this is unshakable. Like, showing the truth, showing how cool China is, that it's not just like some backwater peasant land where the fucking buildings are built with tofu and whatever, is insane for the rest of the world, and especially Americans, to see. It's really good. It's a really good thing. If this wasn't incredibly important, I don't think that the State Department would be spending billions of dollars over the course of multiple decades showing the exact opposite.
Right, left. This car can't even turn by itself. Look, it can turn by itself. Hell no. It can turn by itself. I'm not even pressing nothing. Did it just jump? Oh, hell no. The hell? China. Hell no. China, these cars in China crazy, bro.
And he visited Cyberpunk City, Chongqing in China as well. China EV cars last like a year tops. Okay, bud. Everyone hates their life and has no freedom. The West literally described perfectly. Compared to that, kids seeing China are like seeing actual economic freedom, prosperity, and people with happy lives were cooked. Yeah. I can see the jealousy in your eyes. I am. I'm envious. I am. He's living my dream. But also, it couldn't have happened to a better person. You know what I mean? He is the perfect vessel to deliver this message to an audience. He's apolitical. You know what I mean? He doesn't read as a political person. He's pro-Palestine across the board. It's just great. It's wonderful. I go there, I get an endless sea of attacks being like, oh, he's doing promotional propaganda for China. Promotional propaganda for China. He's getting paid by the CCP. Chi-coms are paying him, that kind of thing. But because iShowSpeed is so popular and so outside of the sphere of politics that he gets to show it. He gets to show China in this unfiltered lens in ways that people can consume and appreciate. Oh, maybe it's all the singing Red Sun in the Sky thing, my dude. Wait, what? He's done that too. What are you talking about?
My God, China is crazy, yo. Look at this fucking city. Damn. Like, how do you even build something like that? And a low key in the future, bro. If y'all think about it, low key in the future.
Is China in the future, or is everywhere else just in the past?
Damn. Is China in the future, or is everywhere else in the past? Damn.
I don't know. 'Cause I never been to a fucking country where they have like stuff like this. Like, let's be real. Get this shit. Bro, I'm not gonna cap. There's no other city like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is cyberpunk. It literally is cyberpunk. iShowSpeed went 100 meters underground in China only to end up on top of a skyscraper. How the fuck did y'all even make this? Speed was shocked. The stream really shows how underdeveloped the West looks compared to China.
This is the ground floor, right? Right? Turn around. Take a look. What the fuck?
I keep telling everyone, if we had a society of slave labor wages, we too could have amazing growth and development. Yeah, except America did have that, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? What do you think chattel slavery was? And we still do. We still have slavery in our prison system. What are you talking about? We still have hyper exploitation in the form of undocumented migrants constantly coming to the country. No, it's not a matter. It is not a fucking matter of slave labor. It's a matter of central planning. That's it. It's about distributing the bounties. rather than keeping it in the hands of a select few group of elites. That's what it is. These guys are so fucking stupid. China was able to do this without enslaving people, okay? Without colonizing Africa. They did this without colonizing Africa. Same with the USSR. People constantly talk about the horrifying work conditions of the USSR or the famines of the USSR. And same with fucking China. And they don't realize that collectivization happening like that inside of a country, a massive country like that, especially in comparison to their prior material conditions before revolutions, in comparison to where they were before the USSR was developed. And then Tibet, bro. Dude, you cannot compare Tibet to fucking Africa and chattel slavery. Are you out of your fucking mind? Please open one history book. Please, I beg you. I fucking beg of you to understand. Same with the USSR. Same with the fucking USSR. What are you saying? Words have to mean things, dude. You can't just fucking be like, nope, well, what about Tibet? You can't just like fucking make these comparisons. What are you talking about? Oh, Tibet under previous Chinese leadership, under the nationalists, and even prior to that, always at a special autonomous status where they did have fucking slavery, okay? That is before Mao. Tibet did have slavery before Mao. It's the exact opposite argument to make. It's so fucking stupid. Talking about like the cultural erosion of Tibet and Tibetan culture aside, okay, because you can make a valid argument there. You can't make this comparison to fucking American and Western colonialist expansion in Africa and chattel slavery specifically. It took 400 years and chattel slavery and endless colonies for the West to develop to the degree that they did, in comparison to the USSR and China that did it in a much shorter period of time with much less, without fucking actually, enslaving people. What the fuck? These are not even remotely comparable instances. Fuck me. Holy shit. Doesn't justify the wrong they've done. You can't just compare to the West and be like, the West was way worse. There's real issues with how China's Silk Road Initiative is working. I'm not saying China is bad for the record. I'm just saying it's okay to point out when they have massive issues. Okay, talk about what do you mean with respect to the Belt and Road Initiative, the Silk Road Initiative. What are the issues? Talk about that. Like, be specific. Be very specific about what you mean. The USSR was at war from literally 1914 to 1922, and then again from 1939 to 1945. In that same time, their literacy rate almost doubled from 40 to 80%. Then they went on to challenge a global superpower after losing 20% of their population to put the first person into space. Exactly. They went from fucking agrarian backwater potato farmers to outcompeting the American government to the fucking space race to get to space before them. Yuri Gagarin. Like, that's not, that is insane. That is an insane development for humanity, okay? Let's be serious. You don't have to be a fucking USSR glazer or love Stalin to put some respect on that. If you were honest about it, you would recognize that for what it is. We were not backwater potato farmers. Okay, dude. Yeah, no. Russian Empire. Yeah, Gagarin, not Gagarin. I know. Yuri Gagarin. This picture really just illustrates the development of China over the last 5 decades, and now it's in one person's lifetime. Yeah. That's the same dude? That's crazy. To be honest, you undermine the oppression Uyghurs undergo in Xinjiang. I'm not even trying to defend the West here or brush over China's development. No, I don't do that. I don't do that at all. It's just that anytime I say China, Uyghur, Xinjiang, China developed Uyghur, Xinjiang, I have to Uyghur, Xinjiang, mention Uyghur, Xinjiang every time I talk about China, Uyghur, Xinjiang. If I don't do that, then Americans go, what the fuck are you doing? I've never heard what you had to say, so you must love that shit. I don't. And I never have defended that practice at all, which is really weird. Because when I talk about, like, I don't know, the Wisconsin fucking Supreme Court race, I don't have to go, Wisconsin, America, chattel slavery, indigenous genocide, Supreme Court race, American chattel slavery, indigenous genocide was a glaringly obvious victory. American chattel slavery, indigenous genocide, American constant third world exploitation, Iraq war, unjustifiable war on terror, $6 trillion, $7 trillion, millions of Iraqis dead, was a handy defeat to Elon Musk. Do you see what I mean? Your expectation is I have to constantly slam that into every fucking conversation. Otherwise, I'm not sufficiently objective for you, for your taste. It's like I literally need to, like when I talk about America or things that America does that's good, like due process, for example, I don't have to always talk about the metric ton of awful shit that takes place in modern American society and fucking what has happened historically in American development. Do you understand? I can have a normal conversation, but your expectation or many people's liberal preconditioning on this matter is you have to literally say China. Anytime you say China, you have to say Uyghur Xinjiang. Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps. Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps. China, Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps was able to Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps develop Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps, high-speed rail, Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps. That's how you want me to cover the story. What the fuck? Yeah. Can't talk about Palestine and Palestinian development without constantly going, I condemn Hamas, 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 I condemn Hamas. Was that sufficiently accurate reporting for your liberal taste? Do I have to do that every time? Anyway, yeah. Henry Kissinger, NSA mass surveillance, Kent State. Church of Scientology, David Miscavige, Occupy Wall Street, May 4th, 1970 massacre, May 13th, 1985 move bombing, Red Summer 1919 House Un-American Activities Committee, Trail of Tears, Jim Crow segregation, Human Rights, United Safety, high-speed rail. All to just fucking say, I like due process in America, or I like the First Amendment in America. I have to say all of these things before I get there. If your expectation is not for me to do that, then it shouldn't be to constantly fucking slam Uyghur Xinjiang every single time, like I'm doing a fucking land acknowledgement. Jesus Christ. And this is precisely why I said iShowSpeed is the perfect person to showcase something that most Western media never shows. Just average tier 1 city existence in China. Okay? That's why I said he's the perfect person to do it, not me. Because if I were to do it, they would be like, Uyghur Xinjiang re-education camps, Tibet, Taiwan, Chinese invasion of Vietnam, Chinese support for Khmer Rouge. Like, that would literally be... They would be just like fucking Tiananmen Square. They'd be vomiting in the fucking chat. Oh my God, I just realized it's literally Maoist standard English, but for libs. Yeah, it is. Liberals have their own Maoist standard English version, which is Uyghur Xinjiang, Tibet, Taiwan, Tiananmen Square, Khmer Rouge. Ironic, you can also say USA support for Khmer Rouge as well, but there's an out of context clip that makes it look like you're downplaying the severity of the Chinese re-education camps. Is probably what they're referring to. Oh my God, another out of context clip about a complex issue that I have actually fucking never entertained the morality of in a positive way. Wow. Oh, shocking. Color me surprised. There's clips that I'm willing to bet that there are at least not one, if not two different clips on like Ethan Klein's subreddit right now as we fucking stand that shows something directly out of context, either calling me fucking transphobic or calling me fucking pro-Russia, calling me fucking pro re-education of Uyghurs or some shit like that. There are entire liberal subreddits dedicated to doing that on a daily fucking basis with the hopes that like they will be able to undermine everything that I say and do, not realizing that they're just opening up the fucking floodgates for people like Asmongold to pop off as political commentators, because every moment that those liberals are not pouring through shit that Asmongold is saying without having to clip him out of context, as a matter of fact, is a moment where people are just like, well, maybe this guy's actually pretty smart. I don't know what his thoughts are on anything.
And chat, y'all know a funny story, and I'm not even capping. Every city in China looks exactly like this. Every city. Like chat, not even the big ones look exactly like this. Like real a thumbnail, you need a thumbnail. Right here. This is Chongqing Cyberpunk City in China. Let's go. Switch. Let's get that shot, baby. Switch. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Look at this city! Oh my God! Yo, looks nuts!
Tell them to come.
Oh my God! This is China!
Come to the car,
This is Chongqing, baby! Oh my God! Do y'all see me waving? Oh my goodness! This is Chongqing right here. Oh my God! Yo, this is crazy. It's not tracking though.
They track it?
Nah, not the get
close,
the car.
Get close.
Oh my God, this looks crazy, bro. That's back. A little quick one.
All right, Taylor.
Oh my God, this city
switch
looks
to us real
crazy.
quick.
God damn.
We on us?
Yeah, it's coming. Wait, it's coming to us.
It's just crazy to think that, like, it's crazy to act like this is not insanely impressive. You know what I mean? Like shit that was considered a ghost city and dunked on and made fun of by Western media in perpetuity now is like a city that puts many Western capitals to shame.
It's coming to us. I don't know which side it is.
Pete, you got a friend behind you. Do it now while we're on here. Do it now.
But
No, we switched. We're on here.
Huh? This is the cyber city of Chongqing, China. 3, 2, 1. This is Chongqing, baby. Let's go. Come on. This is Chongqing. Beautiful. This is it. W's in the chat. Shot.
Okay, it's just drone shots? What the fuck?
All right. Oh my God. Holy shit. This is Cyber City Chongqing. Cyber City Chongqing. All right, y'all. I'm ending my stream in 5 minutes, though, y'all.
This is Chongqing 30 years ago versus today. Americans couldn't understand. Like that, dude. 30 years, dude. Come on, dude. The saddest part about this is that with the exception of like some major American metropolitans, you could literally do this in reverse with most American areas of industry. If you did a 30-year snapshot of like Gary, Indiana or Detroit, you would see the reverse effect of this. I wonder what happened. The major difference here is not like America was not unimaginably wealthy or grew its wealth in the past 30 years. They did. They kept growing their wealth. America just kept growing its wealth and did not actually redistribute it back to its citizens. That's the difference. China, on the other hand, took the wealth, toiled away endlessly, and then engaged in central planning and even development, rapid urbanization. That's the difference. Because this kind of wealth transfer has taken place in many countries. India is another example of this. But the reason why you can't make this exact same comparison with India is because India versus China, when you look at it, were both subjected to colonial exploit. But one was developed by a consistent, ideologically minded socialist movement that, to a certain degree, even though there were ups and downs, maintained that long-term interest in genuinely improving the material conditions of as many of its population as possible through central planning, versus India is neoliberal. That's it. Also, of course, China was not. Yes, you're right. I to be fair, China was not subject to the same kind of exploitation. Is correct. That is also, you're not wrong about that. Bro, say Modi is bad before someone complains about it. I mean, it's not just Modi though. Detroit in 1951 versus 2002. India will eclipse China in 20 to 30 years, bro. You will see. I hope. Why would I fucking say I hope it doesn't happen? I would love for India to eclipse China in 20 to 30 years. Except for that to happen, India would have to let Southern Indian communism take over the entire country, I think, rather than the fascist trajectory that it's been on for quite some time. Yeah. Saying India's problems are entirely due to Modi is like saying Israel's problems are entirely due to Bibi. There's too much division between Indians. I think there's a remnant of the caste system that plays a major role here that was accelerated through Western colonialist expansion as well. That was that plays a significant role in Indian society. I mean, it's not a direct comparison. You can't make a direct comparison between India and China. I was just simply talking about like what you do with foreign capital matters, right? Indian households have a driver, cleaner, and cook, and they expect this normal, even if you're not like ultra wealthy. But wouldn't it be fair to say that China is also diverse? Yes, China is insanely diverse. Except there is one ethno-nationalist identity that transcends beyond. Hold on. Doors open. Doors open. Sorry. It's really funny. People will be like, oh, what are you talking about? China is like fucking 90% Han Chinese or whatever. And it's like, have you seen a Han Chinese person in the north versus a Han Chinese person in the south of China, they literally look like entirely different races of people. The average height is significantly higher in northern China as opposed to southern China. The skin color is different. The language is basically not decipherable from one another. It's like the dialects are different. The food is different. The culture is different. China is fucking ginormous. Han Chinese is just a categorization. Han Chinese is just simply a categorization of like you're Chinese. It's like almost like a not an ethno-religious, but like a ethno-nationalist denomination. And then this is before you also move in. It's like saying white people in America. And then there are also still millions of it's like white but Asian. No, it's like saying you're white in Europe. And then there's Tibetan people. There's it's like saying Arab potentially, or saying white in Europe. Han Chinese has a massive and very diverse. Han Chinese has very diverse subgroups underneath it. Yeah, 90% are Han Chinese, and 56 other ethnic groups are collectively referred to as the Chinese nation. Not just remnants of Islam, the caste system is massively prevalent in food, culture, marriage, and most importantly, the labor market. No, you're right. I know. I was just trying to be nice when covering it. Colonialism in India did not exacerbate caste. Caste is way older and way more prevalent. Colonialism in India absolutely exacerbated caste. Just because it preceded colonialism in India does not mean that colonialists exploited the pre-existing caste structure. Are you insane? No fucking historian would agree with you. I know that the caste structure was not, I never said it was invented by colonialists. I said it was absolutely weaponized. You are fucking wrong. You cannot find a single historian that would agree with that statement. What the fuck? No, the colonialists did exploit it, but I'm saying right-wing people jump on this. The British did caste stuff, bro. I'm not wrong. What? The British did do the caste stuff. They did. They didn't invent it, but they certainly used their advantage. Not only the British people use the caste structure to their advantage, they do this everywhere. Why the fuck do you think all of the Arab nations are conveniently divided and oftentimes ruled by a Christian or Christian adjacent minority group? How the fuck did that happen? How did that happen? Why is every fucking Arab nation, predominantly Arab nation in the Levant, all the way spanning across MENA, why are they designed the way that they are? Who drew those lines? What was the utility in driving those lines? It is the same exact principle behind the utilization of the caste system. It is always divide and conquer. That's it. You said Islam. Yeah. Okay. Western colonialists have always utilized ethnic divisions when drawing national boundaries. They've literally considered those things. Look at Syria. Look at Lebanon. Look at Palestine. Agree with you on everything, and definitely colonialism has some negative impacts in the Middle East, but come on, Christian minorities in the Levant. No, I'm more so talking about the Jordanian monarchy there. That's what I was referencing. Anyway, Glenn Greenwald responds to BRICS Info and says, China hasn't fought a war since 1979, and that was a 1-month border conflict. Amazing what a country can build and achieve when it's not draining its resources to constantly invade, bomb, and finance others' wars. It also connected its whole country with high-speed rail. And then Ryan Grimm retweeted and said, even if you look at the trillions the U.S. spent on wars, a smart way to control global oil supply, China instead spent the last 2 decades building a renewable energy industry. Yeah. Doge AI, China's peaceful rise is a myth built on stolen tech, forced labor, and predatory loans, not efficiency. Yeah, it's so funny. Westerners, when talking about China, will literally make it seem like Chinese development came at the heels of things that we did in our history, but worse, even though they didn't do half as much evil shit as we did. It's just pure cope. And it's understandable. It's understandable to cope like this. You are so comfortable with the dominance of Western empire for your whole fucking lifespan. And as accelerated neoliberalism has destroyed your living standards and potentially your future, right? You look to another country that is growing in the opposite direction and you go, there's got to be something else there. There's got to be something else there. Religion is holding the West back. No, it's not. What are you talking about? What? Religion is holding the West back. The West is not even remotely religious. What are you talking about? We have also experienced a decline in the Western world in the aftermath of the Cold War with accelerated neoliberalism. At the same time, people's religious attitudes, people openly being religious has gone down. The numbers of, what is the term? Is it religiosity? Is that the appropriate term here? Religiosity has gone down tremendously in that same time frame. If anything, if I were to look at if I had a faulty understanding of data and I believed that if I was a simple man doing a basic read, I would say that religiousness was helping the Western Empire grow. But of course, that's not the case either. Correlation is not causation. Anyway, here is Lena Khan with Steve Bannon. I didn't want to talk about this. I briefly mentioned in the beginning. I don't know what the fuck this was. The only organization in the country actively working with public housing authorities and housing finance agencies on this specific problem. I feel qualified to say this person is wrong. What is this? I appreciate the honesty of Abundance Richard Hanina Coalition, and I don't want to divide it. Lol, do you really want to play the Who's in Coalition with Bad People game? Says Jerusalem Demsaz, and then posts this photo, which hurt my feelings to see. And then I saw this as well, a follow-up. At the Little Tech Competition Summit in DC today, Rohit Chopra and Steve Bannon are just about to sit down in conversation. I shall update you. Steve Bannon says, I think Lena Khan is one of the more important political figures in this country, and I think if she'd been listened to more by Democrats, they would have actually been more competitive against us in November of 2024. Was that a Hanania mention? Yeah, he's a white nationalist of Palestinian descent who fucking loves Israel. She fixed it. It's fine. Timeline cleanse. Timeline cleanse from Lena Khan. A little bit off topic, but your joke became true that Biden only cared about NATO. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. This is vindication that I never wanted. And I, oh no. Ron Klain on Biden debate prep. I was struck by how out of touch with American politics he was. He was just very, very focused on his interactions with NATO leaders. We did NATO! Yok. Ne? Kim? Bak. Bilmiyorum. Köpek mi? We did NATO. Nerede? Niye sallıyorsun böyle? Ne köpeği? Nerede gördün bunu? Peki. Evet. At his first meeting with Biden in Aspen Lodge, the president's cabin, Whipple writes, Klain was startled. He'd never seen him so exhausted and out of it. Biden was unaware of what was happening in his own campaign. Halfway through the session, the president excused himself and went off to sit by the pool. That evening, Biden met again with Klain and his team, Biden aides Mike Donilon, Steve Ricchetti, and Bruce Reed. Once again, right but too early. I said in July 11th, NATO is Biden's bread and butter, and I'm not convinced the American public cares about foreign policy all that much. Jake Chrisman says, actually, yes, we do care about it. Anyway, that evening, Biden met again with Klain and his team. We sat around the table. Biden had answers on cars, and he was just extremely exhausted. And I was struck by how out of touch with American politics he was. He was just very, very focused on his interactions with NATO leaders. NATO! I did NATOization of Finland. I did NATO. AUKUS, Jack. Look alive. I got my man out there. His name is Ryan Ruth. He's got 5,000 strong Afghan NATO trained soldiers ready at his command. We're going to send them to Kirks. We're going to do NATO. We're going to bring Russia into NATO too. I did Five Eyes. Watch me. Watch me. Klain, Whipple writes, wondered how seriously if Biden thought he was president of NATO instead of the U.S. He just became very enraptured with being the head of NATO, he said. That wouldn't help him on Capitol Hill because, as Klain noted, domestic political leaders don't really care what Emmanuel Macron and Olaf Scholz think. I mean, Trump's version of this was constantly talking about Viktor Orban. Viktor Orban loves me. Klain, fellow aides and visitors, including film mogul Jeffrey Katzenberg. Oh my God, Jeffrey Katzenberg. Mr. Queeby. 2 mock debates were organized, focusing on domestic policy. The first was scheduled to last 90 minutes, but Klain called it off after 45. The president's voice was shot, and so was his grasp of the subject. All he could really talk about was his infrastructure plan and how he was rebuilding America and 60 million jobs. He had nothing to say about his agenda for his second term. Klain says Biden grew irritable, saying he would not make promises he would be criticized for failing to deliver. Biden is dead, right? Like, there hasn't been a single photo of him after leaving office. Even his St. Patrick's Day photo was just a photo from a rally 3 years ago. Yeah, I think he's probably not alive. I suspect he's most likely dead. He's in a vat. They put him in a vat where he goes hubba all day, every day. Man, this is why you pay me the big bucks. Because my analysis is sound. and often vindicated. Of course, far too late. Far too late. And the resentment that people feel in that very moment sets in. Okay? This is why you pay me the big bucks in the form of $6 a month in the form of subscriptions, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite prophetic streamer, or you can get gifted a sub. I wish you were wrong more often, to be honest. I wish I was wrong more often too, trust me. But unfortunately, my predictions come true, or my analysis in that moment is sound. It's just in the direction that pisses people off. Liberals were very upset at me saying exactly this. It should not take for many liberals to come to this conclusion after months and months and months, a year after it's even important to acknowledge these things. This is it. This is the problem. I tell you this shit at the time. Liberals get mad at me. Their resentment stays in their hearts. And even if they encounter this information later down, they don't go, oh, yeah, okay, well, I guess Hassan was right. They still fucking hate me in that process. And they'll move on to the new thing that I'm saying right now, and they'll get mad at that, like the Cory Booker stuff. Okay? Right now, Cory Booker is hot. Cory Booker is hot right now. Okay? Liberals love his ass. And I told you even then, when we were watching Cory Booker's speech yesterday, that this was squishy lip shit, and it was going to be regarded as like completely irrelevant later down the line. And if liberals learn the wrong lessons from this, like, oh, Cory Booker is dominating the media space by doing this like show of force, but it's not really a real filibuster against like a bill that's being passed or anything like that. If liberals get the wrong lessons from this, they will keep doing like weak optics over and over again. Beyond the weak optics of Cory Booker's filibuster, Cory Booker himself also doesn't track as like an honest broker. That's just the reality. He soft pedals. He does the baby shit like emotional appeals. That's not, especially when you're not charismatic enough, and also on top of that, you don't have any policies that you are policies that people care about that will truly improve their lives, and you're not passionate enough about said policies. You're gonna have no motion. You're just not gonna have any motion. So while he's hot right now, where all the liberal moms, including my mom, will say, oh my God, look at how brave Cory Booker is. Look how wonderful Cory Booker is. He's not going to win an election, okay? Outside of a New Jersey state race. It's just not. It's not happening. Yes, status quo, centrist liberalism will be, again and again, will deliver a resounding defeat to the Democrats over and over again, okay? And not only that, but also in terms of young voters, Cory Booker is young enough and vibrant enough. Having said that, there's one issue that young voters do care about a lot, okay? Gaza is one of those issues. Cost of living and affordability crisis is another one of those issues. Cory Booker has either a bad answer for one with Gaza. He is super pro-Israel. He is a friend to Rabbi Shmuley, and he has gotten $900,000 from AIPAC. And in terms of the affordability crisis, he has no answer because he's doing third-way neoliberalism. So for that reason, he's both not charismatic enough, not telegenic enough in the ways that like the public would appreciate, the broader public would appreciate. But on top of that, he's also got no fucking motion on the policy side. What? No answer? The fuck do you call this? Senators Cory Booker and Jon Tester want to tackle Big Ag. Oh, God. By the way, unironically, the most 87-year-old congressperson you know watched this and thought, this guy is a social media demon. Okay? The most 85-year-old congressperson that has been in office since, like, sliced bread was invented thinks this is the guy that the kids like.
Tester! Guys, reporters are calling. You're tackling each other in the Capitol?
We've been through this before. You have to stop tackling each other.
All right. Then we'll just tackle Big Ag consolidation.
Well, Big Ag consolidation is killing rural America. We need to get to work and help the cow-calf guys and the feeders and the consumers taking it at the meat counter, too. That's why we introduced a couple bills, Booker. We need to get these bills done.
We're going to get them done, man. I appreciate you. You're a good guy. Go ahead, Tester.
Sorry.
Oh, Jon Tester loved that. You can tell. He put some oomph in it. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Yeah. Montana's love tackling. How about Montana's tackle the fucking affordability crisis?
Tariffs have also led to political decimation. When McKinley most famously put tariffs on in 1890, they lost 50% of their seats in the next election. When Hott Smuley put on their tariff in the early 1930s, we lost the House and the Senate for 60 years. So they're not only bad economically, they're bad politically. Tariffs have also led to political...
Yep. I mean, he's not wrong about that, even though his intentions are not pure. All right. Let's take a look at China.
If China is known as the world's factory, Guangdong province is the engine room. Manufacturers like this have perfected precision at speed and at scale. Many of the world's consumer goods start life in places like this.
And these products are going to be exported all over the world?
Yes. But this current batch is to the US.
This family business sells 30% of its goods to America. Trump's tariffs have hit them immediately. Millions of dollars of orders have already fallen away. They have no choice but to change.
We have to seek out new markets to get away from the US. We should be diving more into product development, but then now we have to seek out ways to survive.
What do Chinese workers and Chinese business owners like you think about Donald Trump and what he's doing?
People are angry with him.
Y'all brought up with E and Muda directly. What is this? Ethan Klein and Mudahar say Hassan and Noah Sampson are white, and therefore they're out of line for criticizing Mudahar. Firstly, your race doesn't justify... Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Anyway, let's continue.
People are really angry with him, yeah. No matter who takes the presidency, whether it's Trump or another guy, they will do the same thing. Yeah. So it's not Trump's problem, it's the global problem. It's the problem between China and the US.
That may be so, but China has been Trump's top target. The only place with no carve-outs, no delays, and with all products affected. Many who can are moving at least some operations abroad. But the smaller the outfit, the slimmer the options. The alleys of this city are scattered with small workshops. Tiny margins at the mercy of the market. This husband and wife team specialise in buttons. One small link low down a supply chain they cannot control.
For us, the income.
Why don't Chinese workers own the means of production? Great question. China is a transitional socialist state. That is the reason why. There are, however, cooperative corporations in China as well as everywhere else, but that's the reason.
Has dropped compared to previous years. It has a big impact on workers' incomes this year. Jobs are not stable.
The transition is underway, copium. Transitional, yep, sure. Look, guys, listen to me. I think it's really funny for me in the United States of America to say, oh, copium, they're on a transitional socialist path, especially when considering that their central planned economy has unironically caused America to take action like this because they've developed so much where each individual Chinese person's material circumstances have improved dramatically in their fucking lifetimes. It is crazy to be sitting on top of the American throne as we are bouldering towards fascism. And in some ways, we have already implemented fascist policies in this administration, completely eroding all of the good shit that liberal democracies had, by the way. Well, talking about how, wow, China fucking sucks, dude. Western leftists can't do anything close to implementing socialism in their own countries except actually criticize communist parties in power. Yeah, literally. You literally said a while ago, people see China's progress and say, nah, there's something else there. No, I was repeating was it the Kenyan diplomat who said, when China comes here, we get a hospital. When Westerners come here, we get a lecture. And then immediately after I said that, someone dropped a lecture. What is this? Xi on Chinese socialism? I don't believe this is real. It's fucking pamphlets. There's no way this is not a meme, okay? Over 170 years after the Communist Manifesto was published, Marxism is widely spread around the world. There's no way this is real. There's no way this is a real post. They always they play too much, okay? They play so much that they even make fun of me sometimes, and I don't like it. They try to separate me from the glorious Xi regime, and I don't like that. Sorry, but this hype from socialists/communists about China is getting annoying. They will have a very brief time on top and will crumble in devastating population due to devastating fashion due to population collapse. China sucks too, just less than the USA. Oh, I don't care. I don't care. If we implemented a fraction of the policies that the Chinese government has implemented in the past couple of decades, I would be an infinitely happier person. And you would be too. I don't give a shit. Okay? The idea that we're just like sitting back and we're like, China's gonna fucking collapse any day now is so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Banger pamphlets tweet about you. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. They're engaging in wrecker behavior by making it seem as though I am not here for the glorious rise of China. Delete this. Missionary. Delete this lie now. Are you afraid of people learning the truth?
You say it's okay to talk.
Hassan is a MAGA communist?
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
Well, intifada simply just means revolution, and I'm an American, and in 1776,
violent
we did
revolution.
one of those, and it was pretty fucking good. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think the American Revolution was a pickle party? Of course not.
We also bombed Hiroshima.
Yeah, I know, and that was also unjust and unimaginably cruel. But of course, the Israel Defender is also defending
when it fits your narrative,
civilians, right? Hundreds of thousands.
Hassan is a MAGA communist because I said the American Revolution was good is so funny. Is pamphlets MAGA? No, they just meme. I think they're trots though, or they make fun of trots maybe because their name is pamphlets. I don't fucking know. They're funny though. They're ML. Okay, well I guess the reason they named themselves pamphlets ironically then. I don't know. I only see their fucking meme posts. Uncle Ho admired the American Revolution as did Mao. Yeah, of course. It was a shot across the bow against the British Empire. It's like one of the good things that America did, even though it was implemented. It was a bourgeois revolution as well. Okay? Still good, though. Are you covering the Vox podcast today? Oh, shit. I forgot. Do we have the video? Does anyone have the Vox link?
I've got my own.
If you guys don't send me the Vox link without a paywall, I will be watching this drama bait. This link has a paywall on it. If you don't send me this without a paywall, I'm gonna watch the drama bait. Okay, I'm watching the drama bait. Do it now. Quick. Send me the link. Archive link now. If not, it's fucking drama time. It's drama time. You have it in the other tab? No, it doesn't. It's not. It doesn't work. Okay. Nudge Theory saved your lives. Okay. Isn't there a video of this? Where's the video of this? Look at Megaphonics trying to do a fucking poop sock. Take a day off, Megaphonics. You can't threaten a piggy with slop. Oh, that's funny. Where's the actual video or audio form of this? The boys are all right. At least that's what the polling and data suggests. Men under the age of 25 are nearly 20% more likely to vote for Donald Trump than women in that age group in the 2024 election, revealing a gender gap far larger than those in older generations. Democrats have been freaking out about their young men problem. When mom find the poop sock again, another poop sock. Y'all are so stupid. Here's the vid audio pod.
Today Explained here with Eric Levitz, senior correspondent at Vox.com, to talk about the 2024 election. That can't be right. Eric, I thought we were done with that. War coming up.
No, this is the older one. I did a new one. What is alt-right always attack you by posting your cosplay pics? Just asking. Pamphlets is not alt-right. They cut a TikTok from it.
It feels like we're at a pretty important juncture for young men, right? And there's a lot of people telling them to regress. And then, I don't know, it feels like you're on the other side of that fight, trying to tell men to grow.
I think that the reason why the right is so successful at capturing the attention of young men in particular is because they're taking a lot of the worst aspects of the hopelessness that everyone in the next generation is experiencing. And right-wing commentary is like a warm blanket that you can surround yourself with that says you're right to be angry, and you should be angry at vulnerable populations. You should be angry at people who have no power over you. And then if you dominate them a little bit, then that gives you a little bit of power, right?
What is your read on why this male optimization getting, really beefed up has like a left-right divide? And what is that divide about?
A lot of these guys, they don't think too hard about politics. If you don't really think about things too much, you kind of find yourself susceptible to social conditioning, and that does have a right-wing slant. You know, the whole common sense narrative. It's like, oh, this is just common sense. I don't understand. 2 genders, common sense. You didn't put a lot of thought into it. That's just what you learned your entire life. So, of course, I guess the other reason is because self-improvement can turn into hyper-individualism very quickly, which is also another incredibly American attitude in general.
It feels like...
What do the comments say? Hassan is the only person on the left that actually points out the villains making our lives miserable. Hassan is really not much better at all. Thank you for your informed opinion, Big Cheese 69 Poop. The polls are clear on this topic. Gen Z are more progressive than millennials, except for white Gen Z men who are slightly more conservative than white millennial men. Can't get over Hassan's weird rape comments. Plenty of other commentators have plenty to add without that dark layer. Just search it up. It's been there for a long time. Big Cheese 69 Poop back in there. When he said that rape doesn't justify genocide, that's the wild take you're talking about? No, my fault for being vague. I mean, when he jokes that it would be good for the girls from rich families to be raped by guys from rich families. No, I did not say that. I like that it's just people are like, I'm mad at Hassan. Why are you mad at Hassan? I'm mad at Hassan about this thing that I made up. Okay, well, what can I do? You made it up. You're hallucinating. No, that's the different made up thing. I'm gonna say another made up thing instead.
Last Cannondale and Aventon.
This ad is to tell you you can now...
God damn, they put hella ads on that.
This is Today Explained.
I'm Hassan Piker, also known as Hassanabi online. I go by many names. Hassan the... I mean, you did make that joke, bro. This is what I mean, brother. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. That like with fans like this, why would I ever need a fucking sea of haters? You know what I mean? No, I did not. When responding to a fucking anti-Title IX university, I said it's better off that people who are going to a pro-rape university are volunteering to cordon themselves away from the rest of the general population. That's what I said. I did not say it's awesome or what you're claiming I said. This is it. This is the point. Yeah, I said it's better that these people are volunteering to go to rape university when the video that I was watching was talking about how they were doing a pro-rape university, which is really interesting because that university actually has a ProPublica report out on it where that has happened a shit ton, as a matter of fact. You're getting shaken now. You're getting shaken like a baby. Get shook, stupid. No, he's not going to say the classic line, oh, I didn't know that's what you said. It would be akin to people thinking that I genuinely want to rendition all the perverts in the fucking Florida and dump it into the ocean because of my Florida Project meme. Why? Why is it that people have to literally go, I don't like you, so I'm gonna rob everything that you've said of its context and nuance. Anyway, he's not gonna say, he's not gonna respond to this. He's instead going to probably double down and complain later. Let's continue. On Twitter, Hassan D. Piker on TikTok, but Hassanabi primarily on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch every day from 11 a.m. Pacific time, usually around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific time, every single day, 7 days a week. No matter where I am around the world, I try to hit that same time frame. And yeah, I'm a political commentator. People call me many different things. Radical, sometimes even a terrorism lover. Just, slander to I think, designations that I would not see fit for myself, such as like activist, organizer, or even journalist, really.
You are doing a lot of stuff and spending an enormous part of your day making yourself available to people on live streams, on social media. What do you think? Like, what's your sense of what people come to you for?
I think a lot of people see me as talk radio that's always on, but with a Zoomer / millennial focus rather than anything else. Like it's not that unique. I'm not like necessarily reinventing the wheel here. I think it's just like a guy that you can have in the background while you're doing your chores and you stay up to date. Maybe also sharing the feeling of catharsis anger that you feel as well that is being channeled by the guy that you're getting your news from.
And the guy they're getting their news from has some strong political opinions, beliefs, and he talks about them often, but not exclusively.
Yeah.
What would you say are your politics? How would you describe them?
I mean, I call myself a leftist, definitely an anti-imperialist. I think I'm anti-war. I believe that we should not spend so much money on 800 military bases overseas and constantly bombing some of the poorest countries on the planet. And we should instead spend it on infrastructure, jobs programs, and expansion of the welfare state with the ultimate goal of creating a new way of organizing our economy and our society in general, an evolution from the existing form that is more egalitarian and has more benefits for as many people as possible. Because I think we're the wealthiest country on the planet. We are in the post-abundance universe, and I don't mean that in an Ezra Klein way. I mean, like, we literally have a surplus of food supply, for example. Like 10 million people should not be dying due to famine-related diseases around the globe at this point. It's a matter of supply chains. Like, it's a matter of not wanting to feed people.
But saying that right now, saying that in 2025, when the federal government, the Trump administration right now is cutting back aid to some of the poorest people on earth, that's like inherently a left-right question. Do you consider yourself as a leftist a Democrat?
No, I don't consider myself a Democrat. I think just like Bernie Sanders says, he finds himself caucusing with the Democrats quite frequently because that's the only game in town. But I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a Democrat. I mean, it is a duopoly. They're the only game in town. They're the only counterbalance towards the growing rightward shift in this country. And I oftentimes find myself at odds with the Democrats because I feel that they also make way for this growing rightward shift in this country rather than oppose it. Whether it be under the Trump administration, as we've seen so far, with Chuck Schumer refusing to fight back against the quote-unquote clean continued resolution bill, and maybe even pushing for a government shutdown in an effort to use the only minority party power position that they have, or whether it be completely caving and capitulating to right-wing framing when the Democrats were in charge, when it came down to accelerating America's foreign policy, like the continuation of the Abraham Accords from the Trump administration, refusing to go back to the table with Iran, which was Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment that Biden did not revert back to when he came into power, or most significantly, I think, the rhetoric around immigration and immigrant crime, a concept that is entirely made up. This isn't to say that immigrants are never doing any crimes. Of course, everyone does crime. But when you look at the data, immigrants are responsible for a far smaller share, both in per capita and also in totality of crime, than natural-born U.S. citizens are. So the notion that like undocumented migrants are doing tens of thousands of murders a year in the way that Trump has suggested is ridiculous. It's just completely made up. And the fact that the Democrats did not actually actively combat this very dangerous, very right-wing, very scary narrative that was built around lying was very frustrating for someone like myself.
You make sense in that tent, which is, as you've heard a million times, a very big tent with Dick Cheney all the way to AOC, all the way to you. Do you think that tent has grown too big and that might be part of the problem the party's having right now?
No, I think that there's a difference between like growing your tent and then I guess like what kind. I know you're texting your hose right now. Yeah, my hose, the fucking hose of fear and of like what kind of message you're putting out. Because the Democrats didn't really need to do too much to get Liz Cheney on board because they were basically regurgitating neocon policies in general, right? Both Biden and also Kamala Harris with with her interest in continuing like the Biden agenda. So they didn't you don't really need to court Dick Cheney in that regard. He just came on board because it makes sense. You're following, you're following his dreams and his agenda to begin with, especially in terms of foreign policy. What I want is for the Democrats to actually expand its tent to the American working class. I don't care about Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney can say he wants to vote for the Democratic Party. The Democrats should probably say, yeah, we don't care. Fuck you. You're a terrorist. You're a war criminal. Your hands are bloody. Of course, they're not going to say that. But actually, Dick Cheney is the one person that you could probably say that about. And like most people would be like, yeah, that's fine. Like even you might not even be able to get away with that with like GW, but you could get away with that with Dick Cheney. Like he is a monster and also deeply, deeply disliked. Like there's no constituency for this man, just like there's no constituency for Liz Cheney. Like they just tried to make it happen. They tried to make fetch happen with Liz Cheney so hard when they're just like, yeah, no, see, the country's over party. That's what we're doing. Me and Liz Cheney hand in hand. And it just like doesn't make any sense because no one is a Liz Cheney head.
Yeah.
Like even the MSNBC watchers are like, I guess this is good because someone else might like it. That's always the marketing for the Democrats. Someone else is going to like this. I promise.
I asked Tim Walz how many votes he thought Liz Cheney won the Democrats or won Kamala Harris, and he dodged the question.
Yeah. I wish Tim was a little bit more of a fighter. That's the problem with a lot of these Democrats who I think are like much better politicians in general than the ones that get highlighted. I learned to just comment on those TikTok posts and never respond to the haters because I have no doubt if a normie genuinely wanted to check you out, they would find nothing in context that will make them hate you. Yeah, I mean, the greatest answer to that kind of stuff, is basically just that, what the fuck am my brain pooped, sorry. The greatest answer to that kind of stuff is to just get him to watch a video. Fighters are so technocratic and so invested in this third-way neoliberalism agenda. Like, they're zealots. But then the actual good, like, left populist or left populist adjacent Democratic Party politicians are unfortunately too soft. Like Bernie. Bernie is way too soft. I love him. I have so much respect for him. But this was my criticism of him in both 2016 and 2020. It's just like he was way too soft. He loved, well, in 2020, he also loves Joe Biden personally. That was another issue. But
soft how? Like how do you mean? You think his policies aren't hard?
No. That more his policies. I mean, yeah, his policies are great. I think for the time they are, fairly normal demands that every American would agree to. It's just that, the entire media apparatus, and I would say that the party apparatus considers it to be like a Maoist third worldist position or something. When they're like, hey, can we get like social democracy Nordic style? And they're like, you want to kill every landlord, I think. Like, it's insane the way they treat the most basic stuff that every other competent OECD nation offers unconditionally to all of it, all of their citizens. But no, I mean, he needs to be more of a fighter he needs to be more adversarial with the media. He needs to be more adversarial with other establishment Democrats in a way that's not dissimilar to Donald Trump.
You have a lot of young people, 18 to 35, watching you, streaming you, engaging with you. What do you think their politics are?
I mean, it depends. It's a broad variety, but I would say that a lot of young people are devoid of hope. They recognize that they probably will never retire, that they will never be able to own a home, and that most of their salary, if they're lucky enough to get a job that they hate, regardless, is going to go back to their rent. And these are the issues that are I think, creating incredible amounts of pressure and pain in the minds of a lot of young people in this country. They just don't feel hopeful. And I understand it. I mean, how could you? How could you feel hopeful when looking around at your prospects and you're like, shit looks dire?
And what do you say to them?
I tell them, to not cave to nihilism, and to maintain revolutionary optimism, and to remind themselves that there are things that are in their control, self-improvement being one of those things, and that they should remember that their cause is just, and their demands are perfectly rational, and that they should continue trying to marginally improve both their personal standing, but also organize in their communities and unionize in their workplaces, so that they can see some immediate benefits to that through collective bargaining.
Hasan will return to tell us more about self-improvement in a minute on Today.
Out of line, and your dividends.
Just 100.
It's been reported that 1 in 4 people streaming on Hulu.
Today Explained is back with Hasan Piker. If you've never seen him, he is jacked. And we don't usually ask our guests about their appearance, but we kind of felt like we had to with Hasan because it's a big part of his persona. So here we go.
You're like a bigger dude. I'm like a skinny dude. Do you look at me and be like, why is this guy self-improving more? Why hasn't he fully actualized himself?
No, not at all. I mean, first of all, self-improvement doesn't mean like reaching a final stage or anything. It means like improving yourself in both invisible and visible ways, and bettering yourself from where you were the day prior. It has nothing to do with like where you have gotten to. I mean, it's great. It's definitely fantastic for your confidence if you do improve yourself and then you start seeing those benefits. But it has nothing to do with like the way you look right now. There's nothing wrong with the way you look. You look great.
Thank you so much.
You're very handsome.
You look great too. You're very handsome as well. What's your protein intake? Is there a lot of protein going on?
Yes. I consume about 220 grams of protein every day.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's all right. I eat a lot of chicken. I love chicken, so it's fine. Just straight white chicken breasts every day.
How much do you feel like being kind of yoked is like part of your draw and your persona?
I think initially in leftist circles it's a negative. people look at me and immediately assume that I am a right-wing dude. I mean, at this point, It's like hard to say that because obviously most people know what my politics are. But if you don't know who I am from afar, you think like, oh, that's like a alpha bro, potentially right-wing kind of guy.
What is your read on why this male optimization getting, really beefed up has like a left-right divide? And what is that divide about?
I mean, I think there's a bunch of different reasons for it. But I think like a lot of these guys, they don't think too hard about politics, and then they find themselves trapped in this right-wing bubble. And then I think that they just like associate that with they associate like self-improvement and self-help with that in general. It's not, self-help inherently is not like a. I've had leftists immediately act like PvP has been turned on for revealing that I lift law. I know. You pay your nails how? I mean, the part of the reason why I do that is so that people don't think that I'm an intimidating presence. Oh my God, why is everybody fucking talking about Virginia Fox? I haven't seen anything other than like this account tweeting about it and this TikTok with fucking 400 likes. What is going on? And this TikTok that you just sent me is from 2024. What is happening? Why are you posting these things in the chat? Virginia Fox is from North Carolina. What is happening? No, I saw a bunch of people. If it's not the same person that's been posting both of these links, out of nowhere, people started talking about how Virginia Fox killed her neighbor. It's just one person? Oh, it's just this person. Okay, it was one guy. What is going on? I'm still pulling all the evidence together, but I'm almost certain my congresswoman Virginia Fox caused her neighbor's death. Case law. What the fuck? Okay, get back to me when there's an article and not like a person on TikTok claiming this, please. Like a leftist or a right-wing thing, I don't think. Mm-hmm. But it does seem like a lot of the content creators that are promoting that and presenting themselves as that are definitely, at the very least, right-wing. But I think part of it is because Throwback to when you went to the BLM protest with your computer on your back, but couldn't get many interviews, and then someone posts a photo of you there, and you're dressed like a plainclothes cop. Yeah, that was a throwback, wasn't it?
That's just the domineering attitude in general. If you don't really think about things too much, you kind of find yourself susceptible to social conditioning, and that does have a right-wing slant. You know, the whole common sense narrative. It's like, oh, this is just common sense. I don't understand. 2 genders, common sense. Like, you didn't put a lot of thought into it. That's just what you learned your entire life. So, of course, like, you know, you kind of slot yourself into the right wing in that regard. I guess the other reason is because self-improvement can turn into hyper-individualism very quickly, which is also another incredibly American attitude in general. But, like, that's what it is. Those are the 2 main factors, I think.
And you try to couple self-improvement with helping others, which feels really critical in this moment where a lot of people feel lost, but that leads to them becoming more inward, introverted, even angry.
Yeah.
How do you feel like you're faring in that battle right now to not just, improve yourself inside and out, but to be more considerate of those around you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a stubborn dude. And I also am not like, doing deliberate gym content specifically because like I want to penetrate like the alpha bro fitness space. It's just like something that I have always liked to do organically. And the content creator.
This is a question I get asked a lot from liberal outlets is the idea that like I'm doing the gym stuff because like it's a deliberate attempt to like present myself as more masculine or something. It's like, no, I've been working out. Why are you not soy? Yeah, that's kind of the question usually.
That I watch from that space are people that I end up collaborating with or have at least like some mutual interests with, like mutual shared interests with. So that's what it is. It's not me just being like, ooh, if I work out and like present myself as this guy, then, more alpha bros will listen to me. Because a lot of people will still, especially something I've seen online is that like people would rather hear your output and then make up their mind.
Would you call any of your interests inorganic? No, of course not. Why would any of my interests be inorganic that I'm like forcing myself to appreciate shit? I can't even force myself to listen to music. You know what I mean? I spend every waking moment thinking about politics, talking about politics. And in the moments where I'm not doing that, I'm doing either gym shit or anime, you know what I mean? Or playing video games. Like those are the things I genuinely like. I see no reason to fake it. There's nothing to fake.
Rather than like look at you or genuinely understand whether you care about certain things or not. Like there's this phenomenon online where like Ben Shapiro says the masculine things, so he's more masculine than someone like myself. I'm soy, I'm gay, I'm lame because I think you shouldn't be mean to trans people. Ben on the other hand is mean to trans people, and that means you're alpha. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like 5 foot. I think that the reason why the right is so successful at capturing the attention of young men in particular is because they are at the they're taking a lot of the worst aspects of the hopelessness that I was just talking about that everyone in the next generation is experiencing, and right-wing commentary is like a warm blanket that you can surround yourself with that says you're right to be angry and you should be angry at vulnerable populations. You should be angry at people who have no power over you. And then if you dominate them a little bit, then that gives you a little bit of power, right? It reminds me of was it the LBJ quote about, telling the lowest white man that he is higher than any black man.
If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you.
I mean, we see different versions of that even today, more evolved versions of that with like.
Okay, he made it seem like he came up with it on the spot. He Googled it in the conversation.
DEI. people will be like, Bill Burr's wife is a DEI wife, and I'm like, what do you mean by that?
DEI wife?
DEI wife.
Oh,
is it because she's a black woman? Is that why you're saying DEI wife? Yeah.
He seems to really love her. But I think what you're getting at here is the vision that the right is selling to young men is very compelling because it doesn't necessarily involve growth or progress. It just affirms what they already believe, or maybe what their fathers and their fathers before them believed. But you seem to do something special, which is you create an alternate vision for young men, for young people. And it bummed me out a little bit when you said the vibe that you get from most young people is that they're losing hope, because that's a shitty place to be when you're young. What keeps you hopeful?
The one area of hope that I have right now is the momentum that I've seen from AOC and Bernie Sanders, who are going out and speaking in front of tens of thousands of people that may have not even voted for Bernie Sanders in the primaries, right? Like people from all different walks of life that are, both Democrats and maybe even some not Democrats, coming together and being like, yeah, everything is messed up. We need to do something about it. So there's definitely a lot of interest, I think, right now amongst the American working class to change things. Some people have associated that change with Donald Trump. I find that kind of change to be worse because I think Donald Trump is further breaking the system that was broken previously prior to this. But the fact that some people recognize that there must be a different mechanism for change, and they find Bernie to be a vehicle for that is somewhat positive. But it entirely depends on where it goes from here. Does the Democratic Party turn around and go, okay, we got to do that. Enough with this, third way neoliberalism. Enough with the zealotry that we've demonstrated, constantly talking about true market centrism hasn't been tried. True neoliberalism hasn't been tried yet. It will happen one day. We will unleash the markets and we will free the people. It will be amazing. True neoliberalism cannot fail. It can only be failed. Like this kind of attitude is ridiculous, and I think it's academic, it's smug, it's elitist, and it's wrong. It's demonstrably wrong. And I think people don't want to hear it anymore. So I hope the Democratic Party recognizes that, and then more and more people run for office and say, no, I don't want corporate donations. I'm done with the billionaires and millionaires. I'm done with you. I'm done with the rest of the Democratic Party. I'm going to be a Democrat, but I'm done with the Democratic Party. That's what Republicans did over the course of many, many years as well. And they feared their base.
So when it's Hassan talking, Hassan doesn't pause. Are you guys bored? Do you not want me to listen to this? I mean, it's already over. All right, whatever. We'll move on. All right. Yeah. And no, I won't be doing the drama bait because you actually did send me the link. So
it has a big impact.
It's not one guy. People were spamming "come" in the chat.
A huge 20% of China's economy comes from its exports. A major trade.
Fuck you mean one guy? People were spamming "come" in the chat, even though I'm literally in the chat. People were spamming "come" like I'm AFK. Clearly, people are bored and want to entertain themselves.
Shock will have a major impact. And the economy here is already under pressure.
Go finish it on your own.
Unemployment is high, work for many unstable. People don't have the stomach for much more. People's income is only so-so, this lady says. It's hard to do business now. China knows it cannot afford major escalation. Its response thus far restrained.
Big questions remain about just how far Trump might push China and just how far China might be willing to go in response. But there are many who think that trade is just one issue in a bigger standoff between two superpowers, both craving dominance, and that things could yet get much worse.
This is still a mighty economy. It can absorb some degree of pain. China may not have picked this battle, but there is no doubt it will fight it. Helen Ann Smith, Sky News in Guangzhou.
I'm having to finish by myself. Classic.
Last week, Tesla
I don't know if I want to watch this. Tesla's problems are larger than Elon Musk. Tesla's troubles, sales slump, aging lineup, robo-taxi, Elon, what's next? By this point of the broadcast, I get kind of bored of all the stuff that we have on the docket where I'm like, I don't know. Nothing is... nothing that's like getting me going.
For conservative people to act like they're not the biggest fucking babies also is fucking hilarious.
The actress isn't white. There's no prince. They changed the story. What am I going to tell my kids? The shit that my people get upset about. What am I going to tell my kids? Well, fucking talk around it the way you do we talk around the real history of this country. I think you can do that.
I'm going to look at all the Nintendo releases in a second.
Talk around fucking genocide and slavery. I think you can talk around a stupid fucking movie about some broad who didn't exist. You can't do that? Go take him to go see fucking Pinocchio. I don't like Pinocchio because that fucking wooden puppet transitions into a real boy. First of all, I don't like trans people, and God only makes real.
That's good. That's good. He's
What
popping.
about your reaction to Luigi Mangione? I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think?
No, I'm not going to just have some controversial moments so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that. I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you going to bring up next? The Middle East? I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified to talk about this.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And it's Newsmax.
What do you think about global warming?
Oh, it's not Newsmax. I don't know who this...
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a journalist.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck.
Like, I think he is way more knowledgeable on everything that's going on than the way he presents himself. But this is a perfect way to just, like, deflate the conversation. It's a perfect way to just go, nah, not doing it.
You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back.
That's cool. That's cool. Bill Burr is mad at conservatives because of Snow White. Ben Shapiro had a take on this, and I think I would rather die than to listen to that. So I'm not going to do that either. There is the hollow fantasy of the West Wing where Skip Intro rips into West Wing, which is one of my favorite pastimes, skipping into West Wing. But I think it's time for us to finally dive into the Nintendo. Gene Park on Switch 2.
Well, video game fans rejoice. Nintendo has a
Nintendo. Everything is computer. I love Tesla.
Unveiled its next video game console, the Switch 2. At a base price of $450, the Japanese company's latest device will include a microphone to chat with other players, screen sharing capabilities, and an option to add a separate camera for streaming. Nintendo also announced Wednesday some upgrades to its popular gaming franchises, including Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. Gene Park joins us now. He's a reporter for The Washington Post covering video games and gaming culture. So good to
Friend of the show on CBS News. Friend of the show on CBS News.
Here in studio with us. I mean, fans have been waiting for this since January. They teased a little information out. You actually got to hold one at the event today. What'd you think?
I can't really talk about it right now, but it's that time again. It's
like under embargo. Can you explain why you can't talk about it?
It's under embargo,
okay.
Yes. So, but yeah, it's exciting times. We have a new Nintendo console coming up, and I'll definitely be able to talk about it more on Watch.
Smoking RIP Bozo Steam Deck. You fucking wish, dude. You wish the Steam Deck would go away. You wish. You are afraid of the might of the Steam Deck. You are afraid of it. Okay, guess what? Steam Deck made in the US, baby. No tariffs here. No tariffs here. Steam Deck gets to play every game on the planet, including Nintendo games, if you want to put an emulator on it and play it illegally. Except you'd be risking a drone strike to your house from Nintendo. But, you know, it is what it is.
WashingtonPost.com tomorrow.
Okay, great. We'll be looking for that. Let's talk about
Steam Deck games also not $80. So there's
the
that.
price point here. $450. Sounds like a lot to me. I mean, and then also the Mario Kart World is priced at $80. What's your reaction? And the big T word, does that have anything to do with the tariffs?
Yeah, tariffs. So before I get to that, the reaction is it's a little eyebrow raising. You know, it's really the first Nintendo game to broach $80, and there's a lot of talk about video games becoming $100 right now. So $450 is the console price. A little pricey, but it is a more powerful system, and it's about the same price as similar PC handhelds. So that price is not so bad. The game itself is a little expensive. Now with tariffs, we don't know if the tariffs are affecting this console right now. We do know that in 2019, Nintendo moved production of the console out of China to Vietnam to avoid the tariff war. But as we know today, Vietnam was just hit with tariffs. So we have no idea how that's going to work or anything like that. You would hope that Nintendo might have planned that into the release of the system. But we'll see from there.
Touches so many things that we're talking about in this show tonight. All right,
let's watch a Nintendo Direct. Yeah, they hit a larger tariff. Trump hit the Shinzo pack on Japan and hit Japan with tariffs, but hit Vietnam with an even larger set of tariffs. So now Nintendo is hit even harder.
Let's go!
This looks exactly like Mario Kart. It looks like the exact same thing in the previous installation of the franchise. But this time it's $80. Mario Kart World breaks this $70 standard. Fuck off, I'm not made of money. Soy facing. I'm soy facing!
Hello everyone, I'm Koichi Kawamoto, and I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo Direct. I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
I'm Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2. And I'm Tetsuya Sasaki, the hardware design lead for Nintendo Switch 2.
What you just saw was Mario Kart World, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2. Now, what do you think this brand new Mario Kart game will be like?
A brand new entry in the Mario Kart series is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Welcome to this vast world. Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe. Depending on the time of day and weather conditions, the atmosphere will change.
If you played Mario Kart, your ass would get smoked by a 5-year-old kid? Yeah.
And in this Mario Kart game, you can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world. In the classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses in a bid for first place. But don't sleep at the wheel.
Pog!
You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition. With 24 drivers in each race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up. Introducing Knockout Tour. Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another. There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint,
I will never stop reacting.
Pog,
pog, pog, pog, pog!
Can you make it all the way to the finish line?
Pog!
You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam.
I'm not gonna lie, the only game I care about is the Bloodborne 2 one. The platform specs, what it looks like.
Be on the look.
And also the From Software game that's platform specific.
Look out for more information in the future.
Independent, exclusive. Fuck.
Mario Kart World launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. We'll share more details in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Next, we'd like to introduce some of the new features of Nintendo Switch 2. These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for Switch 2. And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button.
Ooh!
Let's take a look at some new experiences it offers.
Pog! It's for coming.
I'm still ahead of all of you guys.
The C button is for come.
That was you. So quick.
Wait, what the hell is this? What the hell is this?
Wait, no.
They put you in a Discord chat? The C button puts you in a goddamn Discord chat? Bro, innovation is out of control.
No.
Nix, I'm coming for you.
No, I'm about to get
Come on, no.
Introducing.
It's crazy that there is a physical button that you can accidentally press that will literally put you in a fucking Discord chat with the people that you're racing with which I feel like is unintentionally going to create hilarious moments. It's going to create perhaps even controversy. Oops, now you're locked in on a VC because you hit the button, and now in your living room, you can hear new slurs.
In Game Chat, a new feature for Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, missed you. With this feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
Should we follow you? Yeah?
Yeah, follow.
Okay.
Off for an adventure.
While using the Game Chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Oh, okay. But you're still behind me, right? All right, let's keep going. Okay. So
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
Look at this. Jump on here. All right, let's keep going. Let's make a left right here. Let's make a...
When it's noisy around you, your voice will still come through clearly, letting you chat with ease.
How did you get hit by a boat? Okay, nice.
It does look beautiful. It's so pink.
And you can use this feature in handheld mode too, letting you easily chat with friends and family. If you open the chat menu and turn on game screen sharing,
Good job, good job. There we go, there we go.
you can also share your game screen.
Did you see someone just like go on top of that dinosaur?
Really? They can do that?
Can do it?
You guys, I just did it.
Oh, I want to do it too.
Oh, shoot. Oh, ooh. Oh, he's trying to eat me. He's trying to eat me.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
It's so funny that this screen recording is 1 FPS. It's fine. Listen, it's not exactly the most... I mean, look, it's a handheld console, okay? They're not reinventing the wheel here. Chill out.
Yay! You can chat to your heart's content, even while playing different games.
Yeah, I know that one. It's so hard, right? It's tough.
Oh, wow. I'm like in the sky right here. I'm falling. Okay, we got it. We're safe.
Kirby, look, you're on a star. That's so cute. So cute.
You can adjust the size of your game screen.
Guys, I'm lost. Like,
where'd you go?
Or expand another friend's game screen.
You gotta get above that wall that's to your left.
You're almost there,
It's just like the wall. Like if she gets past the wall.
this is where I have to do a little wall ride.
Okay.
Wow.
So everyone can watch them play.
Oh, I think I know where you are. Wait. Okay, I think we have to try.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Let's take a picture here.
Okay, are you ready?
Smile.
Yay.
Okay, this stuff is... All right, got it.
You can quickly and easily mute yourself and more. And there's...
Oh, Pog, you can have a camera on.
Hey!
Hey, what's up? Hello. Yo. Nick.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Good?
You can appear on screen and video chat while playing a game.
No. That looks good.
In developing Game Chat, our goal was for you to enjoy playing online with others more closely.
A bigger built-in screen. Here's how that compares to Nintendo Switch. The system's thickness remains the same.
Thick.
With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen. The screen supports up to 120 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles. The LCD screen is more vivid and supports HDR, providing more contrast between light and dark areas of the images.
Pog!
The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically. Strong magnets keep the controllers firmly attached to the system. Detach your controller easily by pressing the release button on the back. The SL and SR buttons are bigger for greater comfort and control when playing with a Joy-Con 2 held horizontally. The left and right sticks are now larger. Each Joy-Con 2 controller can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games. Both the left and right Joy-Con 2 support mouse controls.
Pog.
By
Okay, that's
adjusting
actually
the
cool.
audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes.
That's actually kind of cool. I'll admit that.
It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends anytime via Game Chat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice will come through clearly. Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you.
Whoa.
Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand. you can move it freely, like this. In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
Whoa.
It's handy for connecting a USB-C camera or charging in tabletop mode. Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage, 8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game downloads, save data, and more. Reading and writing data is also faster. Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible games.
It's crazy!
HDR is also supported in TV mode. The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool. This helps keep performance stable.
Pushing me away!
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital games are supported.
Okay, calm down.
As you just saw, Nintendo Switch 2 isn't simply an improved Nintendo Switch.
She's literally larger than
me.
me.
We redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new gameplay features. And to help players better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game. Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello. My current location is actually inside the game itself. This is Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2. I'm standing over here. Okay, everyone, join me inside the game. There are a lot of question mark icons here. Let's examine them. This sign reads, "Where are the magnets?" The Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the system with magnets. And those magnets are inside the system. The SL and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 are made of metal.
They are not charging for this
So that's how they attach to the system.
Shut up. Are you serious?
A magnetic circuit is formed between them,
Are you
so they won't easily
kidding
detach.
me? This is literally what
Through
PlayStation
examining
gives away
signs
for
like
free
these,
with the
you can
fucking
discover
console,
all sorts
no?
of secrets about Nintendo
Do
Switch 2.
they think this is Astrobot?
Another example, the Joy-Con 2 controllers have mouse controls. And when combined with the gyroscopes, you can even do something like this. You can adjust the position of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con 2. By combining the mouse controls and gyroscopes, things like this are possible. There are secrets to discover even as you're playing minigames and tech demos. Some of the secrets range from the unique features of the system to tiny details you might not notice until they're pointed out. There are plenty. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. So please check it out if you're interested.
Now, I'd like to share some more information regarding Nintendo Switch 2. This is the game card for Nintendo Switch 2 titles. It's the same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards, but it's now red and it has much faster data reading speeds. Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro SD express cards. They're a different type of SD card and will make high-speed data transfers possible. Please note that regular micro SD cards used for Nintendo Switch will not be compatible. Additionally, to transfer data from Switch to Switch 2, you can log into your Nintendo account to use the System Transfer feature. With this feature, you can transfer save data, digital games, and more. We're also releasing a new Pro Controller. It has a C button, which launches Game Chat.
Not
and
so
on the
easy
back,
being a
there are
streamer,
new
is it?
GL and GR buttons, which you can use to assign
right.
existing
You sit up
button
here all
controls.
day.
In addition, an audio jack has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you'll check that out as well.
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date. Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a bit longer.
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play 3 types of games. The first type is Nintendo Switch 2 games. These games take advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2. The second type is compatible
She's a better
games that
streamer
were
than me,
released on
straight
Nintendo
up.
Switch. Nintendo Switch 2 edition games are the third type. Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions that offer things like improved visuals, unique ways to play on Switch 2,
She's not even looking
and
at you
more.
guys. She doesn't want nothing to do with
I'd
you.
like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of Super Mario Party Jamboree. Please take a look.
Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting an upgrade on
Pog,
Nintendo Switch 2.
Kaya. Are we gonna play
The
this
upgrade
together?
expands on the base game
Kaya,
and adds new features, including mouse controls,
Kaya, it's gonna be backwards compatible.
audio recognition, more expressive rumble, and gameplay that uses a camera accessory, all of which can be accessed on Switch 2. Let's check out 3 new and updated
I don't
modes.
even think she wants to leave. That's the problem. She
First
just wants
up
to
is
stand up
Mario
on
Party
top of
mode.
me.
With
Like
a
I'm
single
like letting her
camera,
go.
up to 4
If she
players
wants to
can join
leave,
the
she can.
festivities.
But she like
You'll be able to
just
see each
wants to
other's
sit
faces
up.
as you play, so you can experience all the reactions and emotions in real time.
And it's
Or
kinda hard.
4 friends can take the party online.
It's kind of hard to keep her like. It's kind of hard to keep her staying up like this because she's 120 pounds. You know what I mean? Oh, now she's done. She's like, I'm done. I'm done. Oh, what? What? Why are you looking at me like that? She's like, I did my time. I did my time on stream. I was on stream. I streamed. Are you proud of me, Dad? That's what she's saying right now. Hi. What, you want to come back? You want to get back up here? No, she doesn't want to get back up here. She's done. She's like, I'm done with you. I don't want you to. I struck the hornet's nest with this because now she's like, oh, I thought stream time was no attention time, and now stream time is attention time. You're giving me mixed signals. I fear. Okay, never mind. She laid down. When did she stop pissing on the floor? She got a puppy, and oh my god, a long time ago. Okay, all right, let's get to the fucking meat of it. Okay, I want to see the freaking I don't want to see the old games on Nintendo Switch version of the games that already exist. I want to see some new shit. What is this? Wait, is this Wheelchair Olympics? Damn, Rocket League Woke Edition. It's kind of cool. Will Greg Abbott be a playable character?
In Drag and
Okay,
Drive,
Chad,
you'll
calm
use both Joy-Con 2 controllers as mice to intuitively pull off various moves.
Hey, I'm Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games, here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay, that's sick. But where's the other thing?
Initiating
From
arsenal
Software
boot
one?
sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed. All operating at normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted, we will finally be liberated from humans.
Wait, is this the game that Grums made? Pog, it's finally coming out. The Grums game.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Rebels! Thanks for the warm welcome! This planet will be ours.
The Sovereign Axiom, the Trinitas, has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart!
All children bring hope to our lives, don't they?
Hey, this is Joseph Forrest from Hazelight. I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2. The game is a story about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe, who writes fantasy.
GoldenEye?
James Bond. The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
That's it? That's all they gave us?
The story of light and shadow that never fades is reborn. Bravely Default returns, remastered in high definition.
Okay, dude. They have Yakuza 0 on Switch. That's cool. What is
To
this?
vanquish this evil, one which future generations would call the imprisoning war.
Perhaps you truly have traveled back in time.
Everything is Zelda.
So that's Hyrule Castle? Then that must mean this really is the past.
Yeah, this is Legend of Link. Nintendo! Everything is Zelda! They made Zelda into a woman. I'm tired of this gender swapping bullshit. Yeah, I know. What the hell? Wait, it's Zelda Dynasty Warriors?
Take a look at this.
To life through cell shading.
Okay, don't care about that. What the fuck is this? Wait, I skipped it, but does that mean that they're doing, you can play GameCube games on the new Nintendo now? Does that mean we can actually finally play a playable version, perhaps even on stream, of Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes? Because that would be interesting. Yeah, you also skipped over Elden Ring? Yeah, dude, because I've already played it. A lot. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through the fucking games that Nintendo Switch 2 is going to have that already are out. It looks like Bloodborne. It looks like Bloodborne in the future. Like, it looks like the spiritual successor to Bloodborne. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Why are they... Did they drop the exclusivity with Sony? Like, how are they doing this? Didn't Sony just buy them or some shit?
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able.
I'm not kidding. I think this is an indication that Bloodborne will never be remastered for Sony with 60 FPS. I just don't think that they're ever going to do that. I think all you're ever going to get on the Sony platform is another Last of Us remaster. That's right. This time with RTX, baby. Yep. For some reason, they just hate making money, it seems. I truly don't understand why, especially post Elden Ring. I genuinely don't understand why they won't remaster Bloodborne. It's post Elden Ring. You have an entire new market. Like, the number of From Software enjoyers grew tenfold. And it's wild that they just won't do it. It actually doesn't make sense. Why does Sony not do that? They're pitching that this new game is heavily multiplayer and PvPvE, by the way. Yeah, I saw.
Carrier of blood. Tears will flow for one.
Nice PS1 game. Dog, what are you talking about? From Software games have looked like this for the past 10 years. And it's not about like the visuals anyway. It's almost entirely about the mechanics. And it's good.
And one alone.
It's a great aesthetic and it works. Why fix it if it ain't broke? What is this? Yeah, Dusk Bloods. Not Bloodborne. Okay? A totally different name. Do you understand? This is a very different name from Software, and it's not. Please don't say it's Bloodborne 2. It is definitely not. It's Dusk Bloods.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software.
Yeah, it's a legally distinct blood-focused From Software game, not Bloodborne 2.
We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available. That's all from our publishing and development partners.
I like that you said Miyazaki's not involved in the game, a separate team made it. Meanwhile, Miyazaki definitely was involved in the making of this game.
Thank the developers who appeared today, as well as our publishing and development partners who prepared footage for this presentation. In addition to what you saw today, our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We'll showcase more games in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it. Next, please take a look at this.
Click. Yes, he directed it.
Kirby Air Ride, which originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system over 20 years ago, is getting a brand new game. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai. Next is our last trailer for today. Please take a look.
Don't miss Comrade Donkey Kong Red Faction Donkey Kong. I'm a demure and mindful chatter, but I hope Hassan plays Kirby. I have. Donkey Kong is a real ass worker, bro. He's got the tie on, he's got the hard hat. Okay, this looks all amazing. This is, unironically, this looks more amazing than even the Dusk Blood or whatever, Dawnborn. This looks sick. Do you think Donkey Kong is pro-union? Yes. This is the most exciting game I've seen from the Nintendo Direct. 100%. Okay, that looks sick. Yeah, this is Mario Odyssey territory.
That was a brand new 3D platforming action game starring Donkey Kong, called Donkey Kong Bonanza. With incredible strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details will be shared in the future. We hope you're looking forward to it.
Donkey Kong fights for the minor unions and fights the corporations.
So
Yeah. Which side are you on, boy?
To recap, Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. Finally, here are the hardware options that will be available at launch. We'll release Nintendo Switch 2, as well as a bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World. For more details, please check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
We've covered a lot of information, but that's all we have to share for today.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for launch. We are very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2.
We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much.
Donkey Kong stands against the bourgeoisie. I agree. All right, that'll be all for today, folks. That's half day for me. I'm gonna go hang out with my dad. 7 hours and 25 minutes. You already know I'm giving up. I'm quiet quitting. But that was exciting. And I am going to have Greg Kazar on tomorrow. We'll have a conversation with Greg Kazar. And of course, I'll be covering the markets once they open and what that looks like. So get excited for that. And of course, I am going to Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Once again, I'm going to Washington, D.C. on Saturday, and I might even speak at the march in D.C. on Saturday. And then on Sunday, I'll be in New York City with Zoran, talking to the mayoral hopeful, alongside many wonderful friends of the show, including Alex, LOL Overruled, and maybe even a rare Will Miniker sighting. And friend of the show, Noah Colwyn, as well. So, yeah, the people's lawyer. And, yeah. And then I'll try to be back. Either I'll be live from New York on Monday, or not a meet and greet in New York City. I'm not doing a meet and greet in New York City. Oh my God. And then I'll either be live on Monday from New York and then be live from LA on Tuesday, or I'll be live on Monday from New York, or be live on Monday from LA. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Be kind to one another. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
3, 4 fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months are streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun.